इतिहास पुराणाभ्याम वेदम समुपब्रह्मयेत विभेद्यल्पश्रुताद् वेदाः मामयं प्रतरिष्यति. The Vedas should be analyzed with the help of Itihasas and Puranas. Without the knowledge of these, it seems the Vedas get frightened for fear of getting misinterpreted. Therefore, study of Itihasas and Puranas become a prerequisite for a proper understanding and implementation of our Vedic teachings. Purana. The Sanskrit word Pura means before. That which narrates what occurred before is known as Purana. The word Purana is also derived as Pura eva navam. Indeed, the old is new. Thus, while the Puranas relate to the ancient past, they are considered ever new. Pura api navam Puranam. Old but still new and fresh. Ancient but still relevant. Like Bhagavan, Puranas are eternally nectarine, refreshing every day. A Purana is defined in the following verse from Matsya Purana. Sargascha, Pratisargascha, Vamśo Manvantaranicha, Vamśānucaritam chaiva Puranam Pancalakshanam. This verse captures the 5 key characteristics of a Purana: creation, dissolution, genealogy, Manvantaras, the time scale of Manus, description of activities of famous kings belonging to the Surya Vamśa and the Chandra Vamśa. These are the Pancalakshanas of a Purana. The Puranas that capture all the 5 key topics in great detail are Vishnu Purana and Srimad Bhagavatam. Therefore, these 2 Puranas are considered principal Puranas. Vedeshu Paurusham Suktam Dharmashastreshu Manavam Bharate Bhagavad Gita Puraneshu cha Vaishnavam. The Purusha Sukta, the very essence of our Vedas, occupies an exalted position within the Vedas. Of all the Dharma Shastras, Manusmriti is special. Gita is the crest jewel of Mahabharata. And Vishnu Purana is the foremost of all Puranas. The great preceptor of Swami Ramanuja, Yamunacharya, also known as Alavandar, in his Stotra Ratna, prostrates to sage Parashara, the one who granted us this peerless Purana. Tatpena yaschidachitishvara tatsvabhava bhogapavarga tadupaya gatirudaraha sandarshayan niramimita Purana rattam tasmai namo munivaraya parasharaya. The one who explained the Udhara, the sage Parashara, I prostrate to that sage Parashara, the one who explained the 3 tattvas, tattvatraya, the worldly pleasures versus moksha, the means to both worldly prosperity and everlasting prosperity, the gati that a jiva takes, the one who explained all these as it is in the Purana Ratna, Vishnu Purana, the one who granted us this treasure. To such a supreme rishi I prostrate. To such a supreme rishi I prostrate. Tatpena yaschidachidishvara tatsvabhava bhogapavarga tadupaya gatirudaraha sandarshayan niramimita Purana ratnam tasmai namo munivaraya parasharaya. The glory of Vishnu Purana cannot be surpassed. Na setu, na ganga, na gaya, na kashi, na chapushkaram arhanti vaishnavasya asya kalam koti shatamapi. 1/16th part, why 1/1,000,000th part of Vishnu Purana cannot be matched by visiting Setu, Ganga, Gaya, Kashi or Pushkaram. Such is the glory of Vishnu Purana. We are all always seeking happiness. What is real happiness? What is real sukha? There was this man who defined happiness with an equation. He said happiness is equal to number of desires fulfilled divided by number of desires we have. Total number of desires fulfilled divided by total number of desires we have. Implying as the desires get fulfilled, happiness increases. But he made a big assumption. Denominator shall remain constant while numerator keeps increasing. In reality, in this equation, denominator keeps exponentially increasing. Desires proliferate and keep increasing all the time. Happiness will only keep declining if one goes on attempting to fulfill all desires. Fulfillment of the only desire that gives us real sukha is experiencing the Kalyana gunas of the Lord. Experiencing the Lord, His leelas, His avataras, knowing Him and eventually attaining Him. Vishnu Purana is a means to such sukha. In the Gita, Krishna says, Matchitta madgata pranaha bodayantah parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Bhagavan and his leelas are the only source of everlasting nectar, like a cornucopia. The stories, the legends, the avataras, the glorious deeds of the Lord, His Kalyana gunas conveyed by our itihasas and Puranas can be studied, talked and discussed incessantly, will always be refreshing, will always be energizing, always be inspiring. Katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. The speaker is delighted with the thought that such a narration is the fruit in itself. And the listener also rejoices and relishes and thinks that such listening is the reward in itself. With the blessings of all our acharyas, let us start this journey to explore, study and learn Vishnu Purana, the Purana Ratna. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Prapyasya brahmano rupam praptuscha pratyagatmanaha praptyupayam phalam chaiva tatha prapti virodhi cha badanti sakala vedaha setihasa puranakaha munayascha mahatmanaha veda vedartha vadinaha. The Vishnu Purana gives us Artha Panchaka Jnana that is essential for moksha. This shloka from the Harita Samhita of Rigveda teaches us the Artha Panchaka, the knowledge of 5 essential truths: Paraswarupam, Swaswarupam, Upayaswarupam, Purusharthaswarupam, Virodhiswarupam. Paraswarupam, the nature of Brahman, Paramatma. Swaswarupam, the nature of one's own self, the nature of Jivatma, the sentient individual soul. Upayaswarupam, the nature of the means to attain the goal. Purusharthaswarupam, the nature of the goal. Virodhiswarupam, the nature of obstacles that come on the way to the attainment of the final goal. It takes time and effort to know the messages of our scriptures and to obtain the Artha Panchaka Jnana. Study of scriptures is not like our school studies, where these days options are given. Typically, exams are based on multiple choice formats. So, one can pass by choosing, say, 3 out of 5 questions. But we cannot pass the exam called life by knowing, say, only 3 out of 5 in the Artha Panchaka. We need to know necessarily all the 5 in detail. And Parashara makes it easy and enjoyable for us to acquire this knowledge through Vishnu Purana. Vishnu Purana, which is organized into 6 amshas. Vishnu Purana is a conversation between Maitreya, the disciple, and Parashara, the Acharya. In Amsha 1, the Purana begins with Maitreya's inquiry on the origin and nature of the universe. In response to Maitreya's questions, Parashara begins a detailed exposition on creation. In the course of explaining creation, Parashara gives an awe-inspiring account of time and cosmic cycles. The first Amsha includes a glorious account of Varaha-avatara, when Bhagavan Narayana as Varaha raises Mother Earth from the depths of cosmic waters. A detailed account of Samashti Srishti, aggregate creation, and Vyashti Srishti, individual creation, is followed by an elucidation on Varnashrama Dharma. The Ksheera-sagara Mathana, churning of the Milky Ocean, and the history of Shrihi, Mahalakshmi, is then presented in this Amsha. The first Amsha also covers the glorious legends of two supreme bhaktas, Dhruva and Prahlada. The inspiring history of Prahlada, his nectarine wisdom, and the doctrine of bhakti are followed by an account on Nrasimhavatara. Amsha 1 ends with the history of the Daityas and the lineage of Kashyapa. Amsha 2 starts with an account on the descendants of Priyavrata, the eldest son of Swayambhu Manu. Amsha 2 includes ancient geography, glorious description of the earth and its divisions during prehistoric times. The subject of astronomy is also covered in great detail. This Amsha concludes with the legend of Bharata. Amsha 3 begins with an account of the several Manus and Manvantaras. The division of Vedas by Vyasa, Krishna Dvaipayana, and his delegation to Paila, Vaishampayana, Jaimini and Sumantu to further propagate the four Vedas is then taken up in this Amsha. A detailed code of conduct based on Varna and Ashrama is covered in the third Amsha. Amsha 3 also highlights the ways and the means and significance of Vishnu Bhakti. Amsha 4 presents the Surya Vamśa, the race of Ikshvaku. After his exposition on the lineage of Ikshvaku, Parashara also presents the Chandra Vamśa. A brief account of Ramavatara is also included in the fourth Amsha. Amsha 5 is dedicated to Sri Krishna Leela. This Amsha covers right from the birth of Lord Krishna and includes all the key events of the glorious Krishna Avatara. The highlight of this Amsha is Rukmini Kalyanam. This Amsha ends with the destruction of the Yadavas and the return of Krishna to Sri Vaikuntha. Amsha 6, the concluding portion of Vishnu Purana, gives an interesting account of the nature of the age of Kali and covers a list of predictions for Kali Yuga. The text concludes giving us the glory of this Purana and the merits of its study or listening. In the course of weaving together an extraordinary tapestry of Sanatana Dharma, sage Parashara gives us the Arthapanchaka Jnana, profound messages packaged and presented through awe-inspiring, fascinating, intriguing and interesting series of interconnected historic events. Yasyasyatu charamam janma bhagavad bhaktishalinaha tasya shutipatham bhati yati puranam Vaishnavam param. Only the one who in his or her last janma is granted the gift of listening to Vishnu Purana. The one who listens to Vishnu Purana and lives accordingly, this janma verily becomes the last. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jitante Pundarikaksha Namaste Vishwabhavana. Namaste Stu Hrishikesha Mahapurusha Purvaja. Parasharam Munivaram Krita Paurvanhika Kriyam Maitreya Paripapracha Pranipatya Abhivadhyacha. Maitreya prostrates and reverentially salutes Parashara, the great Muni, illustrious sage, the grandson of Vasishta, who was a master of all the Vedas and who has just then completed performing his morning rites. Parasharam Munivaram Krita Paurvanhika Kriyam. Right at the beginning of Vishnu Purana, we learn few important lessons. The significance of an Acharya. Here, Parashara is being referred to as Munivaram. Mananashilaha Munihi, the one who is endowed with knowledge of ultimate reality and who has clarity of thought. The significance of such an Acharya. The importance of Anushtana as prescribed by our Shastras and as demonstrated by none other than Parashara himself. The best practice of approaching a guru to seek true knowledge. Maitreya Paripapracha Pranipatya Abhihadhyacha. Maitreya is demonstrating how to seek knowledge. Prostrating, reverentially saluting Parashara. In the Gita, Krishna declares, Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tatvadarishinaha. Pranipatena, prostrating, pariprashnena, questioning with humility. Krishna says, with reverential salutations, do approach the wise men, the knowers of truth. Serve them. Question them repeatedly with due reverence until your doubts are cleared. These wise men will impart the knowledge of the divine truth to you. Tatvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tatvadarishinaha. Our scriptures are all in the form of questions and answers. Thanks to great seekers who asked all the right questions. While anyone can ask questions, it requires special skills to ask the right questions in the right sequence. And thanks to illustrious masters who shared their wisdom by answering the questions with great patience and in great detail. Vishnu Purana is a glorious conversation between Maitreya and Parashara. Right at the beginning, Amsha 1, Adhyaya 1, Maitreya approaches Parashara and asks, Yanmayancha Jagat Brahman Yataschaitat Characharam Leenamasid Yatayatra Layameshyati Yatracha Yat Pramanani Bhutani Devadinam Cha Sambhavam Samudra Parvatanam Cha Samsthanam Cha Tatha Bhuvaha Suryadinam Cha Samsthanam Pramanam Munisattama Devadinam Tatha Vamśān Manun Manvantarani Cha. Yanmayancha Jagat. What is the substance by which this universe is made of? This is his very first question. Like a chain is made of gold, like a pot is made of clay, what is the universe made of? What is the upadhana karana for the universe? Yanmayancha Jagat. Yataschaitat Characharam. From whom this universe originated? What is the nimitta karana for this universe? Leenamasid yatayatra layameshyati yatracha. At the time of pralaya, where does all this creation go? Maitreya goes on with more questions. He has a series of questions. Questions on the process of creation, animate, inanimate. What gets created first? What about the various things that we see in nature? The mountains, the rivers. What about the various living creatures? What about the devas? What is the order of creation? What are the various families of Devas, Manus? What is the timeline of our history? Quite a long list of questions. When Valmiki asked Narada 16 questions, Valmiki wanted to know the one who was endowed with 16 qualities. Konvasmin sampradam loke gunavan kascha viryavan dharmajnascha kritajnascha satyavakyo dridhavrataha charitrena chako yuktaha sarvabhuteshu kohitaha vidwan kaha kasamartascha kaschaika priyadarshanaha atmavan kaha jitakrodaha dyutiman konasuyakaha kasya bibhati devasya jataroshasya samyuge. Quite a long question to ask. And Narada gave a one-word answer to Valmiki. Rama. Similarly, to the long list of questions of Maitreya, Parashara's one-word answer is Vishnu. The Parabrahman, Sriman Narayana. Maitreya, on our behalf, has put forth a series of important questions. Let us wait for Parashara to answer those questions. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Janmadyasya yataha declares Badarayana in the Brahma Sutras. Yataha, that from which the origin and other two cosmic functions of sustenance and dissolution of the universe proceed. That is Brahman. The Vishnu Purana starts with questions on the Creator and His creation. What is the use of knowing the Creator? Karanam tu dhyeyaha, declare the Upanishads. Mukti is possible only through dhyana, upasana on Jagat Karana. In Amsha 1, Adhyaya 1, we see Maitreya asking a series of questions on Srishti, Sthiti and Laya, creation, sustenance and dissolution. He also asks, what is the Upadhana Karana, material cause of this universe? What is the Nimitta Karana, instrumental cause for this universe? Before answering Maitreya's questions, Parashara gives him a brief history. Parashara recounts, Hey Maitreya, my father Shakti was eaten up by a wicked Rakshasa, and therefore I commenced a sacrifice for the destruction of all Rakshasas. Hundreds of them were reduced to ashes. Then my grandfather Vasishta helped me conquer my anger and stop the yajna. Then arrived the venerable sage Pulastya, son of Brahma, the illustrious brother of sage Pulaha. He was pleased with me as I had heeded to my grandfather's advice and controlled my anger completely, and hence he bestowed a boon. Pulastya declared, Purana Samhita Karta Bhavan Vatsa Bhavishyati Devata Paramartham Cha Yatavat Vetsyate Bhavan. I shall bestow upon you a boon. You shall become the author of a work that shall be the very essence of all Puranas. You shall know the true nature of all the Devatas as it is. Your understanding shall be perfect and exempt from any doubt. Hey Parashara, you shall author the greatest of all Puranas, which shall be the very crux of all Puranas. You will be blessed with the supreme knowledge of reality, and you will be the one who will pass it on to humanity for its welfare. And Vasishta blessed and added, Tathastu, so be it. Parashara says, Hey Maitreya, it is with the blessings of Pulastya and Vasishta that I acquired a treasury of spiritual knowledge. and it is with this knowledge I shall answer all your questions. And Adhyaya 1 ends with Parashara's profound declaration. Vishnoho sakashat udbhutam jagat tatraiva cha sthitham sthiti samyamakartasau jagatosya jagatchasaha. The entire universe, the Jagat, originated from, was produced from Bhagavan Vishnu. It exists in him. He is the cause of its continuance and cessation. He is the universe. This glorious answer of Parashara echoes the Taittiriya Upanishad. Yato va imani bhutani jayante yena jatani jivanti yat prayanti avisamvishanti tad vijijñāsasva tad brahmeti. That verily from which all beings are born, that by which when born they live, then into which when departing they enter, that seek to know, that is Brahman. Who is Brahman? Who is the Paramatma? He is none other than Bhagavan Vishnu. Sriman Narayana categorically clarifies Parashara. Vishnoho sakashat udbhutam jagat tatraiva cha sthitham sthiti samyamakartasau jagatosya jagatchasaha. Bhagavan Vishnu creates, sustains, dissolves the universe. How does he do these cosmic activities? Through his Sankalpa Shakti, his divine will. Jagatosya jagatchasaha. He is the universe. Here, Parashara covers two important relationships between the universe of all sentient and insentient entities and the Lord. Karya Karana Bhava, Shariratma Bhava. Bhagavan Vishnu is Karana, the cause. The Jagat is Karya, the effect. Bhagavan Vishnu is the Shariri. The Jagat is the Sharira, the body. As the Chandogya Upanishad says, Sadeva Saumya Idamagramasit Ekameva Advitiyam Tadaikshatam Bahusyam Prajayeyeti. Prior to creation, this manifested universe with names and forms existed in an unmanifested state, devoid of names and forms. Ekameva. It was without anything else as its ground. Advitiyam. It existed with Sat, the Paramatma, Bhagavan Vishnu. Brahman, the Shariri, with Chit and Achit, the universe of sentient and insentient as its body, Sharira, is the one ultimate reality. Ekameva, the one Brahman with its Sharira of Chit and Achit in their subtle state is the material cause of the universe, Upadhana Karana. Advitiyam signifies that Brahman is also the Nimitta Karana. There is no other causal factor. Tadaikshatam bahusyam prajayeyeti. Bhagavan Vishnu willed, may I become many. Creation is a process where the Sukshma Chitachit Visishta Brahman, Brahman with its twin properties of Chit and Achit, its Sharira, in a state of non-differentiation, devoid of names and forms, wills, and becomes Sthula Chitachit Visishta Brahman, Brahman with its properties of Chit and Achit, its Sharira, in a state of differentiation with infinity of distinction in names and forms. In the process, Brahman, the Paramatma, the substratum, the Shariri, remains unchanged. In the case of a body and a soul, they always exist as one, though their essential natures are different. This is a case where there are two entities and yet both exist as one and are referred to as one only. In fact, in our ordinary experience, we notice that words denotive of the bodies do not cease to function by merely denoting them, but also have the power to denote the corresponding souls as well. Since the universe is the Sharira and Bhagavan Vishnu is the Antaratma, the Shariri, we can say that the universe itself is Bhagavan Vishnu. Jagatosya Jagatchasaha. Right at the outset, Parashara takes us to the pinnacle of wisdom and reveals the vision of ultimate reality. Some of you possibly expected Vishnu Purana to be just a nice compendium of stories, legends, historical events. And right in the very beginning, we see a profound dosage of quintessential philosophy, which possibly has triggered several questions, several doubts. Not to worry. As we continue our journey with Parashara, we will discover all our answers. Vishnu Purana is a glorious admixture of profound philosophy intertwined with several stories, legends and historical events. After all, there can be no other better treasure hunt than Vishnu Purana. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
अविकाराय शुद्धाय नित्याय परमात्मने सदैकरूपरूपाय विष्णवे सर्वजिष्णवे. Amsha 1 Adhyaya 2 begins with a glorious invocation by Parashara. Salutations to Lord Vishnu, who is immutable, who is inherently pure and eternal. The Paramatma, who has a consistent, undiversified, ageless form, and who is the conqueror of one and all. If Bhagavan is the Upadana Karana, easy subject to change, this could be a doubt. Parashara categorically clarifies through this glorious invocation. We earlier saw that Brahman, the Shariri, the substratum, remains unchanged while the twin attributes of Chit and Achit undergo all the modifications. Cause and effect are two different states of Brahman, where the substance remains changeless while the attributes transform from Sukshmavastha, subtle state, to Sthulavastha, gross state. And in this shloka, Parashara highlights the distinct nature of Bhagavan. Avikaraya Shuddhaya Nityaya Paramatmane Sadaika Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Sarvajishnave. Avikaraya. He is changeless. This establishes that Bhagavan is distinct and different from Achit. Achit, which is subject to Swarupa Vikara, changes to its essential nature. Shuddhaya. He is not only distinct and different from Achit, he is also distinct and different from Bhadda Jivas, those Jivatmas which are caught in the cycle of samsara, tainted by karma. Shuddhaya, inherently pure, no swabhava vikara, always pure. Avikaraya, Shuddhaya, Nityaya. He is distinct and different from Mukta Jivas. He is not only distinct and different from Achit and Baddha Jivas, he is also distinct and different from Mukta Jivas, who once upon a time were tainted by karma. Nityaya, eternal, birthless, without a beginning. Paramatmane, he is not only distinct and different from Achit, Bhadda Jivas and Mukta Jivas, he is also distinct and different from Nitya Jivas. who are eternal but are subservient to the Lord. Sadaika Rupa Rupaya, one with consistent, undiversified, ageless, glorious form. Avikaraya Shuddhaya Nityaya Paramatmane Sadaika Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Sarvajishnave. Namo Hiranyagarbhaya Haraye Shankaraya Cha Vasudevaya Taraya Sargastityantakarine. Taraya, the one who helps us cross the ocean of samsara. In the Gita, Krishna says, Mamevaye prapadyante mayametam tarantite. Taranti, crossing over. The only way to cross over, overcome the maya, that is Prakriti, is to surrender to the Lord. In the Jitante Stotra, a Rigveda Khilam, it is declared, Samsara Sagaram Ghoram Ananta Klesha Bhajanam Tvameva Sharanam Prapya Nistaranti Manishinaha. This ocean of samsara is full of miseries and is a reservoir of endless adversities. You alone, He Narayana, you alone are the means to cross over this ocean for those who know you. Vasudevaya Taraya, the one who helps us cross the ocean of samsara. Namo Hiranyagarbhaya Haraye Shankaraya Cha Vasudevaya Taraya Sargastityantakarine. I prostrate to Vasudeva, who sustains the universe, who as the Antaryami of Chaturmukha Brahma creates, and who as the Antaryami of Shankara destroys. As Vedas declare, Narayanat Brahma Jayate, Narayanat Rudro Jayate. Brahma and Rudra are born of Narayana for the sake of creation and destruction. Parashara continues. Ekaneka Swarupaya Sthula Sukshmatmane Namaha Avyakta Vyakta Rupaya Vishnave Mukti Hetave Sargastiti Vinashanam Jagatosya Jaganmayaha Mulabhuto Namastasmai Vishnave Paramatmane. He is one, He is many. He is gross, He is subtle. He is unmanifest, and He is also manifest into several forms. I prostrate to that Paramatma, Bhagavan Vishnu, who alone can give me mukti. He is the cause of creation, existence and dissolution. He is the root of this universe, and He is the universe. As the Chandogya declares, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma. Verily all this is Brahman. The whole universe is Brahman. Why? Tajjalaniti Shanta Upasita. All this is Brahman because all this originates from the Brahman, dissolves in it and lives in it. Brahman is the universe in the sense that it is the inner self of all in the universe. Sarvatmaka. The two, Brahman and universe, are distinct but are also non-distinct in the sense that Brahman, as inherently related to it, is one as an organic unity, Visishta Aikya. This is similar to the substance being one as inherently related to its essential attribute, though substance and attribute are distinct by virtue of their intrinsic nature. Ekaneka Swarupaya. Ekaha, He is one without a second. Anekaha, saying that He is the one and one only does not deny the existence of everything else. He is in possession of His glorious universe of all sentient and insentient entities. Therefore, He is many. Our scriptures declare three fundamental categories of real entities, tattvas. Achit, Chit, Ishvara. Achit, matter, also called Prakriti, is insentient, devoid of knowledge, always subject to change. Chit, the sentient individual souls, the Jivatma, always changeless, Ishvara Bhagavan, the Lord of the other two tattvas. Is reality one or many? It is one and many at the same time. It is many as each category is distinct and different from the other. At the same time, it is one as the many are inseparably related and together form an organic whole, Visishta Aikya. All sentient beings, the infinite individual souls and insentient entities, the universe of matter, are organically related to Brahman, Bhagavan, in the same way as an essential attribute is related to a substance. While a substance and its attributes are distinct, the two are integrally related, and as an integral complex whole, it is one. Thus, the oneness of ultimate reality that is declared in all our scriptures is to be understood not in the sense of absolute identity, but as an organic unity. In other words, Brahman alone, as organically related to Chit and Achit, is the one ultimate reality. As Lord Krishna declares in the Gita, he has twin properties, one of lower nature and the other of higher nature. All of creation has its source in these two natures. Now, moving on, Parashara is going to explain in this Adhyaya how Bhagavan engages in Srishti. Let's wait for Parashara to take us through a glorious account on Srishti. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Pradhana Purusha Vyakta Kalastu Pravibhagashaha Rupani Sthiti Sarganta Vyakti Sadbhava Hetavaha Vyaktam Vishnusthatha Vyaktam Purushaha Kalayevacha Kridato Balakasyeva Cheshtham Tasya Nishamaya. What are the ingredients used for creation by the Creator? Parashara gives a detailed answer. Parashara begins his exposition on Srishti, the main theme of Adhyaya 2. Bhagavan Vishnu uses 4 ingredients that belong to him to create the universe. Avyakta or Pradhana, also known as Mula Prakriti. Vyakta, the evolutes from Mula Prakriti, which total up to 23 in number. These two, Avyakta and Vyakta, together add up to the 24 Achit Tattvas, the fundamental constituents of matter. The other 2 ingredients are the Jivatma Samoha, the individual souls, and Kala, time. Creation is a consequence of divine will. Creation is a divine play. It's Bhagavan's Leela. Therefore, Swami Ramanuja in his Sri Bhashya Mangala Shloka says, Akhila Bhuvana Janmasthema Bangadi Leele. Here, Parashara says, Bhagavan, using these 4 tools, engages in Srishti like a playful boy. Kridato balakasyeva cheshtham tasya nishamaya. There has always been an argument in the scientific world whether an intelligence created this world or the world led to the creation of intelligence. However, our scriptures give us total clarity. The process of creation is more purposeful than a random explosion in nothingness. Our philosophy goes beyond both intelligence as well as matter. When we talk of creation, we must understand that it is all about the formation of the material universe, the material realm. Bhagavan owns two realms, Nitya Vibhuti, Leela Vibhuti. Nitya Vibhuti is the eternal, unchanging, blissful world of Sri Vaikuntha, the spiritual realm. Leela Vibhuti is the ephemeral, ever-changing material world, the material realm. Not just a universe, it is actually a multiverse, or should I say an omniverse. Scientifically, it is still undetermined whether the universe exists by itself or it is just one of the countless universes within a larger multiverse itself contained within the omniverse, that is the material realm. But according to our scriptures, the universe we live in is just a tiny, infinitesimal part of the entire material creation, and all of the multiverse are born at the same time from the primeval source, Sri Mahavishnu. Bhagavan provides the material realm as an opportunity to the Baddha Jivas, the Jivatmas tainted by karma, in bondage, to exhaust their karmas and get back to where they rightfully belong, the abode of the Lord, Sri Vaikuntha. Parashara then explains how Bhagavan engages in Srishti. There are two types of Srishti: Samashti Srishti, Vyashti Srishti. Samashti Srishti is aggregate creation. It is the process of creating the cosmic building blocks, aggregate entities, the 24 Achit Tattvas. Samashti Srishti is done by Lord Sriman Narayana himself. Hence, it is also called Advaraka Srishti, direct creation. Vyashti Srishti is individual creation, creation of individual entities. This is delegated to Brahma by Narayana. Now let us understand Samashti Srishti. For this, the Lord uses Mula Prakriti made of three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, as Mukhya Upakarana. Mula Prakriti as Mukhya Upakarana and Kala, time, as Sahakari Upakarana. With the divine will, Sankalpa of Bhagavan Vishnu, the state of equilibrium of the three gunas in Mula Prakriti is disturbed and Prakriti is prompted to produce, that is, differentiate into many. In the first stage, the five basic elements, the gross elements, Panchabhutas, are produced out of the primordial matter, Mula Prakriti. In between the gross elements, Panchabhutas, and Mula Prakriti, there are other evolutes brought forth in an order. From Mula Prakriti comes forth Mahan. From Mahan comes forth Ahankara. This Ahankara Tattva is of three types: Sattvika Ahankara, Rajasika Ahankara, Tamasa Ahankara. This Ahankara Tattva further divides into Indriyas and Bhutas. From Sattvika Ahankara comes forth the five Jnanendriyas, organs of perception: Ghrana, Rasana, Chakshu, Tvak, Shrotra, nose, tongue, eye, skin, ear. And five Karmendriyas, organs of action: Vak, Pani, Pada, Upastha, Payu. The speech organ, hands, legs, reproductive organ, excretory organ. From Tamasa Ahankara emanates the Pancha Tanmatras, five subtle elements, and Panchabhutas, the five gross elements. The Tanmatras are the causal states for the Panchabhutas. Tanmatras form the basis for all physical existence. The building blocks of this tangible material universe, the Panchabhutas, come from the Tanmatras. The five Tanmatras are Shabdha, Sparisha, Rupa, Rasa, Gandha. Shabdha, the sensation of hearing. Sparisha, the touch sensation. Rupa, the visual sensation, rasa, the taste sensation, gandha, the sensation of smell. The Panchabhutas are Akasha, ether or space, Vayu, air, Agni, fire, Apaha or Jalatattva, water, Prithvi, earth. These 5 gross elements are responsible for the structure of the universe. Everything in the universe at the level of the macrocosm and the microcosm is the result of permutations and combinations of the Panchabhutas. The English translations, sky, air, fire, water, earth, are actually misleading and do not give us complete and correct meaning. It is important that we understand these cosmic building blocks clearly. The density of these 5 elements increases as the grosser emanates from the subtler. From Akasha to Vayu to Agni to Apaha to Prithvi, we see the effect getting grosser in its manifestation than its cause. Akasha, its causal state is the Shabda Tanmatra, sound. Therefore, Akasha is not emptiness. It is as well material as other elements. Science today tells us that the space around us is not emptiness, but a complex environment filled with radio frequencies, light radiation, cosmic radiation. It is a quantum field. Vayu. This element represents the force of movement. Akasha, we can say in scientific parlance, generates electromagnetic field of space in which the manifestation of Vayu takes place. Akasha emanates Sparsha Tanmatra, and from Sparsha together with Akasha, Vayu is created. Therefore, Vayu has the qualities of Shabda inherited from Akasha and Sparsha. Vayu then emanates Rupa Tanmatra, form, and from Rupa together with Vayu, Agni is produced. Therefore, Agni has qualities of Shabda and Sparsha inherited from Vayu and Rupa. Agni represents latent energy as well as released energy. Agni's main attribute is transformation, conversion. Agni can manifest itself only in Akasha, space where there is movement, Vayu. From Agni emanates Rasa Tanmatra, taste. And Rasa Tanmatra together with Agni produces Apaha. Therefore, Apaha has qualities of Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa inherited from Agni and Rasa. Apaha, the Jalabhuta, is the governing principle for cohesion of particles to form dense matter and for fluidity. Jala in turn gives rise to Gandha Tanmatra, and the Gandha Tanmatra together with Apaha produces Prithvi. Therefore, Prithvi inherits the qualities of Shabda, Sparsha, Rupa, Rasa and Gandha. Prithvi is the essence of the very cosmic principle that gives structure, that manifests as solidity. Thus we see the progressive manifestation of the elements unfolding from subtle and abstract to gross and dense. We also see how scientific our scriptures are. In fact, our scriptures are superior to science, as they give what science gives and also give us what science can never give. So Parashara so far in Adhyaya 2 covered the first stage of Srishti. Let's wait and see what happens next. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. आकाशवायु तेजांसि सलिलं पृथ्वी तथा
शब्दादिभिर्गुणैर्ब्रह्मन् संयुक्तान्युत्तरोत्तरैः शान्ता घोराश्च मूढाश्च विशेषास्तेन ते स्मृताः नानावीर्याः पृथग्भूतास्ततस्ते संहतिं विना नाशक्नुवन् प्रजाः स्रष्टुमसमागम्य कृष्णशः. Parashara continues his exposition on Srishti in Adhyaya 2. The primary stage of Srishti resulted in the creation of the 5 gross elements Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Apaha, Prithvi, along with their inherent properties acquired from their causal states of Shabda, Sparisha, Rupa, Rasa and Gandha. But without combining or blending these elements, it is not possible for the creation of various physical configurations of embodiments appropriate for the jivas. The creation of the physical universe with all its diversity can only start with impure Panchabhutas, not with the Panchabhutas in their pure state. Just like how only 22 or 18 karat gold is used to make jewelry with intricate designs instead of the pure 24 karat gold, Bhagavan blends the pure Panchabhutas to arrive at impure Panchabhutas that are ready for the intricate design of the physical universe. This process, called Panchikarana, is done by the admixture of different parts of the Panchabhutas in certain proportions. Panchikarana means quintuplication. First, the aggregate of each of the 5 elements, Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Jala and Prithvi, is divided into equal parts. Then each half is subdivided into 4 parts. In the next stage, taking this 1/8 portion of the 5 elements, it is mixed with the half part of each of the bhutas. This means each element comprises half of that element and 1/8 portion of the other 4 elements. Therefore, Akasha now is not 100% pure Akasha. Half of it comprises of Vayu, Agni, Jala and Prithvi, each in equal measure of 1/8. Vayu now is not 100% pure Vayu. Half of it comprises of Akasha, Agni, Jala, Prithvi, each in equal measure of 1/8. Same is the case with the other elements. Thus, all the 5 Panchabhutas are now not 100% pure. They are only 50% pure. The rest of the 50% in each of them comprises of the other elements in equal measure. Now they are ready to be used as ingredients for all the physical entities of the universe. Having readied the basic building blocks of the material realm, Bhagavan now creates the multiverse, countless universes. Each universe is shaped like an egg and hence is called Brahmanda, and within it exists 3 levels of lokas: Urdhvaloka, highest abodes, Madhyaloka and Adholoka, the lower abodes. These lokas are abodes for various kinds of beings. The Urdhvaloka consists of Satyaloka, Tapoloka, Janaloka, Maharloka, Suvarloka, Bhuvarloka. The Madhyaloka is Bhuloka. The lower lokas are Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Mahatala, Patala. Now that the abodes to house different kinds of beings are ready, Narayana creates Brahma and delegates the task of further creation. In Adhyaya 3, Parashara
causes sheer amazement and astonishment. We are awestruck with his astounding account on time. Kalaswarupam Vishnoscha Yanmayoktam Tavanagha Tena Tasya Nibhodatvam Parimanopapadanam. Parashara addresses Maitreya. Maitreya, O sinless one, Bhagavan Vishnu in the form of Kala, time, subjects the entire material realm to constant transformation. All the living, the sentient, including the Chaturmukha Brahma, and the non-sentient are all ruled by Kala. Every entity in the cosmos, including the cosmos itself, follows one cycle within a framework of cycles. It may have been created with a specific form and name which can reach an end, but it represents only one turn in the perpetual Kala Chakra, wheel of time, which revolves infinitely through successive cycles of manifestation and dissolution. Therefore, time is not linear. It doesn't start and end at specific points. Rather, it is cyclical and never-ending. Time is the eternal cycle of Srishti and Pralaya. Srishti and Pralaya are sometimes loosely translated as creation and destruction, which is misleading. Srishti is emanation. Srishti is formation, manifestation. Srishti is a change of state from subtle to gross. Pralaya is dissolution, when the manifested, differentiated matter with all its variety changes its state and form from gross to subtle. It is Pralaya. There are different types of Pralaya. A Yuga Pralaya, at the end of a Chatur Yuga, when all the life forms on earth are wiped out completely. Naimittika Pralaya, at the end of one day of Brahma, known as Kalpa, when the lokas of Bhuhu, Bhuvaha and Suvaha are dissolved. And Mahapralaya, at the end of Brahma's lifetime. Even Brahma's life is finite. How finite? Parashara gives a detailed account on the units of time. 15 twinklings of the eye make a kashta. 30 kashtas make one kala. 30 kalas constitute one muhurta. 30 muhurtas make an ahoratra, a day and night of humans. 30 ahoratras make a masa, a month, divided into two halves, two pakshas, Shukla Paksha and Krishna Paksha. 6 masas form an ayana. 2 ayanas, Uttarayana and Dakshinayana, compose a human year. The Dakshinayana is a night and the Uttarayana a day of the Devas. Therefore, one day of the Devas is equal to one human year. 1 year of the Devas, one Devamana, one divine year is equal to 360 human years. 12,000 divine years constitute the period of 4 yugas, the Chatur Yuga. A Chatur Yuga consists of 4 yugas: Krita, Treta, Dwapara, Kali. Krita Yuga has 4,800 divine years, 4,800 Devamanas. Treta Yuga has 3,600 divine years. Dwapara has 2,400 divine years and Kali Yuga has 1,200 divine years. Therefore, one Chatur Yuga has 4,800 plus 3,600 plus 2,400 plus 1,200. 12,000 divine years, which is equivalent to 12,000 multiplied by 360, that is 4,600,000 320,000 human years. One Chaturyuga has 4,320,000 human years. Kali Yuga alone has 1,200 multiplied by 360, that is 432,000 human years. 1,000 Chaturyugas make a day of Brahma. A day of Brahma called Kalpa is equal to 1,000 Chaturyugas, that is 1,000 multiplied by 4,320,000 human years. Therefore, one day of Brahma, one Kalpa, is equal to 4.32 billion human years. Each Kalpa of Brahma has 14 Manvantaras, and each Manvantara is ruled by a Manu. One Kalpa is equal to 14 Manvantaras, which is equal to 1,000 Chaturyugas. Therefore, one Manvantara is equal to 71 Chaturyugas. Let's look at the lifespan of a Brahma. Lifespan of a Brahma is equal to 100 Brahma years, which is equal to 100 multiplied by 360 Brahma days and nights. Therefore, lifespan of Brahma is equal to 100 multiplied by 360 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 4.32 billion human years. Lifespan of Brahma is equal to 311 trillion 40 billion human years. So far, 50 Brahma years of the current Brahma have elapsed. A Brahma's lifespan can be divided into two Parardhas. The current Brahma is into second Parardha. The current day of Brahma is called Shweta Varaha Kalpa, and we are in the 7th Manvantara, which is called the Vaivasvata Manvantara, of which we are in the 28th Chaturyuga. In this Chaturyuga, Krita, Treta, Dwapara have elapsed, and approximately 5,000 years of Kali Yuga have elapsed out of the 432,000 years of Kali Yuga. While all these numbers can be quite baffling, let us contemplate on this enormity, the vastness of this universe, and the eternity of the time. We can only be in awe of this glorious creation and the glorious creator. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
आपो नारा इति प्रोक्ता आपो वै नरसूनवः अयनं तस्यताः पूर्वं तेन नारायण स्मृतः. Adhyaya 4 heralds the commencement of the present Kalpa. At the close of the past Kalpa, known as Padma Kalpa, there was a Naimitika Pralaya. At this point, Brahma rests for one night. Brahma's one night is just as long as his day, a Kalpa. Brahma rests for one night and is one with Lord Sriman Narayana. At the beginning of a new day of Brahma, that is the current Kalpa, Bhagavan Vishnu, as the Antaryami of Brahma, begins Srishti. Here we come across the popular etymology of the glorious name Narayana. Apo Nara iti prokta apo vai narasunavaha ayanam tasyatah purvam tena Narayana spritaha. Bhagavan is known as Nara by reason of his imperishable nature, avinashitva. Apaha created by him are Naras. Here, Apaha, standing for water, the element water, includes all the tattvas of Prakriti. Also,
Apaha, the all-pervading waters, symbolize the undifferentiated state of the cosmos before creation. In the Nasadiya Sukta and the Hiranyagarbha Sukta of the Rig Veda, the term Apaha represents great waters or the primeval matter of creation, the source of all possible manifestation. Therefore, the word Nara stands for everything else other than the Lord. They are his ayanam, his body, because of his pervasion even before the creation of Brahma took place. Why the Lord is called Narayana? Naranam ayanam yaha saha Narayanaha. That in which reside all is Narayana. Naraha ayanam yasya saha Narayanaha. That which resides in all is Narayana. By this etymology of the name, Narayana, who is the causal supreme being, Narayana, who is both transcendent and immanent, his distinction from the created effect, Brahma, is established. As a new kalpa is about to commence, Narayana, in order to initiate a new cycle of Srishti, decides to restore the world submerged in the cosmic waters during Pralaya. Assuming a glorious form of a boar, the Lord takes Varahavatara and gets into action. Veda yajnamayam rupam asesha jagatastithau stitastiratma sarvatma paramatma prajapatihi. Yajna is a work undertaken with a pure spirit of total dedication for the well-being of all. Lord Varaha is Yajna-swarupi, as he has undertaken the task of rescuing Bhudevi, goddess earth, for the preservation, for the protection of the whole earth. The eternal, the supreme, the universal soul, the cause of all causes, the creator, plunged into the cosmic waters to resurrect his creation. The glorious Varahavatara is celebrated in several scriptures. The Taittiriya Aranyaka, the Shatapatha Brahmana of the Vedas, Bhagavata Purana, Vayu Purana, Matsya Purana, Varaha Purana, to name a few. The Varaha form of the Lord was 10 yojanas in breadth, 1,000 yojanas high. His bulk was vast as a mountain, and he grew to such a size of unimaginable proportions. The task of elevating and restoring the earth necessitated such a humongous form. Bhudevi, goddess earth, beholding the wonderful Varaha form, bowed in devout adoration and glorified him. Namaste sarvabhutaya tubhyam shankagadhadara. Namaste sarvabhutaya tubhyam shankagadhadara. Mamuddara tvam pattoham purvamuttitaha. Prostrations to you, the indweller of all creatures, the holder of Shanka and Gada. Elevate me now from this place as you have appraised me before. You have always been my protector. Tvamaradhya param brahma yata muktim mumukshavaha vasudeva manaradhya ko moksham samavapsyati. They who are desirous of final liberation worship you as the Supreme Brahman, the Paramatma. Can anyone attain moksha without worshipping you, He Vasudeva? Bhudevi continues her prayers. Jaya Akhila Jnanamaya, Jaya Sthulamaya Vyaya,
Jayananta Jayavyakta Jaya Vyaktamaya Prabho. Victory to the essence of all wisdom, to the unchangeable, the imperishable, triumph to the eternal, to the one who cannot be easily perceived and yet can also be easily be perceived. To him who is both the cause and effect, who has the entire universe as his body, the blemishless Lord of Yajna, triumph. You are Yajna, you are the oblation, you are the Omkara, you are the sacrificial fire, you are the Vedas and all the sciences. You are Lord Hari, the object of all worship. The sun, the stars, the planets, the whole world, all that is formless or that has form, all that is visible or invisible, all, He Purushottama, all that I have said or left unsaid, all this, He Supreme, are your inseparable attributes, your modes. Glory to you. I prostrate again, again and again. Paraparatman Vishwatman Jaya Yajnapate Anagha Tvam Yajyastvam Vashatkarastvam Omkarastvam Agnayaha Tvam Vedastvam Tadangani Tvam Yajna Purusho Hare Suryadayo Grihastara Nakshatranyakilam Jagat Murtra Murtra Madrisyacha Katinam Purushottama Yachoktam Yachanevoktam Mayatra Parameshwara Tatsarvam Tvam Namastubhyam Bhuyo Bhuyo Namo Namaha. Let us continue to contemplate on this glorious prayer of Bhudevi, Goddess Earth, to Lord Varaha. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Yevam samstuyamanastu prithivya dharanidharaha samaswaradhvanihi shriman jagarja parigargharam tatas samuchchipya dharam swadamshraya mahavaraha sputapadmalochanaha. Parashara recounts the auspicious supporter of the world being thus praised through glorious prayers by the earth, emitted a low murmuring sound like the chanting of Samaveda, and the mighty Varaha had eyes gloriously wide and long, like lotus, eyes extraordinarily enchanting and beautiful. Sputapadmalochanaha. Parashara here highlights how important it is to know and relish the Rupa of Bhagavan along with his Swarupa. Narayana is Adhara, Niyantri, Sarvaseshi, Shariri. He is also Bhuvana Sundara. The beauty of nature, the beauties of all the forms in creation are but partial revelations of the unsurpassed beauty of the Parabrahman, the Paramatma, Sriman Narayana. And his glorious eyes stand out as a very special and unique feature of his peerless, limitless beauty. In fact, the Vedas identify him through his extraordinarily beautiful eyes. The Chandogya declares, Ata yayesho antaraditye hiranyamaya purushaha drishyate hiranyasmashruhu hiranyakeshaha apranakat sarvayeva suvarnaha tasya yata kapyasam pundarīkameva makshini tasyo uditi nama pundarīkameva makshini. His eyes are like red lotus flower. Narayana is Pundarikaksha, Pushkaraksha, Aravindaksha, Kamalapatraksha, Lohitaksha. He is Swaksha. He is Rajivalochana, eyes from which his grace comes streaming down to bless his devotees. He is Sputapadmalochana. Thanks to such eyes of immense beauty, even
a fierce, humongous Varaha form evokes awe, wonder and love. No wonder, along with Bhudevi, the great sages Sanaka, Sanandana and others of Janaloka cannot but eulogize the beautiful form of the Lord. And this Varaha uplifted upon his ample tusks the earth from the lowest regions, raised it and set it in its appropriate position in the Brahmanda. In Adhyaya 5, Parashara explains how, as part of Vyashti Srishti, Brahma creates various kinds of entities, non-living and living. First, he creates the Sthavara, various kinds of non-moving entities, plants, trees and inanimate objects. Then he creates the Tiryak, the moving entities, various types of animate entities. 28 categories of animals are created. 6 kinds have single hoofs. 9 have double or cloven hoofs. 13 have fine claws or nails instead of hoofs. Then the Urdhvashrotas, the divine beings, the Devas are created, followed by the creation of Arvakshrotas, the human beings, the Manushyas. Every created entity is a coming together of a Jivatma with Prakriti. The body made of Prakriti that a Jivatma attains is a product of its own karma. The limitless variety, the innumerable differences are because of karma. It is the karma of a Jivatma that determines the type of its embodiment in its next janma. The nature of the Atman is the same, but due to karma, every Atman takes birth as Deva, Manushya, Tiryak and Sthavara. Every birth is just another milestone in the cycle of innumerable births and deaths, the cycle of samsara, the whirlpool of karma. Samsara is nothing but contraction of the Dharmabhuta Jnana, attributive consciousness of the Jivatma. This contraction is due to the force of karma. When the contraction of this Jnana is maximum, then the Jiva attains the body of a Sthavara. Depending on the extent of this contraction of the Jnana, the Jiva takes birth in various categories: Sthavara, Tiryak, Manushya, Deva. The Jiva carries this karmic baggage of karma vasanas and karma phala from one birth to the next and remains in samsara until complete eradication of the karmic baggage. It is to be noted that the cycle of samsara can extend over the yugas, the manvantaras and kalpas. Therefore, one lifetime of a manushya is like a speck of dust in the timeline of eternity. Parashara says, Karmabhir bhavitah purvaihi kushalah kushalaistuthah khyātyātaya hyanirmuktāha samhare hayupasamhritaah. Created beings, although they are destroyed, their individual names and forms are destroyed at the periods of dissolution, yet being affected by their karma, punya and papa, that they carry forward from former existence, they are never exempted from their consequences. Their karmas remain intact even after pralaya. And when Srishti begins, every jiva is granted an embodiment in accordance to its own karma. Parashara then goes on to give a detailed account of the creation of all creatures, great or small. the Devas, the Asuras, the Pitrus, the Manushyas, the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, the Nagas, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, the birds, the beasts, all kinds of movable or immovable. In Adhyaya 6, Parashara explains how right at the very beginning of Srishti, the Arvakshrotas, the Manushyas, the humankind were created in 4 categories according to the proportion of gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas in their karmic baggage. Parashara details the great declaration of Purusha Sukta in this Adhyaya. Brahmanosya mukhamasit bahu rajanyakritaha uru tadasya yadvaishyah padvyagum shudro ajayata. The Brahmanas, with preponderance of sattva guna, sprang forth from Brahma's face. The Kshatriyas, with preponderance of rajoguna, emanated from the shoulders of Brahma. Those with an admixture of rajas and tamas, the Vaishyas, came forth from the thighs of Brahma, and the Shudras, with the preponderance of tamas, came forth from his feet. It is important to understand that these 4 varnas, categories, do not represent any kind of gradations. They are divisions of the humankind based on guna and karma. As Krishna says in the Gita, Chaturvarnyam maya srishtam guna karma vibhagashaha. Creation by design is rooted in differences, infinite variety. Differences based on varna, gender, name, form, color, shape, etc. The cause for these differences in creation is not the creator. The creator is only samanya karana. The vishesha karana is the karma of every individual jiva. It is the individual karma that is responsible for all the differences. Spiritual progress is to recognize the sameness of the jivatma in every entity amidst all the differences. Discover its eternal inseparable relationship with the Paramatma and know that the only place where all kinds of differences can be transcended is its original home, the abode of the Lord, Paramapada Shri Vaikunta. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Parasharo Vacha Tato Bhidhyayatastasya Jagnire Manasi Prajaha Tacharira Samutpannaihi Karyaisteihi Karanaus Saha. In Adhyaya 7, Parashara continues his exposition on Vyastishrishti. From Brahma, who was continuing to meditate, were born his Manasa Prajaha, mind-engendered progeny with forms and faculties derived from his own bodily nature. All that was created so far was the product of Brahma's mind. Now Brahma produces 9 Prajapatis, his mind-born sons, for them to start the process of reproduction and multiplication of the species. The 9 Prajapatis are Bhrigu, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Angiras, Marichi, Daksha, Atri and Vasishtha. Earlier, Brahma had created his first Manasaputras, Sanaka, Sanatana, Sanandana, Sanatkumara. But they were without any desire and did not indulge in carrying forward procreation, upsetting Brahma's plans. Thus, Brahma was overcome by wrath under the sway of Rajas. At that very moment, from his forehead sprang forth Rudra, radiant, fierce and of vast bulk, and of a figure which was half male, half female. On Brahma's request, Rudra became twofold, disjoining his male and female natures. his male being he again divided into 11 forms, resulting in Ekadasha Rudras. Tato Brahmatma Sambhutam Purvam Swayambhuvam Prabhu Shatarupam Chatam Narim Tapo Nirdhuta Kalmasham. Then Brahma created the first Manu of this Kalpa, Swayambhuva Manu, the first male human being, and Shatarupa, the one purified by austerity, the first female. Swayambhuva Manu and Shatarupa, the first human couple entrusted with the task of procreation. From these two were born two sons, Priyavrata and Uttanapada, and three daughters, Prasuti, Akuti and Devahuti. Prasuti was married to Daksha Prajapati and Akuti to Ruchi. Prasuti and Daksha Prajapati begot 24 daughters. 13 of them married Dharma. One of them, Sati, married Rudra. Other daughters wedded the other Prajapatis, Bhrigu, Marichi, Angiras, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Atri and Vasishta. Parashara then adds, thus the Prajapatis are given the mandate of Nitya Sarga, day-to-day creation, through procreation. The Manus and their progeny are given the mandate of Nitya Sthiti, day-to-day preservation, by implementing the code of conduct as per Vedic Dharma. The Nitya Pralaya, the day-to-day dissolution, is caused by Vyadhi, Jara, Shoka, Trishna and Krodha, disease, decay, sorrow, greed and anger. Then, upon Maitreya's request, Parashara clarifies the four types of Pralaya. Pralaya is of four kinds: Naimittika, Prakritika, Atyantika and Nitya. Naimittika Pralaya happens at the end of Kalpa, Brahma's day. The Mahapralaya that consumes the entire Brahmanda, and when all the manifest tattvas go back to an unmanifest state, a state of rest with Mula Prakriti, is Prakrita Pralaya. This Pralaya happens at the end of the lifetime of a Brahma. Atyantika Pralaya is the eradication of all karmas and therefore escape of the Jivatma from the clutches of samsara through Brahmopasana and attainment of Paramatma. Death that happens to every entity that takes birth is Nitya Pralaya. It is to be noted that every Pralaya is always followed by a Srishti, as we now know that Srishti and Pralaya together form a cycle that repeats perennially. In Adhyaya 8, Parashara begins with a reference to the advent of Rudra, which he briefly covered in Adhyaya 7. In the beginning of the Kalpa, as Brahma intended to create a son similar in glory to himself, a child of purple complexion manifested, crying with a low cry. "Give me a name," asked the child. "Rudra be your name," rejoined Brahma. In addition to the name Rudra, 7 other names were given to him: Bhava, Sarva, Ishana, Pashupati, Bhima, Ugra and Mahadeva. Parashara then very briefly recounts how Rudra married Sati, who abandoned her corporeal existence in consequence of the displeasure of her father, Daksha Prajapati. Sati then took birth as Uma, the daughter of Himavan, to remarry Mahadeva. Parashara moves on and says how Bhrigu, one of the 9 Prajapatis, married Khyati, daughter of Prasuti and Daksha. Bhrigu and Khyati begot 2 sons, Dhata and Vidhata. And they were also blessed with a daughter, Shri, the consort of Narayana. Maitreya then seeks a clarification. It is commonly said that the goddess Shri was born from Kshirasagara when it was churned for Amrita. How then can you say that she was the daughter of Bhrigu and Khyati? Thanks to Maitreya's question, we get a detailed answer on the glory of Sri Mahalakshmi. Parashara Uvacha Nityaivaisha Jaganmata Vishnoho Shri Ranapayini Yata Sarvagato Vishnuhu Tataiveyam Dvijottama. Nityaivaisha Jaganmata Vishnoho Shri Ranapayini Yatha Sarvagato Vishnuhu Tataiveyam Dvijottama. Arto Vishnuriyam Vani Nitiresha Nayo Harihi Bodho Vishnuriyam Buddhir Dharmosau Satkriyattviyam. Parashara says, Shri, the consort of Bhagavan Vishnu, is the mother of the Jagat, is eternal, imperishable. She is always one. She is always united, ever united with the all-pervading Bhagavan Vishnu. She is always one with him. Parashara goes on to give examples of how Sri Mahalakshmi is ever united, inseparable, one with Narayana. Shri is one with Vishnu, just like how the feminine term Vani, that is a word, is always one with the masculine term Artha, the meaning. Arto Vishnuriyam Vani Nitiresha Nayo Harihi. No, a word and its meaning are ever united. So is Shri with Bhagavan Vishnu. Just like how the feminine word Niti, meaning moral conduct, is always one with the masculine Naya, principle, Shri is always one with Bhagavan Vishnu. Just like how the feminine word Buddhi, intellect, is always one with the masculine Bodha, knowledge, Shri is always one with Vishnu. Just like how Dharma is one with Satkriya, Shri is one with Vishnu. Parashara goes on to give a series of wonderful illustrations of how Sri Mahalakshmi is ever united with Bhagavan Sriman Narayana. Jaladir Govindaha Tatvela Shrihi Mahamate Jyotsna Lakshmihi Pratiposau Sarva Sarveshwaro Harihi Latabhuta Jaganmata Shrihi Vishnur Drumasamyitaha Varaprado Varo Vishnur Vaduhu Padmavanalaya. Just like how the shore is one with the ocean, Shri is one with Govinda. Just like how the light is one with the lamp, Mahalakshmi is always united with the Lord Hari. Just like how a creeper tied to a tree is one with it, Shri is one with Narayana. Bhagavan Vishnu, the bestower of blessings, is the eternal bridegroom. And the lotus throne goddess Sri Mahalakshmi is the eternal bride. Paraprado Varo Vishnur Vaduhu Padmavanalaya. Let us continue to meditate on the Divya Dampati, Shri and Shriyapati, and await further account on the glorious legend of Shri from Parashara. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. भगवन्नारायणाभिमत अनुरूप स्वरूप रूप गुण Padmavanalayam Bhagavatim Shriyam Devim Nityanapayinim Niravadhyam Devadeva Divyamahishim Akhila Jaganmataram Asman Mataram Asharanya Sharanyam Ananya Sharanaha Sharanamaham Prapadye. Swami Ramanuja begins the Sharanagati Gadya, his glorious prose on Sharanagati, by surrendering to Sri Mahalakshmi. Padmavanalayam Bhagavatim Shriyam Devim Nityanapayinim Devadeva Divyamahishim Akhila Jaganmataram. Goddess Shri, the eternally inseparable divine consort of Sriman Narayana, the mother of the whole universe, I surrender unto you, he declares. Here we see Swami Ramanuja echoing Parashara's glorious prayer to Shri, composed towards the end of Adhyaya 8. The name Shri celebrates 6 qualities of the Jagannmata. The Ahirbudnya Samhita declares, Srinati Nikilandoshan Srinati cha Gunaid Jagat Shriyate cha Akilair Nityam Shayate cha Parampadam Shayantim Shriyamanam cha Shrinantim Shrinvatim api. She is Shri because she is Shrinati, the one who removes the sins of her devotees. Shri means Shrinati, the one who promotes goodness in the universe. Shri is Shriyate, the one who is always sought after, the one who is always resorted to. And Shri herself approaches Lord Sriman Narayana as a mediator on behalf of her devotees. Therefore, she is Shrayate, the one who resorts. Shri means Shrinoti, the one who listens to the pleadings of devotees. Also, Shri is Shravayati, the one who makes the Lord listen to her words spoken in favor of the devotees. Shrinati Nikilandoshan Srinati cha Gunair Jagat Shriyate cha Akilair Nityam Shayate cha Parampadam Shayantim Shriyamanam cha Shrinantim Shrinvatim api. That Sri Mahalakshmi, who is eternally united with Narayana, also incarnates from time to time. In Adhyaya 9, Parashara shares with Maitreya the legend of Shri, one such incarnation of Mahalakshmi as told to him by Marichi. Once upon a time, Durvasa, an incarnation of Shankara, was wandering over the earth when he beheld in the hands of a Vidyadhara Stri a garland of exquisite flowers. The Vidyadhara lady, bowing to him reverentially, presented the garland to him. When Durvasa encountered Indra seated on the Airavata, he presented the garland to him. Indra suspended the garland on the forehead of his elephant, the Airavata, which, attracted by the strong smell, took hold of the garland with his trunk and threw it on the floor. Highly incensed at this disrespectful treatment of his gift, Durvasa cursed Indra. Hey Indra, inflated with the intoxication of power, you disrespected the garland I presented to you, which was the dwelling of goddess Shri. Just as you have cast the garland I gave you down on the ground, so shall your supremacy over the universe be submerged in ruin. You and your fellow devas shall lose all your power and glory, and your kingdom shall be devoid of any prosperity. Durvasa's curse resulted in Indra and the devas losing all vigor. The 3 lokas, thus wholly divested of prosperity and deprived of energy, were taken into control by the Danavas. The Devas then approached Brahma, and together with Brahma they took refuge in the Supreme Lord Hari. Brahma Uvacha Namami Sarvam Sarvesham Anantamajamavyayam Lokadhama Daradharam Prakasham Abhedinam Narayana Maniyam Samaseshana Maniyasam Samastanam Garishtham Cha Buradinam Gariyasam. Brahma said, we glorify Him who is all, the Supreme Lord, unborn, imperishable, the protector, the unperceived, the indivisible. Narayana, the smallest of the smallest, the largest of the largest, in whom are all things and from whom are all things. Brahma continued his adoration and prayers to Bhagavan Vishnu. Yah karanam cha karyam cha karanasyapi karanam karyasyapi cha yah karyam prasidatu sanoharihi karya karyasya yah karyam tat karyasyapi yasvayam tat karya karya bhuto yas tatascha pranatasmatam karanam karanasyapi tasya karana karanam tat karananam hetum tvam pranataspa sureshwaram. I bow to Lord Hari, who is both cause and effect, who is the cause of cause, the effect of effect. He is all the effects, the effect of 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 the effect. Parashara uses 6 effects in descending scale. Bhagavan Vishnu is the Antaryami of each and causes the emanation of one from the other. Mahan from Mula Prakriti, Ahankara from Mahan, Panchatanmatras from Ahankara, Panchabhutas from Panchatanmatras, the Brahmanda from the Bhutas, and eventually Chaturmukha Brahma. And so, in the succeeding ascending scale, the cause of mortal life is Brahma. The cause of Brahma is Brahmanda. Its cause is the Bhutas. The cause of Bhutas is Panchatanmatras, whose cause is Ahankara, which is caused by Mahan, and its cause is Mula Prakriti, which originates from Bhagavan Vishnu. Bhagavan Vishnu is the cause of all causes, the source of all sources. As the Antaryami of every succeeding cause, He enables it to be a cause. Further to ardent prayers by Brahma and the Devas, Bhagavan Vishnu reassured them and said, let all the Devas together with the Daityas cast all sorts of medicinal herbs into the Kshirabdi, and then taking Mandara mountain for churning with the serpent Vasuki as the rope, churn the Kshirasagara with my support. This churning shall bring forth the Amrita, the nectar, drinking which you shall regain all your lost powers. I shall also ensure that the Daityas do not get any share of the Amrita, the Lord added. Let us contemplate on the Akila Karana and the Sakala Karya, while the Devas and the Daityas prepare for the Kshirasagara Mathana. Let the Devas get on with their quest for Amrita. Let us in the meantime meditate on the Amrita of all Amritas, the real Amrita, Shriyapati Sriman Narayana. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Tvam prasadam prasannatman prapannanam kurushvanaha tejasam nata sarvesham swashaktya kuru. Lord, show favor unto us who have surrendered to you. You are the Lord of all. Protect us with your great power in union with your glorious consort, who is your strength. Thus prayed the Devas to Sriman Narayana. Receiving instructions from the Lord, the Devas, in a peace alliance with the Daityas, jointly undertook the acquirement of Amrita. They then took the Mount Manvantara as staff, the serpent king Vasuki as the rope, and commenced to churn the Kshirasagara. Lord Narayana himself, in the form of a tortoise, served as a pivot for the mountain as it was whirled around. With one portion of his Tejas, Narayana sustained the serpent king, and with another he infused vigor into the Devas. From the Kshirasagara thus churned arose the divine cow Surabhi, followed by the goddess Varuni. Next sprang the Parijata tree, then a troop of Apsaras. The cool-rayed moon next rose. This was followed by Halahala or Kalakuta poison that was swallowed by Mahadeva. Dhanvantri, bearing in his hand the cup of Amrita, next came forth. Then, seated on a full-blown lotus, the goddess Shri, radiant with beauty, rose from the waves. Amidst divine chants and hymns offered to her by the great sages and devas, the goddess Shri occupied her position on the divine chest of Lord Hari. Pashyatam sarvadevanam yayo vakshastalam harehe. As the indignant Daityas forcibly seized the cup of Amrita from Dhanvantri, Lord Vishnu, assuming the enchanting form of Mohini, deluded them and recovering the Amrita from them, delivered it to the Devas. Infused with new vigor given by the Amrita, the Devas drove the Daityas to Patala and regained their supremacy over the three lokas. Indra Uvacha. Namaste sarvabhutanam jananim abjasambhavam Shriyamunnidra padmakshim Vishnu vakshastalastitham. Having regained all the lost prosperity after the Kshirasagara Mathana, Indra, in a state of gratitude, bows down to Sri Mahalakshmi and celebrates by singing her praises. Sharirārogyam aishwaryam aripakshakshayas sukham Devi tadrishtidrishtanam purushanam na durlabham. Health and strength, power, victory, happiness are all easy of attainment to those upon whom you, Sri Mahalakshmi, shower your grace. Adhyaya 9 ends with Indra's ardent request to Goddess Shri not to deprive the three lokas of her grace and not to forsake her devotees, following which the embodiment of compassion, Sri Mahalakshmi, gives Indra her assurance as per his prayers. In Adhyaya 10, Parashara gives an account on the progeny of the daughters of Daksha Prajapati, who married the Saptarishis. As we saw before, Khyati married Bhrigu and begot Sri Mahalakshmi and two sons, Dhata and Vidhata. In this lineage was born Mrikhantu, whose son was the illustrious Markandeya. Sambhuti married Marichi. An account on the descendants of Marichi, especially his son, the illustrious Kashyapa, will be covered in detail at a later stage. Smriti married Angiras and bore 4 daughters. Anasuya married Atri and they begot 3 sinless sons, Soma, Durvashas and the ascetic Dattatreya. Preeti married Pulastya and had a son, Dattoli. Sannati married Kratu and brought forth 60,000 Balakilyas, sages who were so small in size, no bigger than a joint of the thumb, sages who were pious and resplendent as the rays of the sun. Urja married Vasishtha and begot 7 sons. Thus, Parashara goes on detailing how the lineages of various rishis began. So far, the Vamshas that grew through the daughters of Swayambhuva Manu were covered. In Adhyaya 11, Parashara begins his exposition on the Vamshas of Manu that grew through his sons. Parashara Uvacha Priyavrato Uttanapadau Manoho Swayambhuvasya thu Dau Putrosu Mahaviryo Dharmagyo Khathithau tava. Parashara continues. I mentioned to you, He Maitreya, that Swayambhuva Manu had 2 heroic and pious sons, Priyavrata and Uttanapada. Uttanapada had 2 sons, Uttama by his favorite wife Suruchi and Dhruva by his another queen named Suniti. One day, Uttanapada, who was partial to Uttama due to his weakness for Suruchi, was holding Uttama on his lap as he was seated upon his throne. When Dhruva, desirous of his father's affection, sought a share of Uttama's position, Suruchi stopped him and spoke harsh words. Why, child, do you vainly indulge in such presumptuous hopes? You are born from a different mother and are no son of mine. Therefore, you cannot aspire to a position fit only for Uttama. Shunned by his stepmother Suruchi, Dhruva approached his mother Suniti and recounted all that arrogant Suruchi had said to him in the presence of the king. While Suniti did her best to console him, Dhruva, deeply impacted by the incident, took a drastic step. He declared, Mother, I will exert myself to obtain such an elevated rank that it shall be revered by the whole world. Let Uttama, my brother, enjoy my father's lap and eventually the throne. I, with my own effort, shall acquire an elevated position, one even my father has not enjoyed. With this declaration, young Dhruva took leave of his mother, abandoned the city. Deciding to design his own destiny, Dhruva went in search of a savior. What follows is a wonderful account on the supreme Bhakta Dhruva and his glorious bhakti. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Yoginamapi sarvesham madgatenantaratmana Shraddhavan bhajate yomam sameyukta tamo mataha. In the Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna declares, of all kinds of yogis, a bhakta, the one who is ever united with me and always worships me with the utmost faith and devotion, such a bhakta is the supreme yogi. In Adhyaya 11, we will continue to relish the legend of such a supreme bhakta, the great Dhruva. After retiring to the forest in pursuit of a peerless position, Dhruva meets the Sapta Rishis and requests them to help him. What follows is a breakthrough moment inspired by the wisdom shared by the Rishis. Marichi Uvacha Anaradita Govindair Naraihi Sthanam Nupatmaja Nahi Samprapyate Sreshtham Tasmad Aradhayachutam. Marichi said, to those who do not worship Govinda, the best of positions is not within their reach. Therefore, do worship Achyuta. Narayana is Govinda. Gavam Vindaha Govindaha. He is Govinda because
he is the recipient of the praise by the Devas, for he is the protector. If glories have to be sung, they have to be sung only in praise of Sriman Narayana. Gavam vindaha govindaha. Gam avindat govindaha. He is Govinda as he retrieved Bhudevi from the depths of the cosmic waters. Gavo vedavanyoyam vindati labhante yatrava avatishtante sa govindaha bhagavan Vishnuhu. One who is reached by Vedic chanting, or the one who is the abode of the Vedas, is Govinda, Bhagavan Vishnu. And he is Achyuta because he does not let go of his devotees. Tebhyaha prapannebhyaha na apagataha achyutaha. He does not abandon those who take refuge in him. Thus, Marichi advises Dhruva that he should worship and surrender to Narayana, who shall not let him down, and who is the only one who can grant him the highest of all the rewards. Atriyo vacha. Paraha paranam purusho yasya tushto janardanaha saprapnotyakshayam sthanametat satyam mayoditam. Atri said, he who places the Supreme Person, Janardana, obtains a reward, a position that is imperishable. I declare unto you the very truth. Here, Atri calls Narayana as Janardana. Why? Katau yachane cha janaihi adyate yachyate. One who is approached by his devotees for whatever they seek. He is Janardana. Therefore, sage Atri is advising young Dhruva, if anyone has to seek any lofty reward, it can only be sought from Sriman Narayana. Pulastya uvacha. Param brahma parandhama yosau brahma tatha param tamaradhya harim yati muktimapyati durlabham. He who adores and worships the glorious Hari, the Paramatma, the Supreme Brahman, obtains what is very difficult to attain, eternal liberation. Harihi harati papani. Narayana is Hari because he is the only one who can burn away all our sins and grant moksha. Therefore, Pulastya categorically tells Dhruva that he should take refuge in Bhagavan Vishnu. Vasishta uvacha. Prapnotyaradite Vishnau manasa yat yadicchati trailokyantargatam sthanam kimuvatsa uttamottamam. Vasishta declared, anything, child, that the mind seeks can be obtained by worshipping Bhagavan Vishnu. Even the most exalted position that one can reach in these three worlds. The blessed Dhruva, having received the priceless instructions from the great rishis, humbly requested them to teach him dhyana so that he can pray, meditate and propitiate Bhagavan Vishnu. The rishis initiated Dhruva into chanting the Mahamantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, and blessed his endeavor. Thus concludes Adhyaya 11 and Adhyaya 12 begins. The young Dhruva then reached Madhuvana on the banks of Yamuna and started performing a severe penance as enjoined by Marichi and other rishis. Very soon, his mind was wholly absorbed in intense meditation on Bhagavan Vishnu. The celestials, not knowing Dhruva's aspirations, tried in vain to disrupt his penance. Dhruva's bhakti was so intense, was so pure, that nothing could distract his mission to obtain the glorious vision of Bhagavan Vishnu. Pleased with his devotion, Narayana appeared before his supreme bhakta. blessed with the extraordinarily enchanting form of the Lord, bearing in his hands the Shankha, Chakra, Gadha, the Sarga, overcome with awe, wonder, electrified with exhilarating reverence, overflowing with unsurpassable love, in a state of deep gratitude, little Dhruva exclaimed, Lord, if you are pleased with my devotion, please to grant me the faculty to know you and pronounce your glories. I am not well versed in the Vedas, so please do reward me so that I can adore and pray to you with words worthy of your praises. Govinda, the Lord of the universe, then touched the son of Uttanapada with the tip of his conch shell and brought about an instant transformation in the young child. With the supreme jnana bestowed to him by the Lord himself, the enlightened Dhruva began with an ecstatic outpouring of adorations to the Lord. Bhumirapo nalo vayuh kammano buddhirevacha bhutadiradi prakritir rupam natosmitham Shuddhas sukshmo kilavyapi pradhanat paratah puman yasya rupam namastasmai purushaya gunatmane bhutadinam samastanam gandhadinam cha shashvataha buddhyadinam pradhanasya purushasya chayah paraha tam brahmabhutam atmanam asesha jagatah patim prapadye sharanam shuddham tvadrupam parameshwara bruhatvat brahmanatvat cha yadrupam brahmasammitam tasmai namaste sarvatman yogi chintya vikaravat. A magical outpouring of quintessential wisdom, fully loaded with nectarine bhakti by Bhagavan's supreme bhakta, who miraculously and instantly transformed from an innocent child to the greatest jnani. Dhruva's prayers to the Lord are the very essence of the Vedas. He was granted a unique vision which inspired him to compose such a glorious prayer. Dhruva experienced the totally blemishless Lord who is a repository of infinite auspicious qualities. He realized Bhagavan Vishnu's true nature, who is the all-pervading support and sustenance of the universe, who is infinitely auspicious, infinitely blissful, infinitely merciful, infinitely beautiful, in fact, infinitely infinite. Dhruva had the glorious vision of the Lord who is omniscient and omnipotent, from whom proceeds the creation, sustenance and reabsorption of this wonderful universe, not to be comprehended by ordinary human thought. Pleased with Dhruva, Bhagavan Vishnu declared, a station shall be assigned to you, Dhruva, above the three lokas, one in which you shall sustain the stars and the planets. A station above Chandra, Surya, Mangala, Buddha, Shukra, Shani and all the other constellations, above the regions of the Saptarishis. Then Bhagavan added, some celestial beings live for 4 yugas, some a Manvantara. To you shall be granted a lifespan of a kalpa. Your mother Suniti shall abide near you for a similar term. Parashara concludes Adhyaya 12 by declaring that whosoever studies the Dhruva Charitra and gets inspired by the Lord's supreme bhakta shall lead a blessed life filled with all auspiciousness and good health required to emulate the great Dhruva. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Sahasrasirusha Purusha Sahasraksha Sahasrapad Sarvavyapi Bhuvaha Sparshadatyadishtadashangulam Yadbhutam Yachavai Purushottama Tadbhavan Tatto Virat Swarat Samrat
Tvattaschapyati Purushaha. Dhruva's glorious prayers to Sriman Narayana. In Adhyaya 12, we completed Dhruva Charitra. Adhyaya 13 covers the posterity of Dhruva. In the lineage of Dhruva was born the illustrious Chakshusha Manu. In the lineage of this Manu was born Anga, who begot Vena by his wife Sunita. Vena, unfortunately, was the personification of evil, and when he became the ruler, proclaimed that no worship should be performed, no yajnas to be done, and no charity to Brahmanas to be undertaken. The rishis respectfully approached the evil Vena and tried to instill nobility in him. Dirghasatrena devesham sarvayageshwaram harim pujayishyama bhadrante tashyam shaste bhavishyati. For the preservation of your kingdom and your life, and for the benefit of all your subjects, please permit us to worship Hari, the Lord of Yajna, the Supreme God, with appropriate yajnas. Thus requested the rishis. However, Vena, blinded by his ego, did not heed to the advice and continued his wicked ways. Eventually, when the rishis failed to transform the evil Vena with multiple attempts, they ended up killing him with blades of grass consecrated by prayers. The evil Vena thus departed, leaving the kingdom without any heir and in total anarchy. So the sages churned Vena's body. From his thigh came forth a dark dwarf, a symbol of Vena's evil. He was Nishada. His descendants, the inhabitants of Vindhya mountains, are called Nishadas. Since the sins of Vena had gone away in the form of Nishada, when the sages further churned the body of Vena, an illustrious son came forth from the right arm. Prithu, literally meaning great, important, abundant, was the apt name given to the child. At the birth of Prithu, all living creatures rejoiced. Brahma, with the Devas and Rishis, assembled and performed the ceremony of consecrating the son of Vena. The mighty Prithu soon removed the grievances of the people whom his father had oppressed, and from winning their affections, Prithu received the title of Raja. In fact, Prithu was the first ruler ever to whom the title Raja was ascribed. When Brahma performed the yajna at the time of Prithu's birth, Suta and Magadha were also produced. Upon the request of sages, they enumerated the virtues that need to be cultivated by a king. Satyavag dhanashiloyam satyasandho nareshwaraha Hriman maitra shamasilo vikranto tushtasasanaha dharmagyascha kritagnyascha dayavan priyabhashakaha manya manayita yajva brahmanyah sadhu sammataha samashatraucha mitrecha vyavahare stithonrupaha sutenoktena gunanityam satada magadhenacha. The ideal king is a speaker of truth, is generous, bounteous, is one who keeps his promises. He is always modest, benevolent, patient, valiant, and a terror to the wicked. He is dutiful, ever grateful, compassionate, and soft-spoken. He respects the venerable, performs yajnas, and worships Brahmanas. He cherishes the good, and administering justice, he is indifferent to a friend or a foe. The virtues thus celebrated by Suta and Magadha were cherished in the remembrance of the Raja and practiced diligently by Prithu. Prithu's subjects soon approached him, suffering from the famine by which they were afflicted, as all the edible plants had perished during the season of anarchy. In order to end the famine, Prithu decided to punish Mother Earth and chased her as she fled in the form of a cow. Finally, cornered by Prithu, Mother Earth pacified Prithu and agreed to restore the abundance of vegetation required for the survival of humankind. Prithu milked her using Manu as a calf and received all vegetation and grains for the welfare of humanity. Before Prithu's rule, there was no cultivation, no pasture, no agriculture, no highways for merchants. All these things, all civilization originated in Prithu's rule. As Prithu granted her life and protected her, Mother Earth received the name of Prithvi. Adhyaya 14 covers the descendants of Prithu. In his lineage was Prachina Barhis, who married Savarna and begot 10 sons called Prachetasas. Instructed by their fathers, the 10 Prachetasas plunged into the depths of the ocean and with minds wholly devoted to Narayana were engrossed in deep meditation. Prachetasa uvacha Natasma sarva vachasam patishta yatra shashvati tamadyantamaseshasya jagataha paramam prabhum. We bow to the Supreme Lord of this boundless world, the one who is both the beginning and the end of everything, whose glory is the perpetual theme of every speech. Thus, glorifying Bhagavan Vishnu, the Prachetasas continued their meditation until the Lord appeared to them and blessed them. Adhyaya 15 gives an account on the birth of Marisha to sage Kandu and an Apsara called Pramlochi. The Prachetasas married Marisha and begot the eminent Daksha. This is a rebirth of Daksha in the Chakshusha Manvantara. Earlier, he was born as the son of Brahma in Swayambhuva Manvantara. This Daksha married Ashikni and multiplied the human race. He gave his daughters in marriage to Dharma, Kashyapa, Soma, Arishtanemi, Bahuputra, Angiras and Krishasva. The daughters of Daksha who were married to Kashyapa were Aditi, Diti, Danu, Arishta, Surasa, Surabhi, Vinata, Tamra, Krodavasha, Ida, Kashakadru and Muni. The sons of Aditi were the 12 Adityas. Diti had 2 sons by Kashyapa named Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Hiranyakashipu was the father of 4 sons, Anuhlada, Hlada, Prahlada and Samhlada. तेषां मध्ये महाभाग सर्वत्र समदृग्वशी प्रह्लादः परमां भक्तिं य उवाह जनार्दने दैत्येन्द्रदीपितो वह्निः सर्वाङ्गोपचितो द्विज न ददाह चयं विप्र वासुदेवे हृदि स्थिते. Parashara said, among these, the illustrious Prahlada, looking on all things with detachment, devoted himself fully to Janardana. The flames that were lighted by the Daityas could not consume, could not harm him, in whose heart Vasudeva was cherished. Maitreya, like us, immediately asked, who is this Prahlada, whom even fire could not burn? Let us wait for Parashara to tell us the glories of Prahlada starting from Adhyaya 16. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Yogo Yogavidam Neta Pradhana Purusheshwaraha Narasimha Vapuhu Shriman Keshavaha Purushottavaha. A popular shloka from the glorious Vishnu Sahasranama. Bhagavan Vishnu is Yogaha because he is the sole means or upaya for mukti. He is Yogaha because he is reached through the yoga of bhakti. He is not only Yogaha, he is Yogavidam Neta, one who leads those who practice bhakti yoga until they reach him. He is Pradhana Purusheshwaraha. He is the Lord of both Achit, insentient matter, and Chit, the sentient souls. And therefore, he is the only one who can remove the hurdles that come between a bhakta and his Lord. When the Chit surrenders to Achit, it is in bondage. When it surrenders to Ishvara, it attains moksha. Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Master, the Sarveshwara, wields the power to set free from bondage those who take refuge in him. He is Yogaha, Yogavidam Neta, Pradhana Purusheshwaraha. Bhishma follows with a supreme example. He is Narasimha Vapuhu Shriman. In fact, the very first avatara that Bhishma refers to in the Vishnu Sahasranama is the Narasimha avatara. Such is the glory of this avatara. Narasimha Vapuhu, he who possesses a glorious form, a divine fusion of a man and a lion, an incarnation of Narayana to remove the fear of his devotee, an incarnation solely for the sake of his supreme bhakta Prahlada. Parashara covers the Narasimhavatara in Adhyayas 17, 18, 19 and 20. In fact, Parashara covers the avatara itself only in brief, and he gives us a very detailed account on Prahlada and his glorious bhakti throughout the 4 Adhyayas. Adhyaya 15 ended with a brief reference to Prahlada by Parashara. And in Adhyaya 16, Maitreya requests Parashara to tell him more on the legend of Prahlada. In Adhyaya 17, Parashara starts to recount the history of Prahlada. Parashara uvacha Maitreya shruyatam samyak charitam tasya dhimataha Prahladasya sadodara charitasya mahatmanaha. Parashara said, listen Maitreya to the legend of the wise and magnanimous Prahlada, whose adventures are ever interesting and instructive. Hiranyakashipu, the son of Diti, the king of Daityas, had earned a unique boon from Brahma that made him virtually indestructible. Armed with this boon, he grew so arrogant that he proclaimed himself as God. He seized Indra's kingdom, appropriated to himself all that was offered in yajnas, and became the undisputed monarch of the three lokas. The illustrious Prahlada was the son of such a Daitya king. Prahlada, incidentally, was a born bhakta. He was fortunate to obtain Brahmajnana when he was in the womb of his mother, thanks to sage Narada. One day, Prahlada, who was studying in the Gurukula, visited his father. Hiranyakashipu inquired, "What have you learned so far, my child? I'm eager to know." And Prahlada replied, "Anadi madhyantamajam vriddikshayamachyutam pranatosmi mahatmanam sarvakarana karanam shasta Vishnu raseshasya jagato yo hridi stitaha tamrite paramatmanam tata kakkena shashyate. Anadi madhyantamajam vriddikshayamachyutam pranatosmi mahatmanam sarvakarana karanam shasta Vishnu raseshasya jagato yo hridi stitaha tamrite paramatmanam tata kakkena shasyate." I have learnt to adore Achyuta, who is eternal, without beginning, middle or end, who is not subject to karma like you and me, who is changeless, imperishable, the only Lord of this creation and the universal cause. Bhagavan Vishnu is the instructor of the whole world. What else should one teach or learn save him, the Paramatma? This reply shocked Prahlada's guru, who was taken by surprise, for this was not taught by him. And of course, the reply infuriated the conceited Hiranyakashipu. Unable to tolerate his own son, who proclaimed Bhagavan Vishnu as the Supreme Lord, Hiranyakashipu heartily exclaimed, "What evil spirit has entered your heart and has possessed you, you impertinent boy?" Prahlada responded, "Father, let me tell you what has entered me. Not only me, you and everyone, every other entity in this universe." Prahlada uvacha, "Na kevalam tata mama prajanam sa brahmabhuto bhavatascha vishnuhu dhata vidhata parameshwarascha prasida kopam kurushe kimartam. Na kevalam mat hridayam sa vishnuraakramya lokan sakalan avastitaha samam twadadimscha pitaha samastan samastacheshtasu yunakti sarvagaha." Prahlada replied, "Bhagavan Vishnu is the creator, not of me alone, but of all, right from Brahma and even father of you. He is the supreme Lord of all. Why should you be offended if I adore him? And do you want to know who is possessing me? Let me tell you, not only into my heart alone has Bhagavan Vishnu entered. He pervades and permeates everything in this universe, including you. He commands and controls all beings, you and me included." The furious Hiranyakashipu then ordered the Daitya Guru to take Prahlada back to the Gurukula and indoctrinate him with teachings that proclaim Hiranyakashipu as the Supremo. But the efforts were futile, for Prahlada's devotion to Bhagavan Vishnu was deep-rooted in Jnana, the real truth. The exasperated Daitya king, unable to accept Prahlada's devotion to Narayana, ordered for Prahlada's killing. Although struck heavily and repeatedly by the Daityas, Prahlada felt not the least pain, and his strength was ever renewed. Hiranyakashipu then endeavored to persuade Prahlada to refrain from glorifying his enemy. But Prahlada's faith and devotion remained unshaken. The highly enraged Hiranyakashipu commanded the serpents to fall upon his disobedient son and bite him to death. When the great snakes, charged with fatal poison, bit Prahlada in every part of his body, the poison had no impact whatsoever, and Prahlada, totally immersed in rapturous meditation on Narayana, felt no pain. Then Hiranyakashipu tried to get Prahlada trampled by elephants. Again he did not succeed. Even fire could not harm the great Bhakta Prahlada. The Daitya Guru and other teachers tried to console Hiranyakashipu and requested more time to transform Prahlada. With Hiranyakashipu's permission, Prahlada was taken back to Gurukula, where soon he started to advise his fellow students and tried to bring them back on the right path of bhakti to Bhagavan Vishnu. Prahlada uvacha Shruyatam paramartho me daiteya ditijatmajaha nachanyataitan mantavyam natra lobhadikaranam janmabalyam tatasarvo jantuh prapnoti yavvanam avyahataiva bhavati tato anudivasam jara tatascha mrutyumabhyeti jantur daiteshwaratmajaha. Prahlada declared, O Daityas, hear from me the supreme truth. Nothing in this life we actually own, and therefore nothing, no object is fit to be coveted. We are deluded into believing the lie that we need some possessions, relationships, power, status, etc. to make us happy. Each one of us go through birth, infancy, youth, gradual decay, terminating with inevitable death, which then again is followed by another birth. We go through this perennial cycle of births and deaths, seeking the elusive goal of everlasting happiness. We are perennially engaged in trying to avoid the inevitable disorders of life. Physically, we are subject to the afflictions of hunger, thirst, heat, cold, fatigue, disease, and death. Further, mentally and emotionally, we are always subject to the afflictions of varying states of mind. We are always subject to the duality of experiences, pleasure and pain alternating all the time. We are subject to a great deal of mental agitations caused all the time by unfulfilled desires and cravings for things, annoyance, anger, fear, delusions, confusions, worries, anxiety, jealousy, egotism. In reality, this is not our natural state. We do not have any afflictions. We are above them, beyond them, and really free from them. We don't belong here in this ocean of sorrow, samsara. Our true home is the abode of Narayana. And Bhagavan Vishnu is our only hope for redemption. He is the only one who can help us cross over this ocean of samsara. Therefore, do not postpone seeking refuge in Bhagavan Vishnu. While we await the next steps of the desperate Hiranyakashipu, let us meditate on Prahlada's words of wisdom. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Tatkarma yannavandhaya savidyaya vimuktaye ayasaya param karma vidya anya shilpanaipunam. Bhakta Prahlada's words of wisdom. Those acts alone which help one to avoid bondage are the right actions. And that learning alone which leads to moksha is real knowledge. All other acts end up only in fatigue, and all other learning is a mere exhibition, useless exhibition of skill in arts. Asara samsara vivartaneshu mayatatosham prabhasam bravimi sarvatra daityaha samatamupeta samatvam aradhanam achyutasya tasmin prasanne kimihasya labhyam dharmartha kamair alamalpakaste samashritad brahmataror anantat nissamshayah prapsyata vai mahatpalam. Prahlada declared, "Verily I say unto you, in this worthless, perennially revolving samsara, where we are forcibly made to go around and around the cycles of births and deaths, trying to attain everlasting peace, true contentment and bliss cannot be found. One can obtain equanimity by worshipping Bhagavan Vishnu, whose adoration is blissful. Samatvam aradhanam achyutasya." When Bhagavan Vishnu is pleased, nothing is difficult of attainment. Dharmartha kamair alamalpakaste. Wealth, pleasure, things like these are of little value, are useless tinsel. Samashritad brahmataroh anantat nissamshayah prapsyata vai mahatpalam. If one resorts to the eternal tree of Brahman, Sriman Narayana, the only refuge to all entities, there is no doubt that the ripe fruit of liberation from the bondage of samsara, the attainment of moksha, that ripe fruit shall certainly be attained. Thus, Adhyaya 17 ends with Prahlada's priceless wisdom to the Daityas in the Gurukula. In Adhyaya 18, Parashara continues with an account on the wicked ways of Hiranyakashipu. The Danavas, observing Prahlada's conduct in the Gurukula, reported it to Hiranyakashipu so that they do not incur his wrath. Hiranyakashipu then ordered his cooks to poison Prahlada. Accordingly, the cooks administered poison to Prahlada, who, chanting the name of Narayana, ate and digested the food in which the deadly poison had been infused. The Narayana Nama was enough to render the poison innocuous, and Prahlada suffered no harm. The priests of the Daitya race tried their best to instill fear in Prahlada and forced him to desist from celebrating the glories of Hiranyakashipu's enemy. What is the need for you, who is the son of the great Hiranyakashipu, to take refuge in Narayana? The Daitya priests questioned Prahlada. Prahlada replied, "Sampadaishwarya mahatmya jnana santati karmanam vimukteshchaikato labhyam moolam aradhanam harehe." Sampadaishwarya mahatmya jnana santati karmanam vimukteshchaikato labhyam moolam aradhanam harehe. Worship of Bhagavan Hari is the root of all riches, dignity, reputation, wisdom, progeny, righteousness and liberation. Yato dharmartha kamakyam muktischapi phalam dvijaha tenapihi kimatyevam anantena kimuchyate. Virtue, wealth, fulfillment of desires, and even final liberation are all fruits bestowed by Bhagavan Vishnu. How then can you even ask, what is the need to seek refuge in Narayana? Responded Prahlada. The incensed priests then took recourse to magic incantations and tried to kill Prahlada through a fierce magical being, but in vain. The magical being, having failed to kill Prahlada, protected by Lord Hari, turned around and ended up destroying the priests. The virtuous Prahlada prayed to Bhagavan Vishnu and restored the priests back to life. When Hiranyakashipu heard that the powerful incantations of his priests had been defeated, he sent for his son and demanded of him the secret of his extraordinary might. Prahlada reverentially replied, Shariram manasam dukkham daivam bhutabhavam tatha sarvatra shubhachittasya tasya me jayate kutaha evam sarveshu bhuteshu bhaktiravyabhicharini kartavya panditairjnatva sarvabhutamayam harim. Shariram manasam dukkham daivam bhutabhavam tatha sarvatra shubhachittasya tasya me jayate kutaha evam sarveshu bhuteshu bhaktiravyabhicharini kartavya panditairjnatva sarvabhutamayam harim. When my heart and my mind are filled with Bhagavan Hari and therefore are pure, how can the tapatrayas, adhyatmika, adibhautika, adidaivika, adhyatmika tapa, bodily sufferings and mental anguish, adibhautika tapa, sufferings which are caused by other living beings like animals or enemies, adidaivika tapa, sufferings caused by natural calamities. When my heart and my mind are filled with Bhagavan Hari and therefore are pure, how can the tapatrayas impact me? When one recognizes the presence of Hari everywhere and in everyone, one can only love all creatures. Prahlada thus replied that the secret of his extraordinary might is his supreme bhakti for Narayana. The furious Hiranyakashipu then got his attendants throw Prahlada down from a mountain top. But Prahlada was gently received by Bhudevi. The frustrated Hiranyakashipu then engaged the mighty Shambhasura to destroy Prahlada. Tena maya sahasram tat Shambarasya shugamina balasya rakshata deham ekaikasyena shuditam. Shambhasura dispatched his Maya Sahasram, that is a cluster of 1,000 weapons of wonderful power, to kill Prahlada, and the Lord's Sudarshana Chakra foiled them all. The wicked Hiranyakashipu then got Prahlada bound by strong ropes and got him thrown into the ocean. The Daityas then piled rocks over Prahlada for many thousand miles so that he cannot escape. But for Prahlada, this grave adversity turned out to be a glorious opportunity to meditate on Bhagavan Vishnu. Lying at the bottom of the sea under the mountain heap, Prahlada came up with a rapturous prayer, a glorious prayer popularly called Prahlada Stuti. Namaste Pundarikaksha, Namaste Purushottama, Namaste Sarvalokatman, Namaste Tigbachakrini, Namo Brahmanya Devaya, Go Brahmanya Hitaya Cha, Jagaddithaya Krishnaya, Govindaya Namo Namaha. Glory to you, He Pundarikaksha, the one whose eyes are enchanting like the lotus. Pundarikaksha, the one who pervades the hearts of everyone and sees everything. Pundarikaksha, the one who is the eye for the residents of Pundarika, that is Sri Vaikuntha. Glory to Purushottama, Sriman Narayana, who is the Uttama Purusha. Glory to the one who is the Antaryami and Antaratma of the entire universe. Glory to you who is the wielder of the powerful chakra. Prostrations to the Supreme Brahman who protects the Brahmanas. Glory to the preserver of the world. Glory to Krishna, the one with an irresistible charm, the Krishna who is dark-hued. Narayana is known as Krishna because he has an irresistible charm that attracts his devotees to him through his infinite Kalyana gunas. He is Krishna because he is dark, mysterious, unknowable except by deep devotion. He is the one who is always in a state of bliss and gives us everlasting bliss. Prostrations to Govinda, the only one who is to be praised, the one who retrieved Mother Earth from the depths of cosmic waters. Namaste Pundarikaksha, Namaste Purushottama, Namaste Sarvalokatman, Namaste Tigmachakrine, Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmanya Hitaya Cha, Jagaddithaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Om Namah Paramarthartha Sthula Sukshma Ksharakshara Vyakta Vyakta Kalatita Sakalesha Niranjana Gunanjana Gunadhara Nirgunatman Gunasthira Murtha Murta Mahamurte Sukshma Murte Sputha Sputha. Lying at the bottom of the sea, under the heap of rocks, Prahlada's glorious prayers to Narayana continues in Adhyaya 20. Prostrations to the goal of all goals. To you, Lord Narayana, who is subtle and substantial at the same time, who is immutable, the ruler of the mutable, who is perceptible and imperceptible, who is beyond time, who is pure, who is full of infinite Kalyana gunas, who is devoid of any blemishes, one who has definable and undefinable forms, the one with a glorious form, visible and invisible, invisible to the non-devotees, visible to a true bhakta. Prahlada's prayers are duly answered and he is once again miraculously rescued by Bhagavan Vishnu. Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. So far, the Lord was indulging in paritranaya sadhunam, repeatedly protecting Prahlada. And now the time arrived for vinashaya dushkritam, destruction of the wicked, to re-establish dharma. A frustrated Hiranyakashipu demanded Prahlada to reveal the location of Narayana. Where is your God? Thundered Hiranyakashipu. He is everywhere, calmly replied Prahlada. Is he in this pillar? Commanded the Asura. Yes, beyond any doubt, responded Prahlada. Raging with anger, Hiranyakashipu then struck the pillar with all his might. At that very moment, Narayana incarnated as Nrsimha. Ugram Veeram Mahavishnum Jvalantam Sarvato Mukham Nrsimham Veshanam Bhadram Mrityormrityam Namamyaham. The incensed Hiranyakashipu faced an incandescent form that terrified him. Finally, he came face to face with his own Mrityu. This incarnation of Narayana was a wonder of wonders. It was awe-inspiring and intimidating at the same time. It was electrifying and alarming at the same time. It was enchanting and petrifying, delightful and destructive, divine and dreadful at the same time. Pratyadishta Puratana Praharana Gramaha Kshanam Panijaihi Avyat Trini Jaganti Akuntha Mahima Vaikuntha Kanthiravaha Yat Pradurbhavanat Avandya Jatara Yadrichikat Vedasam Yakachit Sahasa Mahasura Grihastuna Pitamahya Bhut. A glorious shloka on the Nrsimhavatara. from the Dashavatara Stotra of the great Acharya Swami Vedanta Desika. The Lord had to destroy Hiranyakashipu as Stambhodbhava with the power of his nails alone because of the boons bestowed by Brahma to that Asura, which assured him from freedom from death caused by devas, humans, beasts or weapons. In order to respect those boons granted by his own son Brahma, Narayana incarnated as Nrsimha, sporting a unique and divine body, a glorious fusion of a man and a lion, incarnated from the pillar in the house of Hiranyakashipu and used his nails to tear apart the wicked Asura. Lord Narasimha left behind his ancient weapons, disc, conch, sword, bow and mace, and used just his nails to destroy the Asura and blessed the Bhagavatottama Prahlada. The pillar in the house of the Asura got elevated thus to the loftiest status among all the other pillars in the world. Avandhya Jatara, the pillar from which the Lord incarnated, was relieved of its barrenness. It lost its infertility. Mahasura Grihastuna Pitamahya Bhoot, says Vedanta Desika. The pillar in the great Asura's palace gave birth to the Lord, thereby becoming the grandmother of Brahma. It became the grandmother by giving birth to Narayana, who is the father of Brahma. Yat pradurbhavanat avandhya jatara yadrichikat vedasam yakachit sahasa mahasura grihastuna pitamahya bhoot. Yat pradurbhavanat, coming out of there, the chosen pillar, sahasa, instantaneously, with supersonic speed. Yadrichikat, the Lord took the form never seen or heard of before. He took everyone by surprise, including Hiranyakashipu, Brahma and Prahlada. Of all the Leelas of the Lord, the most wonderful is that of Nrsimha, an avatara that is Ati Adbhutam. Pratyadishta praharanagramaha kshanam panijaihi. Kshanam, in a flash. Nrsimha emerged unexpectedly from the pillar, discarding the old routine weapons, his panchayudas, for a moment. Because the Lord had to deal with Hiranyakashipu without offending any of the contrary boons obtained, he adopted his fingernails as the weapon, panijaihi, that which grow on the hands and can be clipped without hurting. So they are alive and dead at the same time. Since Hiranyakashipu wanted not to be killed by anything living or dead, Lord Sriman Narayana had to devise a strategy appropriate in form, time, location, place, mode, without transgressing the opposite conditions Hiranyakashipu had demanded and was granted in the form of a boon by Brahma. The Lord appeared to make the words of his devotee true, both Prahlada and Brahma. Nijabritya Bhashitam. When Prahlada said that the Lord was in the pillar, he proved him true. He also proved Brahma true by complying to all the conditions agreed by Brahma. Therefore, he is Bhakta Vatsala. Avyatrini jaganti akuntha mahima vaikuntha kanthiravaha. The Kanthirava, the glorious Simha, the glorious lion residing in Vaikuntha, the one of immeasurable glory, ever fresh, eternal. It is only such a one who can protect the three lokas. The significance of Nrsimhavatara is that he incarnated solely for the sake of his dear Bhakta, thereby reassuring all his bhaktas of his instant help in removing their fears, obstacles, difficulties. This avatara is to completely remove the fear of his bhakta. When it comes to Bhagavan, our normal rationalization should not be applied to anything associated with him. We know that man is the most evolved species in terms of brain power. Similarly, lion is the most evolved in physical strength. So in order to destroy a powerful asura, it would have made sense in our own limited judgment if Bhagavan had taken a form with the head of a human being and the body of a lion. Bhagavan does exactly the opposite. Simple illustration of the point that he is beyond our capabilities of analysis. We should not try to analyze the infinite with our own finite faculties. Only when we realize our limitations, we can experience his limitless glories. This unique form of Nrsimha induced terror in Hiranyakashipu and at the same time induced deep love in Prahlada. No wonder Bhishmacharya in Vishnu Sahasranama glorifies this avatara as Narasimha Vapuhu Shriman Keshavaha Purushottamaha, the one who incarnated as man-lion with a divine lovely form, with lovely locks of hair, Keshavaha. Saundarya Lavanyadibihi Ati Manohara Divya Rupa, Shriman. He is the Purushottama. Yo Lokatrayamavishya Vibhatti Avyayishwaraha, the one who pervades and permeates the entire universe, supports it and rules it. With the mission of Hiranyakashipu's destruction accomplished, Bhagavan blessed Prahlada. Yatate nischalam cheto mai bhakti samanvitam tathatvam matprasadena nirvanam paramapsyasi. While we await Parashara to begin Adhyaya 21, let us contemplate on the Supreme Bhakta, Prahlada, and let us meditate on the glorious Nrsimhavatara. Govinda Keshava Janardana Vasudeva Vishvesha Vishwa Madhusudana Vishwarupa Shri Padmanabha Purushottama Pushkaraksha Narayanachuta Nrsimha Namo Namaste. Svochita Vivida Vichitranantascharya Nitya Niravadya Niratishaya Sugandha Niratishaya Sukasparisha Niratishaya Aujvalya Kirita Mukuta Chudavatam Samakara Kundala Greveya Kahara Keyura Kataka Srivatsa Kaustubha Muktadama Udarabandhana Pitambara Kanchi Gunanupuradhi Aparimita Divya Bhushana Swanurupa Achintya Shakti Shanka Chakra Gadasi Shanghadi Asankheya Nitya Niravadya Niratishaya Kalyana Divyayudha. Swami Ramanuja, while addressing Lord Ranganatha in the Sharanagati Gadhya, details the glorious Divya Mangala Vigraha, the divine form of the Lord, by highlighting all his divine decorations that are appropriate to his Swarupa, Rupa and Gunas. In the concluding portion of Amsha 1 of Vishnu Purana, Parashara highlights the significance, both aesthetic and philosophical, the significance of Lord's astras and bhushanas, in enabling a yogi to not only meditate on the Lord, but also know the unique relationship between the Lord and everything else in the universe. Adhyaya 20 concludes with the coronation of Prahlada. Parashara then in Adhyaya 21 gives a detailed account on the lineage of Prahlada. He covers the various families of the Daityas, gives an account on the descendants of Kashyapa by Danu, and closes the Adhyaya with more details on the children of Kashyapa by his other wives. In Adhyaya 22, Parashara explains how the Parabrahman, Sriman Narayana, presents his Divya Mangala Vigraha, a divine form adorned with blemishless, extraordinarily beautiful ornaments and divine weaponry, so that a yogi can meditate and contemplate on this infinitely beautiful form and cultivate bhakti, which is the means to mukti. The crown jewel of this adhyaya, the concluding part of Vamśa 1, is the Astra Bhushana Adhyaya. Yatra sarvamidam protamotam chaivakhilam jagat tato jatam jagatyasmin sa jagatchakilam mune ksharaksharamayyo vishnuhu vibhartya akilam ishvaraha purusha vyakritamayam bhushanastra swarupavat. This entire universe is interwoven by Bhagavan Vishnu. That is, his essence pervades and permeates everything. The universe is from him, in him, and he, the Supreme Lord of all, comprising all that is perishable and imperishable, changing and unchanging, governing, ruling, controlling and supporting every entity in the universe, like he sportingly wears and bears his divine ornaments and weapons. Atmanamasya jagato nirlepamagunamalam vibharti kaustubhamaniswarupam Bhagavan Harihi. The glorious Bhagavan, Hari, wears the pure souls of the world, undefiled, devoid of the gunas of Prakriti, as the Kaustubha gem. The dazzling Kaustubha gem that adorns Bhagavan Vishnu represents the Jivatma. Just like how it is possessed and supported by the Lord, the Jivas are taken care of, cherished, supported, ruled, governed by Bhagavan. Shrivatsa samsthana dharamanante cha samashritam pradhanam buddhirapyaste gadarupena madhave. Pradhana, the chief of Prakriti Tattva, is seated on the eternal as the Srivatsa mark. The Tattva of Buddhi abides in Madhava in the form of his mace. Just like how the beautiful Srivatsa mark on Narayana's chest, which is also the seat of Sri Mahalakshmi, rests on the Lord, we need to understand that the Mula Prakriti is eternally dwelling in, leaning on, dependent on Bhagavan. Narayana supports the Buddhi Tattva like how he sports his divine Gadha that eternally belongs to him as his property. Bhutadi mindriyadischa dvidahankaramishvaraha bibharti shankharupena shangarupena cha sthitham. The Lord supports Ahankara Tattva in its twofold division in the emblems of his conch shell and his bow. Just like how Narayana possesses his divine conch shell, he governs the Tamasa Ahankara Tattva. And just like how he owns the Sharanga bow, he rules the Sattvika Ahankara. Chalasparupam atyanta javenantarita anilam chakrasparupancha manodhatte Vishnuhu kare sthitam. In his hand, Bhagavan Vishnu holds in the form of his discus the mind whose thoughts, like the weapon, fly swifter than the winds. Just like how Bhagavan's Sudarshana Chakra, while being the most potent and swiftest of all weapons, is under his total control, the Manas Tattva is controlled by Bhagavan Vishnu. Pancharupa tuyamala vaijayanti gadabhritaha sabhuta hetu sanghato bhutamala cha vaidvija. The beautiful garland of the Lord, Vaijayanti, composed of 5 precious gems, represents the 5 primary elements, the Panchabhutas. The Panchabhutas are supported by the Lord like how the Vaijayanti garland is supported. Yanindriyanyaseshani buddhikarmatmakani vai shararupanyaseshani tani dhatte janardanaha. Janardana bears and controls the indriyas, the faculties of action and perception, like he shoulders the numerous arrows. Vibhatti yachchasivaram achyuto atyanta nirmalam vidyamayam tu tajnanam avidya kosha samsthitham. Achyuta governs jnana like he handles his bright sword. Jnana is compared to Lord's sword because just like how sometimes the sword is concealed in its scabbard, wisdom is also concealed in the sheath of ajnana, ignorance. Thus, in this Astrabhushanadhyaya, Parashara explains how all the 24 Achit Tattvas and all the Jivatmas, the Chit Tattva, are all ruled, governed, taken care of, supported, possessed by Lord Sriman Narayana. Just like how all of Lord's Astras and Bhushanas are eternally inseparable, are completely under his control and exist only for his sake, all the Jivas and all the Achit Tattvas are inseparably related to Narayana, are controlled and supported by him and are his utilities. Their sole purpose is to serve his purpose. Parashara ends Amsha 1 with a profound declaration. Yani murtanya murtani yanyatranyatra va kvachit santi vai vastu jatani tani sarvani tadvapuhu. All entities, chit and achit, with or without shape, here or elsewhere, are all the body of Bhagavan Vishnu. He is the Shariri, everything else is a Sharira. Yani murtanya murtani yanyatranyatra va kvachit santi vai vastu jatani tani sarvani tadvapuhu. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Maitreya uvacha Bhagavan samyagakhyatam mamaitadakilam tvaya Jagataha Sarga Sambandhi Yat Prishtosi Guru Maya. Maitreya said, my venerable preceptor, you have explained to me all that I was curious to know regarding creation. I am desirous to know more. Earlier, you gave me the details on the descendants of Uttanapada, the second son of Swayambhuva Manu. I am keen to know about the lineage of Priyavrata. Thus, Amsha 2 begins with an account on the descendants of Priyavrata, the eldest son of Swayambhuva Manu. Priyavrata had 2 daughters and 10 sons. 3 of those 10 sons adopted an ascetic way of life. Priyavrata divided Bhuloka into 7 parts, and his 7 sons became the kings of these 7 regions. Priyavrata divided Bhuloka into 7 dvipas, 7 realms, which were 7 concentric islands: Jambudvipa, Plakshadvipa, Kushadvipa, Shalmadvipa, Kraunchadvipa, Shakadvipa, and Pushkaradvipa. These 7 dvipas are not to be confused with today's 7 continents on planet Earth. The staggering dimensions of these dvipas given in Adhyaya 2 should be an indication enough to negate the possibility of these dvipas being today's continents. Moreover, the dvipas described in Adhyayas 1 and 2 are located around the central landmass of Jambudvipa in a concentric fashion, each dvipa surrounded by different kinds of seas. This Vedic geography, covered in such a detail, tells us that in those times, what is Earth today was actually a global island, the central dvipa of the 7 dvipas, the one landmass of Jambudvipa. While the current landmasses on Earth are quite spread out, science also acknowledges the fact that there was indeed a time in the history of our planet
when the entire land on earth was joined to form a single landmass. In geology, such an entity is called a supercontinent. It is a scientifically documented fact that Earth's crust floats on hot molten layer called magma. The solid crust not only moves on top of the fluid layer, but it is also broken down into separate pieces called plates that move relative to each other. This movement is referred to as plate tectonics. Scientists have observed that the different plates are in continuous motion with respect to each other, and plotting their course in the past, they have realized that at some point in time, these plates were all together, giving rise to one single landmass, one supercontinent. And this vast landmass is what is probably referred to as Jambudvipa during the ancient time of Swayambhuva Manvantara. There is a great detail on the ancient geography recorded here, but it would be difficult for us to visualize the topography of the past millions of years back, considering how the surface of our planet has undergone several changes. The 7 Dvipas are the 7 mortal realms, and Jambudvipa lies right in the middle, and in its center is the lofty Meru, bright as gold with staggering dimensions. The legendary Meru was right at the Earth's axis of rotation, and from a perspective of one standing there, all the heavenly bodies quite literally revolved around it as well. Meru was also the place for holy congregations of rishis. So coming back to Priyavrata's lineage, the Jambudvipa was ruled by his illustrious son Agnidhra. Agnidhra, while retiring, divided his kingdom Jambudvipa into 9 regions. Parashara gives a detailed geographical account on how the continuous stretch of landmass was subdivided by Agnidhra into 9 Varshas. Different kingdoms by means of various mountain ranges, with each of these divisions being governed by his 9 sons. Thus, the peninsular stretch spreading from Himalayas downwards came under the supervision of Agnidhra's son Nabhi. Therefore, the oldest appellation of our land, our Karma Bhumi, Bharata, was actually Nabhivarsha. Nabhi's son was the magnanimous Rishabha, and Rishabha's son was the illustrious Bharata, after whose name our land, our Varsha, acquired the name Bharata Varsha. The heroic Bharata, having religiously discharged his duties, consigned the kingdom to his son Sumati and abandoned his life at the holy place Shalagrama. He was afterwards born again as a Brahmana, and Parashara here says he shall cover the legend of Bharata in detail very soon. In Adhyaya 3, Parashara covers the geographical detail of the ancient Bharata Varsha, the various regions, mountains and rivers. While Adhyayas 1, 2 and 3 of Amsha 2 covered the geography of Jambudvipa, its divisions, its kings. In Adhyaya 4, Parashara covers the details on the kings, the various divisions, mountains, rivers and inhabitants of other Dvipas. In Adhyaya 5, Parashara explains the structure of the 7 lower lokas below Bhuloka, the 7 Patala lokas: Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Patala. In these lokas dwell numerous living beings like Danavas, Daityas, Yakshas and Nagas. And below these Patala lokas exist the Naraka loka. In fact, Parashara gives a detailed account of the existence of different Naraka lokas in Adhyaya 6. Raurava, Shukara, Rodha, Tala, Vishasana, Mahajwala, Taptakumbha, Lavana, Vimohana, Rudirandha, Vaitarani, Krimisha, Krimibhojana, Lalabhaksha, Daruna, Avichi, etc. Parashara explains how different kinds of Naraka awaits different kinds of sinners. While one could be bewildered looking at the details of various Narakas, Parashara gently reminds that a bhakta of Narayana need not be concerned. Tasmad aharnisham Vishnum samsmaran purusho mune nayati narakam martyaha samkshina kila patakaha. The one who constantly contemplates on Bhagavan Vishnu shall never go to Naraka, as all his sins are atoned for. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Maitreya Uvacha Katitam Bhutalam Brahman Mamaitadakilam Tvaya Bhuvarlokadikan Lokan Shotumicchamyaham Mune. Adhyaya 7 of Vamśa 2 begins with Maitreya's address to Parashara. You have described to me in detail the whole of Bhuloka. I am now desirous to hear an account of the other lokas above Bhuloka, the Bhuvarloka and the rest. In response, Parashara's glorious exposition continues. Our universe, which is one amongst several universes in this material realm, can be divided into three: Urdhvaloka, higher abodes or higher planes of existence; Madhyaloka or Bhuloka, the middle plane of material existence; Adholoka, the lower realms. Each universe, each anda is shaped like an egg, and within it exists the three levels of lokas. There are 14 lokas in a Brahmanda. In the previous adhyayas, Parashara covered in detail Bhuloka, the 7 Patala lokas, and also different types of Narakas that exist below the Patala lokas. In Adhyaya 7 of Vamśa 2, Parashara begins to cover the details of the Urdhvaloka comprising of Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka and Satyaloka. The Chandra, Surya, Nakshatra lokas, Dhruvaloka, Saptarishiloka are all located in between Bhuloka and Bhuvarloka. The Bhuvarloka is the abode of semi-divine beings who are higher than the humans. The abode of Devas is the Suvarloka or Swargaloka. Above and beyond Suvarloka are Maharloka and Janaloka, the abode of great rishis. These lokas are populated by highly exalted divine beings who can move between lokas and have a lifespan of one whole day of Brahma, one kalpa, that is 4.32 billion human years. Higher to Janaloka is Tapoloka, the abode of the Kumaras, Sanat, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana. The highest in the material realm is the abode of Lord Brahma, the Chaturmukha Brahma, the Satyaloka. The three lokas of Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha are transitory. That is, they are destroyed at the end of every kalpa at the time of Naimittika Pralaya and are renewed at the beginning of next kalpa. The three higher lokas of Jana, Tapa and Satya are relatively more durable. They are destroyed only at the end of the lifespan of a Brahma, at the time of Mahapralaya or what is called Prakrita Pralaya, only to be renewed again during next Srishti. Maharloka, situated between the two realms, has a mixed character. While it is not fully destroyed during Naimittika Pralaya, it is deserted at the end of one kalpa. These 7 lokas, Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, Mahaha, Janaha, Tapaha, Satya, together with the 7 Patalas form the extent of one Anda. Etadandakatahena tiryak chodhvamadasthatha kapittasya yata bijam sarvato vai samavritam dashottarena payasa maitreyandam chatadvritam sarvombu paridhanoso vannina veshtito bahihi pannischa vayuna vayur maitreya nabhasavritaha bhutadina nabhassopi mahata pariveshtitaha Dashottaranyaseshani Maitreyayitani Saptavai. The 14 lokas form the cosmic egg, which is like the seed of a wood apple tree with a shell, Andakataha, as its outer layer. This is known as the Prithvi Avarana. This Andakataha is covered by a shell of Apaha, with a diameter 10 times of the Prithvi Avarana. This is called the Jala Avarana. The Jala Avarana is encompassed by Agni, which is covered by shell of Vayu, and the Vayu Avarana is encircled by Akasha. All of them are further encased inside 2 more shells of Ahankara and Mahat. Each of these Sapta Avaranas, the 7 Avaranas, extends 10 times the breadth of that which it encloses. And all of these Sapta Avaranas are enclosed by the Pradhana Tattva, the chief principle, the Mula Prakriti, whose extent cannot be enumerated. In this Prakriti exists innumerable Andas, and all of this form the material realm, the realm for Baddha Jivas. After a detailed account on the vast material realm, Parashara declares, Sacha Vishnu Param Brahma yatas sarvamidam jagat jagatchayo yatra chedam yasmimcha layameshyati tad brahma tat param dhama sadasada tat param padam yasya sarvam abhedena jagateta characharam. Bhagavan Vishnu is the Parabrahman from whom proceeds all of these material realms. The multiverse, also called the omniverse, consisting of innumerable countless universes. All of this omniverse is Bhagavan's Sharira, and he is the Shariri supporting it. All of this creation eventually goes through dissolution only to be recreated again. The eternal realm of Paramapada Vaikuntha, which is above and beyond the material realm, and the whole of this omniverse consisting of innumerable charachara, are Bhagavan Vishnu's inseparable properties, his Ubhaya Vibhutis, the Nitya Vibhuti and the Leela Vibhuti. Parashara then moves on to Adhyaya 8, where he covers the description of Surya Bhagavan, various divisions of time, and the origin of Ganga. The sun revolves around the galactic center. Uttarayana reflects the apparent celestial movement of the sun towards the northern hemisphere, heralding the decline of winter, while causing the opposite effect in the southern hemisphere. We now know that the earth revolves around the sun with a tilt of 23 degrees approximately, and because of this tilt, it appears that the sun travels north and south of the equator. This in turn causes seasons which are dependent on equinoxes and solstices. Giving a lot of detail on sun's celestial journey, Parashara then says that the night is called Usha and the day is denominated Vyushti, and the interval between them is called Sandhya. On the occurrence of Sandhya, a group of Rakshasas called Mandehas engage in a fierce contest with the Surya Bhagavan. Brahma had cursed the Mandehas that without the power to perish, they should die every day and revive by night. At the time of Sandhya, Parashara continues, Brahmanas are prescribed to offer Arghya, oblations of water purified by Omkara. Omkara, that stands for Bhagavan Vishnu. Offer Arghya purified by Omkara and consecrated by the Gayatri mantra. These Arghyas are meant to act as Vajrayudha and counter the Mandehas, thereby ensuring that Surya's celestial journey is on course always. Thus Parashara explains the significance of Sandhya Vandana. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
शालग्रामे महाभागो भगवन्यस्तमानसः सौवासचिरं कालं मैत्रेय पृथिवीपतिः अहिंसादिष्वशेषेषु गुणेषु गुणिनां वरः अवाप परमां काष्ठां मनसश्चापि संयमे यज्ञेश अच्युत गोविंद माधव अनंत केशव कृष्ण विष्णु ऋषिकेश एत्याह राजास केवलम. After thoroughly covering the details on Bhuloka and all the planetary bodies, all the other lokas of the Brahmanda in Adhyayas 1 to 12 of Vamśa 2, in Adhyaya 13, Parashara starts to relate the legend of King Bharata, the illustrious monarch of the earth. Bharata resided for a considerable period at Shalagrama, his thoughts being wholly dedicated to God and his conduct distinguished by kindness and every virtue, and gained total mastery over his mind. The king was ever repeating the names of Paramatma, Yajnesha, Achyuta, Govinda, Madhava, Ananta, Keshava, Krishna, Vishnu, Hrishikesha. Nothing else did he utter. Nothing else did he meditate on. On one occasion, Bharata, while performing his ablutions on the bank of a river, noticed a pregnant deer quenching her thirst. At the moment was heard a sudden, loud and fearful roaring of a lion. Being excessively alarmed, the pregnant deer jumped out of the river upon the bank. This frightened leap resulted in premature delivery and the fawn fell into the river. And at the same time, the mother deer died. Bharata, taking pity, caught hold of the baby deer and returned with it to his hermitage. This was the beginning of a special bonding between Bharata and the animal. Bharata fed it and tended it with great care and affection, and the deer grew up under his care. Bharata developed an overpowering attachment to the deer, and his life started to revolve around it. His life's mission became protection and nourishment of that animal to such an extent that his mind was occupied by only one thought: the well-being of the deer. Instead of meditating on the Lord, he was meditating constantly on the deer. In the Gita, Krishna declares, Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajatyante kalevaram tam tameva iti kaunteya sada tad bhava bhavitaha. Whatever object a person thinks of at the time of death, having been absorbed in its thought all through,
he attains to the state similar to that of the object in his next birth. At the final moment of one's life, whatever one remembers, whatever entity one's mind dwells on, which of course is influenced by the thoughts that dominated one's life, whatever one wishes to experience at the time of death, in the next birth, one will attain a condition, a state, a nature conducive to experience the same. This categorical declaration of Krishna in the Gita finds its example here in the case of King Bharata. Under the overpowering influence of his attachment to the deer, Bharata was wholly occupied with his caring for that animal, and he died watched by it. And as he died, he only thought of the welfare of the deer. In consequence, he was born again in the forest as a deer, fortunately with the faculty of recollecting his former life. With this recollection, he realized his mistake and his big folly of missing out to meditate on the Lord in his previous life. He atoned for the acts which had led to his being born in such a condition, and upon his death, he was next born as a Brahmana. And in this birth, he acquired the name Jada Bharata, for he was so very introverted and almost remained inanimate, avoiding all sorts of activity, with no interest whatsoever in anything, to an extent that he did not even take care of his looks, and therefore he was treated with contempt by all people. His appearance and lifestyle did not reveal the Brahmagnani in him. On one occasion, the king of Sauvira was proceeding to the hermitage of sage Kapila and required assistance in carrying his palanquin. Along with 3 other servants, Jadabharata was forced into service. But of course, Jadabharata, as always, was lost in contemplation on the Parabrahman and hence could not keep equal pace together with other servants in carrying the palanquin. Disturbed a couple of times with the unsteady movement of the palanquin, the irate king found out that Jadabharata was the cause of the trouble. How is it that you are tired and unable to bear fatigue, and yet you look so very robust and stout? How can you not carry the palanquin properly? Shouted the king. Naham pivanna chaivoda shibika bhavato maya nashantosmi nachayasaha sodavyosti mahipate. Jadabharata answered, "It is not I who am robust, nor is it by me that your palanquin is carried. O king, I am not wearied, nor am I fatigued." The confused king responded, "How can you say that? I clearly see you as stout, and you have been carrying my palanquin." Brahmana uvacha pratyaksham bhavata bhupa yadrishtam mama tadvada. First tell me, said Jadabharata, what is it of me, the real me, that you have clearly seen? Bhumau padayugavastha jange padadvayashrite uru jangadvayavastau tadadaram tathodharam vakshasthalam tatabahu skandau chodara samstithau skandashriteyam shibika mama bharotra kinkritaha. Listen to me carefully, O king. The ground supports the feet. The legs are supported by the feet. The thighs rest upon the legs, and the waist reposes on the thighs. The chest is supported by the waist, and the arms and shoulders are propped up by the chest. The palanquin is borne upon the shoulders, and therefore, how can it be considered as carried by me? While you and I are considered different dissimilar, unequal, or possessed of distinct qualities, are considered to be doing different kinds of actions, one sitting and enjoying the palanquin ride and the other carrying, these different you and I only relate to the physical embodiments. The physical body is a product of Prakriti, and it is one's karma that determines the nature and configuration of a physical body that one acquires to exhaust the karma in a particular janma. In reality, you and I are equal, or of the same nature. You are an Atman and I am also an Atman. Atma Shuddhaksharaha Shanto Nirgunaha Prakrite Paraha Pravruddhapachayau Nasya Ekasya Kila Jantushu. The Atman is pure, imperishable, tranquil, devoid of gunas. Gunas belong to Prakriti. The Atma is preeminent over Prakriti. Its nature is the same in all kinds of entities. It is subtle and atomic, does not change in size based on the size of the physical body. This palanquin, your body, my body, and every other physical entity you see around are all products of the same Prakriti. Realize the underlying sameness amidst all the diversity of this physical world, added Jadabharata. Let us contemplate on this profound message and await the continuation of the conversation between Jadabharata and the king of Sauvira. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.
स्थिते मनसि सुस्वस्थे शरीरे सतियो नरः धातुसाम्ये स्थिते स्मर्था विश्वरूपं च मामजम् ततस्तं म्रियमाणं तु काष्ठपाषाणसन्निभम् अहं स्मरामि मद्भक्तं नयामि परमां गतिम्. A glorious declaration from the Varaha Purana, popularly celebrated as the Varaha Charama Shlokam. The Lord declares, the entire universe is my sharira. I take births, I incarnate only for the sake of my bhaktas. When my bhaktas with Mahavishwasa surrender to me, while they have a sound mind, a healthy body, reflect about me as Sarvadhara, Niyanta, Sarvaseshi, then I shall think of them at their last moment when they are totally unconscious like a log or a stone, and I shall lead them by the Achiradi Marga to my Paramapada. Sthite manasi susvaste sharire satiyo naraha dhatu samye sthite smarta vishparupam chamamajam tatastam riyamanam tu kashtapashana sannibham aham smarami madbhaktam nayami paramam gatim. Earlier, we saw in the case of Bharata the significance of Antima Smriti, remembrance of the Lord at the time of death in order to reach Him. It is important to understand that Antima Smriti of the Lord is a prerequisite for a Bhakti Yoga Nishta, practitioner of Bhakti Yoga. As the Lord Himself declared in the Varaha Purana, for a Prapanna, the one who has performed Sharanagati, Antima Smriti is not mandatory. This is indeed a big assurance from the Lord. Now, let us continue with the conversation between the king of Sauvira and Jadabharata in Adhyaya 13 of Vamśa 2. And let us relish the Atma Jnana instructed by Jadabharata. Brahmana uvacha Shruyatam sohamityetad vaktum bhupana shakyate upabhoga nimittam cha sarvatra gamana kriya sukadukkopaphogau yauto dehadyupapadakau dharmadharmodbhavau bhoktum jantur dehadi mrichhati.
in response to the king's questions. Who are you? Why are you here? Why have you come here? Jadabharata replies, who am I? It is not possible for me to say I am this or I am that. The Atman cannot be identified as this or that like any other physical entity perceived through senses. Why am I here? It is for the sake of the fruition of my karma. The reason I am here is to experience pleasure or pain through my body, which is the product of my karma. All living beings acquire different physical embodiments solely for the purpose of exhausting their individual karma. Triggered by this profound response, the king further inquires, how can it be impossible for anyone to declare precisely I am this or I am that? Please enlighten me. Brahmana uvacha. Shabdohamiti doshaya atmanyesha tathaiva tat anatmanyatma vijnanam shabdova bhranti lakshanaha. It is true that the Atma, every individual soul, which is a real entity, can be denoted by the word I. In saying I am Atma, there is no fault. But when one starts to qualify the Atman with an adjective in order to specify I am this or that, that is when one becomes incorrect. When the I that we use starts to denote any physical attribute perceivable to our senses, when the I is used to denote the body, then it leads to perverted knowledge. O king, who are you? Who am I? The Atman in you and the Atman in me are not dissimilar. They are of the same nature. How can I distinguish myself as different from you? Yadyanyosti parah kopi mattah parthiva sattava tadaishohamayam chanyo vaktuveva pishyate. If another being is distinct and different specifically from me, O Supreme Monarch, then it may be said that this is I, that is the other. But the Atman in you, which is distinct from your gross body, is subtle, atomic, eternal, blissful, unmanifest to the senses, has an inherent sense of awareness. It is the very substratum of knowledge. And the Atman in me is exactly of the same nature. You being king and I being a Brahmana, all these differences belong to our physical bodies. In our essence, we are equals, we are similar, we belong to the same class, Atma Samuha. Yada samasta deheshu pumaneko vyavastitaha tadahiko bhavan sohamityetat viphalam vachaha. When the souls that indwell in all different kinds of physical bodies are of the same nature, then there is no point in trying to identify with statements such as I am this, I am that. Inequalities, names, forms, shapes, color, etc. belong to the realm of insentient matter. Beyond all this diversity is the sameness of the Atman in you, me, and every other entity. Puman stri gaurajo vaji kunjaro vihagastaruhu deheshu lokasangeyam vigneya karmahetushu. Puman na devo na naro na pashuhu na chapadapaha sharirakriti vedastu bhupaite karmayonayaha. A man, a woman, a cow, a goat, a horse, an elephant, a bird, a tree. These are names assigned to various physical bodies made of achittatva, products of karma. Who are you? Neither a deva, nor a human, nor an animal, nor a tree. These are mere varieties of shape, of embodiments, the effects of karma. If you say, I am a king, you also say, I am a father, I am a son, I am a husband, and so on. Who is this I? It is neither the body nor the various roles you play in your life having acquired that body. Realize your true identity. Let us continue to reflect on this profound message of Jadabharata. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Tanmahyam pranatayatvam yachshreyah paramam dvija tadvadakila vijnana jalavichudadir bhavan. You are an ocean overflowing with the waters of divine wisdom. I humbly plead, do explain what is the best of all things. An overwhelmed king of Sauvira thus beseeched Jadabharata. In Adhyaya 14 of Vamśa 2, the conversation between the king and Jadabharata continues. The king, who was actually on his way to learn Brahmajnana from Kapila Rishi, was overjoyed to discover Jadabharata as the very embodiment of wisdom he has been searching for. Brahmana uvacha Bhupa pritchasi kim shreyaha paramartam nu pritchasi shreyamsi paramartani aseshani cha bhupate. Pritchasi kim shreyaha paramartham nu pritchasi shreyamsi paramarthani aseshani cha bhupate. Devataradhanam kritva dhanasampadamichchati putranichchati rajyam cha shreyas tasyaiva tat nripa karmayajñatmakam shreyah swalloka phaladhayi cha shreyah pradhanam ch phale tadevanabhisamhite. Jadabharata replied, O king, pritchasi kim shreyaha paramartham nu pritchasi. You again are asking me what is the best of all things instead of asking what is the ultimate end, what is the greatest goal of life. Many things can be considered as the best. To him who, by the worship of various deities, seeks wealth, prosperity, children, power, or position, each of this is respectively the best. To one who seeks heavenly pleasures through various yajnas, heaven is the best. To a devout ascetic, self-contemplation is the best. Hundreds and thousands of objects, hundreds and thousands of experiences may be called the best. Shreyamsyeva manekani shatashota sahasrasaha. But these do not constitute the paramartha, the ultimate end of life, the great and true end of life. Dharmaya tyajyate kinnu paramartho dhanam yadi vyayascha kriyate kasmat kama praptyupalakshanaha. Wealth cannot be the true end of life, for it is expended for the sake of dharma and kama. Money is only a means to gratify other desires. Can a son be the end of life, paramartha, for a father? Cannot be, for the son soon becomes the father of another son. Yathartham sarvam yaccha na anyartham sa paramarthaha. Yathartham sarvam yaccha na anyartham sa paramarthaha, says the great commentator Sri Vishnu Chitta. Paramartha is that which is attained through other things and that which does not become a means to obtain something else. Those rewards which are fleeting, those rewards which are ephemeral, subject to the law of impermanence, cannot be considered as paramartha.
Therefore, acquisition of kingdom cannot be your paramartha. Even the fruits of yajnas performed according to the rules of Rik, Yajur and Samavedas are perishable and hence do not constitute the great goal of life. Anashi paramartastu prajnai vyupagamyate tattu nashi na sandeho nashi dravyopapaditam. The great end of life, the ultimate truth, is considered by the wise to be eternal. Any goal would be transient, temporary, if it were to be accomplished through transitory means. Anashi paramartastu prajnai vyupagamyate tattu nashi na sandeho nashi dravyopapaditam. Now if you imagine that doing nishkama karma is the great end of life, it is not so, for they too perish. Also, they are only means to obtain liberation. And a paramartha cannot be a means to obtain something else. Paramatmatmanor yogaha paramartha itishyate mityetadanya hi naiti tadravyatam yataha. If one considers the Jivatma Paramatma Aikya, that is, the Jivatma merging with the Paramatma and losing its identity upon moksha as Paramartha, that is not so. Two different and distinct entities cannot merge and become one. That is, the individual soul cannot disappear and become the Paramatma. Paramartha, the ultimate goal of life, is to know your true nature. Know the nature of the Atman in you. The Atman is distinct and different from the body made of Prakriti. The Atman pervades the entire body through its attribute of consciousness, attribute of knowledge. The Atman is Jnana Gunaka. The Atman is also Jnanamaya. Its nature, it is of the nature of knowledge. Its nature is the same irrespective of the body in which it indwells. It is beyond the gunas. It is undecaying, imperishable, not subject to any changes. It is eternal. Venurandra prabhedena bhedaha shajjadi sammitaha abhedavyapino vayos tatha tasya mahatmanaha. Venurandra prabhedena bedaha shajjadi sammitaha abhedavyapino vayos tatha tasya mahatmanaha. The nature of air going through different perforations of a flute is the same. The nature of air that goes through different perforations of a flute is the same. However, the air that goes through one hole of the flute results in Shadjam. Through another, it results in Rishabham, and so on. The air of the same nature produces different musical notes depending on the nature of the flute and its perforations. Similarly, the differences that we see are related only to the body. The nature of the multitude of souls that dwell in the infinite variety of forms is the same. Venurandra prabhedena bedaha shajjadi sammitaha abhedavyapino vayos tatha tasya mahatmanaha. Let us contemplate on this profound message of Jadabharata as the conversation between the king of Sauvira and Jadabharata continues. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Parasharo Vacha Swayambhuvo Manuhpurvo Manuswarochisastatha Uttamastamasaschaiva Raivataschakshushastatha Shadaite Manavotitaha Sampratantu Ravaisutaha
Vaivaspatoyam yastaitat saptamam vartatentaram. Vamśa 3, Adhyaya 1 begins with an account on the several manus and manvantaras. The 6 manvantaras that have elapsed were presided by 6 manus: Swayambhuva, Swarochisha, Auttami, Tamasa, Raivata and Chakshusha. The Manu who presides over the 7th Manvantara, which is the current Manvantara, is Vaivasvata, the son of Surya Bhagavan. Parashara continues, as I have covered the period of Swayambhuva Manu, I shall now enumerate the presiding devas, rishis and sons of Manu in the 2nd Manvantara, the era of Swarochisha Manu. The devas of this period were the classes called Paravatas and Tushitas. Indra, the king of the devas, was the mighty Vipaschit. The Sapta Rishis were Urja, Stambha, Prana, Dattoli, Rishabha, Nishchara and Arvarivat. Chaitra, Kimpurusha and others were the Manu's sons. Trutiyet Vantare Brahman Auttamirnamayo Manuhu Sushantirnama Devendro Maitreyasit Sureshwara. In the 3rd Manvantara, ruled by Auttami Manu, Sushanti was the Indra, the king of Devas. The 7 sons of Vasishtha were the Saptarishis. Aja, Parashu, Divya and others were the sons of the Manu. Tamasasyantare devaha surupa harayastatha satyascha sudhiyaschaiva sapta vimsatika ganaha shibirindriyastatha chasicchata yajnopalakshanaha saptaschayaschaye tesham tatra namani me shrunu. The Surupas, Haris, Satyas and Sudhis were the classes of devas, each comprising 27 in the Manvantara of Tamasa, the 4th Manu. Sibi, who performed 100 yajnas and hence was called Shatakratu, was the Indra. The Saptarishis were Jyotirdhama, Prithu, Kavya, Chaitra, Agni, Vanaka and Pivara. Parashara continues. In the 5th Manvantara, the Manu was Raivata. The Indra was Vibhu. The classes of devas, each consisting of 14, were the Amitabhas, Abhutarajasas, Vaikunthas and Sumedhasas. The 4 Manus, Swarochisha, Auttami, Tamasa and Raivata, were all descendants of Priyavrata, who in consequence of his ardent devotion to Bhagavan Vishnu obtained these rulers of the Manvantaras for his posterity. Chakshusha was the Manu of the 6th Manvantara, in which the Indra was Manojava. The 5 classes of devas, each of 8, were the Adyas, Prastutas, Bhavyas, Prithugas and Lekhas. Vivaspate suto vipra Shraddhadevo Mahadhyutihi Manuhu Samvattate Dhiman Sampratam Saptamentare Aditya Vasu Rudradhya Devaschatra Mahamune Purandarastataivatra Maitreya Tridaseshwaraha Vasishta Kashyapotatrir Jamadagnis Sagautamaha Vishwamitro Bharadvajaha Saptarshayo Bhavan. The Manu of the current Manvantara is the illustrious son of Vivaswan, Surya, the wise Vaivasvata Manu. The Devas are the Adityas, Vasus and Rudras. Purandara is the current Indra. Vasishta, Kashyapa, Atri, Jamadagni, Gautama, Vishwamitra and Bharadvaja are the Sapta Rishis of the current Manvantara. The 9 pious sons of Vaivasvata Manu are the kings Ikshwaku, Nabhaga, Drishta, Sanyati, Narishyanta, Nabhanidishta, Kharusha, Prishadra and Vasumat. Now Parashara gives an account on the glorious Manvantara avatars of Bhagavan Vishnu. We know that the Lord takes several avatars from time to time. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bharata abhyudhanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. The popular avatars, Varaha Avatara, Kapila Avatara, Matsya, Kurma, Nrisimha, Rama, Krishna are all the Leela avatars of Sriman Narayana. In addition, Narayana also takes special avatars in every Manvantara called Manvantara Avatara. Parashara now explains these special Manvantara avatars. Vishnu Shakti Ranaupabhya Satvodrikta Stithau Stitha Manvantares Vasesheshu Devatvenadidhishtati. Bhagavan Vishnu, with his omnipotence, presides over all the Manvantaras and preserves, sustains all of creation by assuming various divine forms, various incarnations. In the Swayambhuva Manvantara, Bhagavan Vishnu incarnated as Yajna, son of Akuti. In Swarochisha, he incarnated as Ajita, son of Tushita. Satya was his incarnation in the third Manvantara. He incarnated as Hari in Tamasa Manvantara, as Manasa in Raivata Manvantara, and as Vaikuntha, son of Vaikunthi, in the Chakshusha Manvantara. Manvantare tu samprapte tata Vaivaspate dvija Vamanah Kashyapad Vishnuradityam Sambubhuvaha Tribihi Kramairimam Lokam Chitva Yena Mahatmana Purandaraya Trailokyam Dattam Nihata Kantakam. In the current Manvantara, the Vaivashvata, Bhagavan Vishnu incarnated as Vamana, the son of Kashyapa and Aditi. With 3 paces, he measured the 3 lokas and retrieved the 3 lokas for the sake of Purandara, the current Indra. Thus, through these 7 Manvantara avatars, Bhagavan protects various created beings. Yasmad Vishwamidam Sarvam Tasya Shaktya Mahatmanaha Tasmat Saprochate Vishnur Visherdhato Praveshanad. Yasmat Vishwamidam Sarvam Tasya Shaktya Mahatmanaha Tasmat Saprochate Vishnur Visherdhato Praveshanad. Sarvecha Deva Manavaha Samastaha Saptarshayo Ye Manasunavascha Indraschayoyam Tridashesha Bhuto Vishnoraseshastu Vibhutayastaha. The root Vish means to enter, to pervade. As this whole universe is pervaded and permeated by Bhagavan, he is known as Vishnu. All the Devas, the Manus, the Indras, the Sapta Rishis are all his Vibhutis, his properties. They are all under his control. Bhagavan Vishnu is the Vibhu, the one who is the sovereign controller. Thus ends Adhyaya 1 of Amsha 3. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
प्राप्यस्य ब्रह्मणो रूपं प्राप्तुश्च प्रत्यगात्मनः प्राप्त्युपायं फलं चैव तथा प्राप्तिविरोधि च वदन्ति सकला वेदाः सेतिहासपुराणकाः मुनयश्च महात्मानः वेदवेदार्थवादिनः.
The Vishnu Purana gives us Arthapanchaka Jnana. That Jnana which is essential for moksha. It gives us knowledge of 5 ultimate truths. Paraswarupam, the nature of Brahman. Swaswarupam, the nature of one's own self, the sentient individual soul. Upayaswarupam, the nature of the means to attain the goal. Purusharthaswarupam, the nature of the goal, that is the fruit of the quest of a true seeker. Virodhiswarupam, the nature of the obstacles that come in the way to the attainment of the final goal. So far, we have covered 2 amshas and 1 adhyaya of the 3rd amsha. It is worthwhile now to pause and look back at the journey that we have all undertaken together. It's possibly worthwhile to summarize where we are. Amsha 1 of Vishnu Purana begins with Maitreya's inquiry on the origin and nature of the universe. Maitreya comes up with a very profound question. Yanmayancha jagat brahman yataschaitat characharam leenamasid yatayatra layameshyati yatra cha. Maitreya starts off asking the mother of all questions. What is the cause of this universe? What is the upadhana karana? What is the nimitta karana? He has a series of questions, and in response to Maitreya's questions, Parashara begins a detailed exposition on creation. Vishnoho shakashat udbhutam jagattatraiva samsthitam sthiti samyamakartasau jagatosya jagatchasaha. The universe originated from Bhagavan Vishnu. Vishnu is the cause of continuance and cessation of this universe. Jagatosya jagatchasaha is the universe. That is, the universe is his very embodiment. Bhagavan Vishnu is the Shariri, and this Jagat, this universe, is his Sharira. In the course of explaining creation, Parashara also gives an awe-inspiring account of time and the cosmic cycles. The first amsha includes a glorious account of Varaha-avatara, when Bhagavan Narayana as Varaha raises Mother Earth from the very depths of cosmic waters. We also saw a very detailed account of Samashti Srishti, aggregate creation, and Vyashti Srishti, individual creation, which is then followed by an elucidation on Varnashrama Dharma. The Kshirasagara Mathana, the churning of the Milky Ocean, and the legend of Sri Mahalakshmi was also beautifully presented by Parashara. Amsha 1 covers the glorious legends of 2 supreme bhaktas, Dhruva and Prahlada. How can we forget the ecstatic outpouring of adorations to the Lord by the young Dhruva? Bhumirapo nalo vayuho kammano buddhirevacha. Bhutadiraadi prakritiriyasya rupam natosmitam. Shuddha sukshma kilavyapi pradhanat paratah puman. Yasya rupam namastasmai purushasya gunatmane. Brihatvat brahmanatvat cha yadrupam brahmasammitam tasmai namaste sarvatman yogi chintya vikaravat. A truly magical outpouring of quintessential wisdom fully loaded with nectarine bhakti by Bhagavan's supreme bhakta, Dhruva, who miraculously and instantly transformed from an innocent child to the greatest jnani. Dhruva's prayers to the Lord are the very essence of the Vedas. He was granted a unique vision which inspired him to compose such a glorious prayer. Dhruva experienced the totality, the total blemishless Lord who is a repository of infinite auspicious qualities. He realized Bhagavan Vishnu's true nature, who is the creator, the all-pervading support and sustenance of this universe, who is infinitely auspicious, infinitely blissful, infinitely merciful, infinitely beautiful, in fact, infinitely infinite. Dhruva had the glorious vision of the Lord, who is omniscient and omnipotent, from whom proceeds this creation, sustenance and reabsorption of this wonderful universe, not to be comprehended by ordinary human thought. Vamśa 1 also saw another great Bhakta, Bhakta Prahalada. Thanks to Prahalada, we have his great stuti, popularly called the Prahalada Stuti. Namaste Pundarikaksha, Namaste Purushottama, Namaste Sarvalokatman, Namaste Tigvachakrini, Namo Brahmanya Devaya, Ko Brahmanya Hitaya Cha, Jagattitaya Krishnaya, Govindaya Namo Namaha. And how can one forget the words of wisdom, the very essence of all wisdom given to us by Prahlada? Tat karmayanna bandhaya savidyaya vimuktaye ayasaya param karma vidya anya shilpa naipunam. Those acts alone which help one to avoid bondage are the right actions. And that learning alone which leads to moksha is real knowledge. All other acts end up in fatigue only, and all other learning is mere useless exhibition of skill in arts. Profound wisdom from a young boy, Bhakta Prahlada. The inspiring history of Prahlada, his nectarine wisdom and the doctrine of bhakti are then followed by a brief account on Nrisimhavatara. Vamśa 1, we saw, ends with the history of the Daityas and the lineage of Kashyapa. Vamśa 2 starts with an account on the descendants of Priyavrata, the eldest son of Swayambhuva Manu. Vamśa 2 includes ancient geography, glorious description of the earth and its divisions during prehistoric times. The subject of astronomy too is covered in great detail in this Vamśa. And this Vamśa concludes with the legend of Bharata, Jada Bharata. The profound declaration of Jada Bharata, which gives the very essence of the nature of who we are, is the highlights of the Vamśa 2. Venurandra prabhedena bedaha shajjari samyitaha abhedavyapino vayosthatha tasya mahatmanaha. The nature of air going through different perforations of a flute is the same. However, the air that goes through one hole results in Shadjam, through another in Rishabham, and so on. The air of the same nature produces different musical notes depending on the nature of the flute and its perforations. Similarly, the differences that we see are related only to the body. The nature of the multitude of souls that dwell in infinite variety of forms is the same. So Jadabharata, through various analogies, gives us the knowledge of the Atman towards the end of Amsha 2. Amsha 3 begins with an account of the several Manus and Manvantaras. We completed the first Adhyaya of Amsha 3 and we'll continue with the second Adhyaya very soon. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Parasharo Vacha Chaya Samyasuto Yoso Dvitiyah Katito Munaha Purvajasya Savarnoso Savarnistera Chochyate. The son of Chaya, who is the second wife of Surya, the first being Sanya, the son of Chaya, who was also called Manu, was denominated Savarni from being of the same Varna as his elder brother, the Manu Vaivasvata. After detailing all the particulars of the past 6 Manvantaras and the current Vaivasvata Manvantara, in Adhyaya 1 of Amsha 3, Parashara now gives an account on the future Manvantaras in Adhyaya 2. Savarni is the Manu who will preside over the 8th Manvantara. During the Savarni Manvantara, the Devas will be the Sutapas, Amitabhas and Mukhyas, 21 of each. The Saptarishis will be Deeptimat, Galava, Rama, Kripa, Drauni, Vyasa and Rishyashringa. The Indra of the 8th Manvantara will be Bali, the sinless son of Virochana, the same Bali who was not killed by Bhagavan Vishnu in order to keep up the promise made to Bhakta Prahlada and was sent to Patala during Vamanavatara. Navamo Dakkasavarno Maitreya Bhavita Munaha Para Marichi Garbhascha Sudharmanastatha Tridha Dashamo Brahmasavarnir Bhavishyati Mune Munaha Sudhamano Vishuddhascha Shatasankyas Tathas Suraha Ekadashascha Bhavita Dharmasavarniko Munaha Vihangamaha Kamagamaha Nirmana Ratayastatha. The 9th Manu will be Dakshasavarni. The Paras, Marichi Garbhas and Sudharmas will be the 3 classes of Devas, each consisting of 12. And Adbhuta will be their chief, the Indra. In the 10th Manvantara, the Manu will be Brahmasavarni. The Devas will be the Sudhamas, Viruddhas and Shatasankyas. And Indra will be the mighty Shanti. In the 11th Manvantara, the Manu will be Dharmasavarni. The Vihangamas, Kamagamas and Nirmana-rathis, each 30 in number, will be the principal classes of Devas with Vrisha as their Indra. Parashara concludes the second Adhyaya of Amsha 3 with the details of the next 3 Manvantaras, the 12th, 13th and 14th, the Manvantaras of Rudrasavarani, Rauchya and Bhautya. Chaturyugante Vedanam Jayate Kila Viplavaha Pravartayanti Tanetya Bhuvi Saptarshayo Divaha Krite Krite Smrter Vipra Praneta Jayate Munaha Deva Yajna Bujastetu Yavan Manvantarantu Tat. Chaturyugante Vedanam Jayate Kila Viplavaha Pravartayanti Tanetya Bhuvi Saptarshayo Divaha Krite Krite Smrter Vipra Praneta Jayate Munaha Deva Yajna Bujastetu yavan manvantarantu tat. At the end of every yuga cycle of 4 yugas, there is a disappearance of the Vedas. And it is a mission of the Saptarishis to come down upon earth to bring back the Vedas. In every Krita Yuga, the Manu of the period is the legislator or the author of the body of law, the Smriti. And in every Manvantara, as we have seen, the classes of Devas change. And the respective devas of a period are the recipients of the offerings of yajnas. Chaturdasha bhiretaistu gateir manvantarai dvija sahasra yuga paryantaha kalpo nishesha uchyate. Tavat pramana cha nishatato bhavati saptama brahmarupadaraha shete sheshaha vambu samplave trailokhyamakilam grastva bhagavan adikrit vibuhu. Swamaya samstito vipra sarvabhuto janardanaha. An entire kalpa, one day of Brahma, is said to comprise 1,000 yugas or 14 manvantaras. And it is succeeded by a night of Brahma which is of similar duration. At the end of a kalpa, the 3 lokas, Bhuhu, Bhuvaha, Suvaha, are dissolved, disintegrated. This is Naimittika Pralaya. The 3 grossly manifested lokas go back to their subtle unmanifest state due to the will of Janardana, the Lord of all and Creator of all, who sleeps upon the Adisesha on the Kshiravdhi. This state of Pralaya continues through the night of Brahma, and at the beginning of the next kalpa, Paramatma, Sriman Narayana, through Brahma recreates the 3 lokas. And through a fragment of his immense potency, he, through various Manus, Devas, Indras, Saptarishis, preserves the world. In what manner Bhagavan Vishnu carries out Yuga Vyavastha, that is, administration and establishment of order in each Yuga? Parashara answers this question. Krite yuge paramjnanam kapiladi swarupadrik dadati sarvabhutanam sarvabhuta hiterataha. Krite yuge paramjnanam kapiladi swarupadrik dadati sarvabhutanam sarvabhuta hiterataha. Chakravarti swarupena tretayamapi saprabhu drishtanam nigraham kurvan paripati jagat Trayam. Vedamekam chaturbhedam kritva shakashatair vibuhu karoti bahulam bhuyo vedavyasa swarupadrik. Vedamstu dvapare vyasa kalerante punarharihi kalkiswarupi durvrittan marge stapayati prabhu. In Krita Yuga, Bhagavan Vishnu, in the form of Kapila and other inspired teachers, imparts true wisdom for the benefit of all creatures. In Treta Yuga, he incarnates as monarchs, the rulers, Chakravartis, and protects the world by punishing the wicked. In Dwapara Yuga, in the form of Vedavyasa, he divides the one mass of Vedas into 4 and distributes it into innumerable branches. And at the end of Kali, he incarnates to re-establish Dharma. Krite yuge paramjnanam kapiladi swarupadrik dadhadi sarvabhutanam sarvabhuta hiterataha. Chakravarti swarupena tretayamapi saprabhu drishtanam nigraham kurvan paripati jagattrayam. Vedamekam chaturbhedam kritva shakashatair vibuhu karoti bahulam bhuyo vedavyasa swarupadrik. Vedamstu dvapare vyasa kalerante punarharihi kalkiswarupi durvrittan marge stapayati prabhu. Evamesha jagat sarvam paripati karoti cha hanti chanteshvanantatma nastyasmat vyatirekayat. In this manner, Bhagavan Vishnu, the Paramatma, creates, preserves, sustains and destroys all of the universe. Thus ends Adhyaya 2 of Amsha 3. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Maitreya Uvacha Jnatametanmaya tvatto yata purvamidam jagat Vishnurvishnau Vishnutascha naparam vidyate tataha Etattu shrotumichhami vyastaveda mahatmana Vedavyasasya rupena yatatena yuge yuge. Adhyaya 3 of Amsha 3 begins with Maitreya's address to Parashara. I have learnt from you that this whole universe is the body, Sharira of Bhagavan Vishnu, who is its Shariri. It is supported and sustained by him. It comes forth from him and goes back to him, and therefore nothing else is superior to that Paramatma, the Parabrahman, Bhagavan Vishnu. Now I desire to hear from you how the Vedas were divided in different ages by that Supreme Being in the form of Vedavyasa. Parashara Uvacha Dvapare Dvapare Vishnur Vyasarupi Mahamune Vedamekam Sabahuda Kurute Jagato Hitaha Vidyam Tejo Balaschalyam Manushyanam Avekshavai Hitaya Sarvabhutanam Vedabhedan Karoti Saha. In every Dwapara Yuga, Lord Vishnu in the form of Vyasa engages in the division of Vedas, which is essentially one, in order to promote the good of mankind. Considering the limited perseverance, energy, and application of mortals, and hence their incapability to learn and master the entire body of Vedas, he makes the Vedas fourfold, so that one may at least learn one of the four. Vyasa means one who classifies. Therefore, the one who classifies the Vedas into four during every Dwapara Yuga is given the title of Vedavyasa. We are in the 28th Chaturyuga of the current Manvantara, Vaivashvata. Therefore, 28 times have the Vedas been arranged, classified by 28 different Vedavyasas. Parashara then goes on to name all the Vedavyasas starting from the very first Chaturyuga. Brahma, Manu, Ushanas, Brihaspati, Savitri, Yama, Indra, Vasishtha, Saraswata, and so on. In the 25th Chaturyuga, Shakti was the Vyasa, and in the 26th, Parashara was the Vyasa. He was succeeded by Jaratkaru as the 27th Vyasa. The Vyasa of this current Chaturyuga, the 28th, is the illustrious Krishna Dvaipayana, the son of Parashara. Dhruvamekaksharam Brahma Omityevam Yavastitham Brihatvat Brahmanatvacha Tad Brahmotyabhidhiyate. Before detailing further on the classification of Vedas, Parashara prays to Pranavaswarupa, the Shabda Brahman. Dhruvamekaksharam Brahma Omityevam Vyavastitham Brihatvat Brahmanatvacha Tad Brahmotyabhidhiyate. The eternal monosyllable Om is an expression of Brahman, and it connotes that Brahman, the Supreme Being, that which grows infinitely and causes everything else to grow. It is the cause by which everything else, including the Vedas, are developed. That is Brahman. Parabrahmane tasmai nityameva namo namaha. Parabrahmena tasmai nityameva namo namaha. Yadrupam vasudevasya paramatma swarupinaha. Parashara next prostrates to the Pranavaswarupi Bhagavan Vasudeva, who is the Paramatma, the Parabrahman.
Savidyate vedamayaha savedam karoti bhedair bahubihi sa shakham. Shaka praneta sa samasta shakha jnanaswarupo bhagavan anantaha. That Vasudeva, the Veda Swarupi, who is the Antaryami of the one Veda, divides the Veda into Rig, Yajus, Sama in the form of Vedavyasa. He is the creator of the Vedas and divides them by many subdivisions into branches. He is the author of those branches. He is the Jnana Swarupa, the very essence of true knowledge, the eternal Lord. Thus, Adhyaya 3 ends with Parashara's prostrations to the Pranavaswarupi, the Parabrahman. In Adhyaya 4 of Vamśa 3, Parashara gives further details on the classification of Vedas. The original Veda in 4 parts consisted of 100,000 stanzas, and from it proceeded 10 kinds of yajnas: Deva Yajna, Pitri Yajna, Bhuta Yajna, Manushya Yajna, Brahma Yajna. These are the Panchamaha Yajnas. The other 5 are Agnihotra, Darsha Paurnamasa, Chaturmasya, Ashwamedha, Soma Yajna. In the 28th Dwapara, Parashara's son, as Vyasa, separates the 4 portions of the Veda into 4 Vedas. Krishnadvaipayanam Vyasam Vidhi Narayanam Prabhum. Krishnadvaipayanam Vyasam Vidhi Narayanam Prabhum. Konyo hi bhuvi maitreya Mahabharata krit bhavet. Know this, he Maitreya, the Vyasa called Krishnadvaipayana, my son, is none other than Narayana himself. For who else could have composed the Mahabharata, declares Parashara. Thus, Parashara glorifies his own son, who is the Amsha Avatara of Sriman Narayana. Krishnadvaipayana not only classified the Vedas and subdivided them into various branches like every other preceding Vedavyasa, he also authored the Panchamo Veda, the Mahabharata, which is the very essence of all the Vedas. Vyasa then entrusted Rigveda to Paila, Yajurveda to Vaishampayana, Samaveda to Jaimini, and Atharva to Sumantu. He also took Suta, who was named Lomaharshana, as his pupil, and imparted to him the Itihasas and Puranas. This vast original tree of the Vedas, having been divided into 4 principal stems, soon branched out into an extensive forest. Parashara then explains how Rigveda was divided into 2 Samhitas by Paila, and how each of the succeeding disciples further subdivided the Samhitas. In this way, branch sprang from branch. In Adhyayas 5 and 6, Parashara details how Yajur, Sama and Atharva Vedas also went through the process of subdivisions, resulting in innumerable branches. He concludes Adhyaya 6 by giving a summary on the 18 Vidyasthanas, the 18 principal branches of knowledge, the 4 Vedas, the 6 Vedangas, Siksha, Vyakarana, Nirukta, Kalpa, Chandas, Jyotisha. The 4 Vedas, the 6 Vedangas, Mimamsa, Nyaya, Dharma, Puranas, Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva Veda and Arthashastra. These are the 18 Vidyasthanas. After receiving this knowledge from Parashara, let us wait and see what Maitreya is going to ask next. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Maitreya Uvacha Sohamichchami tatshrotum yamasya vashavartinaha Nabhavanti narayena tatkarma kathayamalam. After listening to Parashara's exposition on the classification of Vedas by Vedavyasa in the earlier Adhyayas of Amsha 3, in Adhyaya 7, Maitreya asks a very profound question. All the jivas are perennially caught in the whirlpool of karma, an endless cycle of births and deaths, visiting Sarga and Naraka repeatedly. In the course of this eternal journey, what is the way out? How to overcome visiting Naraka? How to free themselves from the clutches of Yama? What kind of actions are prescribed to escape confronting Yama? Parashara then responds, Maitreya, a similar question was once asked by Nakula to his Pitamaha Bhishma. Let me repeat to you Bhishma's reply. Bhishma recounted how he himself received the reply from his friend from Kalinga, who was fortunate to be instructed on the Yama Kinkara Samvada by a Muni. Yama, beholding one of his servants with his noose in his hand, whispered to him, Swapurusham abhiviksha pasahastam vatati yama kila tasya karnamule parihara madhusudana varaprapannan prabhuraham anyanrinamna vaishnavanam parihara madhusudana prapannan prabhuraham anyanrinamna vaishnavanam. Keep clear of those who have surrendered to Lord Madhusudana. I am the Lord of all except the Vaishnavas, the great Vishnu Bhaktas, declared Yama. Prabhuraham Anyanrinam. I am the Lord of those jivas who have surrendered to the world of matter, who are constantly going after chasing material goals, says Yama. Na Vaishnavanam. I am not the Lord of those for whom Bhagavan Vishnu is the only goal. Harim Amaraganarchitangripadyam Pranamatiyah Paramarthatho Himatyah Tamapagata Samastapapa Bandam Vrajaparihritya Yatagnimadjasiktam Vrajaparihritya Yatagnimadjasiktam. He who through the right knowledge diligently adores the lotus feet of the Lord Hari, the Supreme Being worshipped by all the Devas, such a bhakta is released from all bonds of karma, declares Yama to his Kinkara. And he adds, you must avoid such a Vishnu bhakta as you would avoid fire fed with oil. Rajaparihritya yatagni majyasiktam. Having heard these injunctions of Yama, the Kinkara wanted to know how to distinguish the bhakta of Lord Hari. Yama uvacha. Nachalati rijavarna dharmato yaha samamatir atma suhrut vipaksha pakshe naharati nachalati kinchiduchchaihi sitamanasam tamavaihi Vishnu bhaktam. Yama replied, he who never deviates from his varna dharma, that is, he who diligently performs his swadharma, he who is alike to friend or foe, that is, he who is unattached, he who takes nothing that is not his own, nor injures any being, know that person of unblemished mind as the Vishnu Bhakta. Kalikalusha balena yasyanatma vimalamater malini krutostamohe manasikrita janardanam manushyam satatamavaihi harer ativa bhaktam. Know him to be a bhakta of Lord Hari who has Bhagavan Janardhana completely filling his mind, and therefore whose mind is totally freed from fascination for anything else other than Bhagavan, and who is undefiled, not tainted, not corrupted by the age of Kali. Kanakamapi rahasya veksha buddhaya trinamiva yas samavaiti vai paraswam bhavati cha bhagavat yananya chetaha purushavaram tamavehi Vishnu bhaktam. Know that exalted person to be a Vishnu bhakta who, looking upon gold that belongs to another, considers it as grass and devotes all his thoughts to the Lord without getting distracted or disturbed. Spatikagiri shilamalakva Vishnuhu manasindranam kvachamatsaradi doshaha nahitu hina mayukara simapunje bhavati hutasana deeptija pratapaha vimalamati vimatsara prasanta shuchicharito kila sattva bhutaha priyahita vachanostamanamayo vasati sadahriti tasya vasudevaha. A Vishnu Bhakta is as pure as a mountain of clear crystal. The glowing heat of fire cannot abide in a cluster of the cooling rays of moon. Similarly, wherever Bhagavan resides, all evil tendencies cannot abide. He who is pure in thoughts, is free from jealousy, is contented, leads a pure life of impeccable conduct, is compassionate towards all creatures, speaks wisely and kindly, is humble and sincere. Such a person has Bhagavan Vasudeva ever present in his heart. Vasati hridi sanatane cha tasmin bhavati puman jagatosya saumya rupaha Shirasamati ramyamatmanontaha kathayati charutayaiva shalapotaha. Just as a young shala tree by its sheer beauty declares the excellence of the juice which it has consumed from the earth, a Vishnu Bhakta in whom the Sanatana has taken up his abode is full of radiance and glorious appearance amidst all the beings of the world. Yama continues, Sakalamida Mahancha Vasudevaha Paramapuman Parameshwarasya Ekaha Itimatischala Bhavatyanante Hridayagate Vrajatan Vihaya Durat. Yama declares to the Kinkara, do stay away from such a Vishnu Bhakta in whose heart Ananta is enshrined, the one who knows that everything in this universe is the embodiment of Vasudeva. Everything belongs to that one supreme Ishvara, Bhagavan Vishnu. Do stay away from such a Vishnu Bhakta. Kamalanayana Vasudevo Vishnu Dharanidharachyuta Shankachakrapane. Kamalanayana Vasudeva Vishnu Dharanidharachyuta Shankachakrapane Bhavasharanamiti Vyanti Evai Tyajabhata Dhuratarera Tana Papan. Tyajabhata Dhuratarera Tana Papan. Yama concludes with the final instructions to the Kinkara. Avoid those holy persons who are constantly meditating on the lotus-eyed Vasudeva, the only supporter of the universe, the glorious wielder of the discus and the conch, Achyuta, the one who is the ultimate refuge of the world. Don't even go near him. Hey Yamakinkara, for I am powerless against such a Vishnu Bhakta who is protected by none other than Bhagavan and who is not destined for Naraka. That is, he is destined for Vaikuntha. Thus, Parashara recounts the glory of a Vishnu Bhakta through the Yamakinkara Samvada which was conveyed by Bhishma to Nakula. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Maitreyo Vacha Bhagavan Bhagavan Devaha Samsara Vijigishubihi Mamakyahi Jagannatho Vishnuraradhyate Yatha. Maitreya in Amsha 3 Adhyaya 8 is desirous of knowing how the Supreme Lord, the Lord of the universe, Bhagavan Vishnu, is worshipped by those who seek liberation from the cycle of samsara. Parashara then responds, I will repeat to you the answer provided by the great Rishi Aurva, the descendant of Bhrigu, to King Sagara. Varnashrama acharavata purushena parah puman Vishnuraradhyate pantha nanyati tattosha karanam. The Supreme Lord Vishnu is propitiated by one who observes the varnashrama dharma and fashions one's life on the foundation of that dharma. No other path is the way to please the Lord. Swami Ramanuja, while summarizing the true import of all Shastras in Vedartha Sangraha, gives a similar message. Jivapara yatatmya jnana purvaka varnashrama dharma iti kartavyataka paramapurusha charanayugala dhyanarchana pranamadihi atyatta priyaha tat prapti phalaha. A seeker, after acquiring the true knowledge of reality, the knowledge of the Jivatma and Paramatma, and while observing his varnashrama dharma, must devote to the meditation, worship and adoring salutation of the glorious feet of the Supreme Lord. This, done with immeasurable joy, leads to the attainment of the Supreme. Acquisition of Tattva Jnana and observance of Swadharma, one's Varnashrama Dharma, are angas of bhakti for which the reward is Bhagavat Prapti. Here, therefore, for Bhagavat Preeti and Bhagavat Prapti, we see Parashara recommending the observance of Varnashrama Dharma. Varnashrama Acharavata Purushena Parah Puman Vishnuraradhyate Pantha Nanyate Tattosha Karanam Yajanyajnyan Yajatyenam Japatyenam Nripa Gramstatanyam Hinastyenam Sarvabhuto Yato Harihi. When one who performs any kind of yajna, one is only worshipping Bhagavan Vishnu. When one who prays to whichever deity, one is only praying to Bhagavan Vishnu. As Krishna declares in the Gita, Etpanya devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvitaha tepi mameva kaunteya yajanti avidhi purvakam aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natumam abhijananti tatvena tatsyavanti te. I am only being worshipped through all the rites performed sincerely by those who are propitiating various other deities. When one performs worship without knowing the central message of the Shastras, which is all the deities form the Sharira of the one Supreme Lord, the Paramatma, the Parabrahman, Bhagavan Sriman Narayana. When they worship without this knowledge, their rituals do not fetch the rewards in full, declares Sri Krishna in the Gita. He then adds, whichever yajna is performed, know that I, the Paramatma, is being principally worshipped. I alone am the bestower of all rewards. Parashara conveys the same message here. He further adds, Namstatanyam hinastyenam sarvabhuto yato harihi. He who injures living creatures injures Bhagavan. When one realizes that Bhagavan Vishnu is the Antaratma of all living creatures, then one can never indulge in harming any living creatures intentionally. The one who observes Varnashrama Dharma also leads a life of impeccable conduct which pleases the Lord. Parapavadam paishunyamandritam chanabhashate anyodvegakaram yascha toshyate tena keshavaha. One must avoid speaking ill of others, abusing others. Apavada is abusing someone, speaking ill of someone, blaming someone on their face. Speaking ill of someone behind their back is paishunyam. One must avoid both apavada and paishunyam. Avoid speaking untruth and avoid hurting others, causing anxiety, agitation or distress to others. Such a person alone pleases Keshava. Parashara goes on to recount Aurva's exposition on the Varna Dharma. Aurva Uvacha Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Shudranam cha Yathakramam Tvamekagramana Bhutva Shunu Dharman Mayoditan. Attentively listen to the duties of the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, which I shall describe to you now. A Brahmana's life must revolve around worship through various yajnas, assiduous study of the Vedas, preserve Shruti and Smriti through knowing and doing. A Brahmana's life must be on a foundation of giving more than taking. For the sake of subsistence, for the sake of livelihood, a Brahmana may conduct yajnas for the sake of others and teach the Shastras to others. But he must accept material wealth in return only that much with which he can sustain his household needs. Sarvabhuta hitam kuryanna hitam kasyajit vijaha maitri samasta bhuteshu brahmanasyottamam dhanam grave ratne cha parakye samabuddhir bhaved vijaha. A Brahmana must ever seek to promote the good of others and do evil unto none. For the true wealth of a Brahmana is universal benevolence, is universal welfare. He must be devoid of any greed and must look upon the jewels of another as if they are pebbles. Dhanani dadyadichhatho dvijebhyah kshatriyopihi yajecha vividair yajnairadhiyita cha parthiva. A Kshatriya must always cheerfully reward the Brahmana with adequate gifts, perform various yajnas, and must also study the Shastras. Protection of the kingdom and the subjects is the primary duty of a Kshatriya. A Kshatriya must punish the evil and support the good and ensure order in society. A Vaishya carries out occupations of commerce, agriculture, and the feeding of flocks and herds for his means of livelihood. Wealth creation is a Vaishya's primary duty. Study of scriptures, conduct of yajnas, and charity are also his duties. Service through physical labor is the primary duty of the Shudra. Besides these duties, there are obligations for all the four Varnas, adds Parashara. These are support of their families, multiplying progeny, daya samasta bhuteshu titiksha anabhimanita, tenderness towards all creatures, patience, humility, satyam shaucham anayaso mangalyam priyavadita, truth, purity, contentment, decency of decoration, gentleness of speech, maitra spruha tatha tatvada karpanyam nareshwara anasuyacha samanya varnam katitha gunaha, friendliness, freedom from envy, freedom from greed, freedom from jealousy and disparagement. All these are also duties of all the four Varnas, adds Parashara. If you noticed, I did not translate the word Varna into English because the English translation that is currently in vogue is a gross misrepresentation of Varna Dharma and is absolutely misleading. Thus, in Adhyaya 8 of Vamśa 3, we see Parashara's explanation of Varna Dharma as a key anga for bhakti. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. After detailing Varna Dharma in Adhyaya 9 of Vamśa 3, Parashara summarizes the Ashrama Dharma as recounted earlier by Aurva to Sagara. There are four ashramas, four stages of life: Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyasa. Brahmacharya is dedicated to the pursuit of studies. Brahmacharya is a lifestyle dedicated to Vedas and also allied sciences like art, literature, mathematics, etc. During Brahmacharya, one not only learns the scriptures but also understands the ultimate goal of life. One knows that life is not to be wasted in pursuit of ephemeral things. One then graduates to Grihastha, the life of a householder, through the holy institution of marriage. At this stage, while pursuing inner growth, the householder also contributes to the welfare of the society. One brings up children who will take care of the next generation. After achieving adequate social contribution and individual spiritual evolution, one then learns to withdraw gradually from Grihastha. This passing is neither total withdrawal nor total activity. From total activity, no one can go to total withdrawal because the mind cannot stand that. The intermediary stage between Grihastha and Sannyasa is Vanaprastha. The final stage is Sannyasashrama, a lifestyle rooted in renunciation. External sannyasa, asceticism, is optional, but internal sannyasa, total detachment, is mandatory. Sagara uvacha. Khatitam chaturashramyam chaturvarnya kriyastatha pumsaha kriyamaham shotumichami dvijasattama nityam naimittikim kamyam kriyam pumsa maseshataha samakyahi bhrigasreshta sarvajno hyasi me mataha. You have described to me, O venerable Brahmana, the Varnashrama dharma. I am desirous to know the Nitya Naimittika Kamya Karmas, duties prescribed by the Shastras. In response, Aurva detailed all the kriyas to be performed by the parents before a child is born. Garbhadhanam, Pumsavanam, Seemantam, Unnayanam, etc. After the birth of the child, kriyas like Jatakarmam, Abhyudaya Shraddham, etc. are to be performed. Then Aurva Muni gives a list of interesting prescriptions for the naming of a child. Tatascha namakurvita pitaiva dashamehani devapurvam narakhyam hi shamavarmadi samyutam sharmeti brahmanasyoktam varmeti kshatra samshayam guptadasatmakam nama prashastam vaishya shudrayoho. Upon the 10th day after birth, the father must give a name to the child. The first name shall be an appellation of Bhagavan, one of the various names of the Lord. The surname of a Brahmana shall be Sharma, that of a Kshatriya be Varma, while Gupta and Dasa are best suited to be the surnames of Vaishyas and Shudras. Aurva further adds, a name should not be without a meaning. It should not be indecent, absurd, nor fearful. It must not be too long or too short. It must be easy to be articulated. I believe this is quite interesting and more relevant in our today's context for naming our children. Then Aurva details all the other rites, right from Upanishkramanam until Upanayanam. Then he details how one should conduct one's life in the services of a guru during one's Gurukulavasa. And he concludes Adhyaya 10 with details on how to choose one's life partner. In Adhyaya 11 is included a detailed exposition on the best practices or observances for every householder. Brahme muhurte sustecha manase matiman nripa vibuddhaschintayet dharmamartam chasya virodhinam apidayatayoho kamamubhayorapi chintayet. A wise householder should wake up in the Brahma Muhurta, which is approximately 2 hours before sunrise, and with a composed mind meditate on the two objects of life, dharma and artha. Duty rooted in righteousness and material pursuit rooted in righteousness. He must not contemplate on any other topic incompatible with dharma and artha. The householder can contemplate on kama, desires, which do not conflict with dharma and artha. This echoes the message of the Gita. Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivajjitam dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshabha. In the strong, their strength which is uncorrupted by desire and attachment is my vibhuti. And in living beings, the desire which does not conflict with dharma is my vibhuti, says Lord Krishna in the Gita. The Adhyaya further dwells in detail on the sadacharas, perpetual obligations of a householder, daily purifications, ablutions, yajnas and worship, offerings to be made in yajnas, hospitality, various rites and rituals including funeral rites and ceremonies to be observed at different parts of the day. Thus we see how our Shastras give us a comprehensive framework for life and living, which enables us fulfill the purposes of taking birth. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Brahmadyam yo manorvamsham ahanyahani samsmaret tasya vamsha samuchchedo nakadachit bhavishyati. Parashara declares, I shall present to you, O Maitreya, an account of the lineage of Manu commencing with Brahma and graced by a number of illustrious kings. To those who repeatedly recall this glorious lineage, the continuation of their own lineage is guaranteed. Thus, Parashara begins Amsha 4 with a very detailed account on the Vamśa of Vaivashvata Manu in Adhyaya 1. In the course of this account, Parashara includes an interesting narration of Revati Kalyanam. Sharyati, the fourth son of Vaivashvata Manu, had a daughter named Sukanya, who was married to the holy sage Chavana. Chavana had a righteous son, Anartha, whose son was Revata. Revata ruled over his kingdom with the capital Kushasthali. His eldest son was Kakudmi, also called Raivata. Raivata had a lovely daughter, Revati, and not finding anyone worthy of her hand in Bhuloka, he went all the way with her to Satyaloka, the abode of Brahma. Raivata wanted to seek Brahma's counsel on a suitable bridegroom for Revati. As they arrived, Raivata and Revati witnessed some divine singing by Gandharvas. After enjoying the music for a few moments, Raivata approached Brahma, prostrated, and shared his short list of candidates who could be considered as his son-in-law. Nodding his head gently and smiling graciously, Brahma replied, None of those you shortlisted, hey Raivata, are currently alive. For what you thought was just a moment while enjoying the music was indeed several Chaturyugas in Bhuloka. Many succession of ages have passed away in Bhuloka while you were listening to our singers here in Satyaloka. Now, upon Bhuloka, the 28th Chaturyuga of the current Manvantara is nearly finished and the Kali period is at hand. All those whom you knew, including your family and friends, have long since been swept away by the hand of time. Overcome with astonishment and alarm, the king then said to Brahma, Lord, tell me then unto whom my daughter shall be given in marriage. Brahmovacha Nahyadi madhyanta majasya yasya vidmo vayam sarvagatasya dhatuhu nachaswarupam naparam swabhavam nachaivasaram parameshwarasya yasmin jagadyo jagadetadadyo yaschashritosmin jagati swayambhuh sa sarvabhuta prabhavo dharitriam swamshena vishnur nrupatevatirnaha. Brahma responded, the one of whose beginning, middle and end we are ignorant, the unborn and omnipresent essence of all things, he whose real and infinite nature and essence we do not know, he the supreme Bhagavan Vishnu. In him is the world, he is the world, he the self-born is again present in the world. An Amsha of that mighty Bhagavan Vishnu has now descended upon the Bhuloka. His Amshavatara, Balarama. Brahma continued, that city, Kushasthali, which was formerly your capital, is now known as Dwaraka. And there resides Bhagavan Vishnu's Amshavatara, Baladeva. You approach him and seek his hand for Revati. Being thus instructed by Brahma, Raivata returned with his daughter to Bhuloka, where he found the race of men dwindled in stature, reduced in vigor, and enfeebled in intellect with the passage of time over the Manvantara. In fact, Revati was so excessively tall compared to the then current average height of humans on Bhuloka that Lord Balarama had to shorten her with the end of his plowshare. And thus, Revati was wedded to Lord Balarama. In Adhyaya 2 of Vamśa 4, Parashara covers the birth of Ikshvaku to Vaivashvata Manu. Ikshvaku had 100 sons, of whom the three most distinguished were Vikukshi, Nimi, and Danda. On the death of Ikshvaku, the dominion of the earth descended to Vikukshi. Vikukshi was succeeded by Paranjaya. Once in the Treta Yuga, a violent war broke out between the Devas and Asuras. The Devas approached Paranjaya for help, and Paranjaya proposed that he can win the battle against the Asuras if Indra can carry him on his shoulders. Indra concurred and assumed the shape of a bull. Paranjaya mounted upon his shoulder, and in the battle that ensued destroyed all the Asuras. Because he annihilated the Asuras while seated upon the shoulder or the hump, Kakud, of the bull, he obtained the title Kakutstha, the one seated on the hump. The son of Kakutstha was Anenas, whose son was Pruthu, whose son was Vishwagashva. The successors who followed him were Ardra, Yuvanashva, Shavasta, Vrihadashva, and Kuvalayashva. As Kuvalayashva destroyed the Asura Dundhu, he received the title Dundhumara. He was succeeded by Dridhashva, then Haryashva, Nikumba, Sanhatashva, Krishashva, and Prasenajit. His son was another Yuvanashva. Yuvanashva had no son, and therefore he sought the help of the sages to conduct a yajna. During the course of the yajna, one night, the king awoke exceedingly thirsty and found some water. But this holy water was sanctified by the sages and was meant for the queen to drink so that she can give birth to a mighty son. Yuvanashva unwittingly drank this water and conceived a child. In due time, the miraculous child ripped open the right side of the king and was born. When the rishis wondered as to who shall nurse this child, Indra appeared and said, Mam dhasyati, Mam dhasyati, I shall nurse him. And hence the boy was named Mandhata. Indra put his forefinger into the mouth of this infant, who sucked it and drew from it heavenly nectar. And he grew up and became a mighty monarch. Thus we see Parashara in Adhyayas 1 and 2 of Vamśa 4 giving a detailed account of the Surya Vamśa, right from Ikshvaku to Mandhata. Let us await further details of the Ikshvaku lineage in the coming Adhyayas, especially the incarnation of Narayana as Sri Rama. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. In Adhyaya 3 of Vamśa 4, Parashara continues his account on the lineage of Ikshvaku. The line of Mandhata is now resumed. The successors of Mandhata were Ambarisha, Yuvanashva, Harita, Purukutsa. Purukutsa married a Naga queen, Narmada, and had a son named Trasadasyu. It is in his lineage Satyavrata was born, who obtained the title of Trishanku. Trishanku's son was Harishchandra, and after few generations was born Bahu. Bahu was vanquished by the tribes of Haihayas and Talajangas, and in consequence this Ikshvaku prince had to flee into the forests. One of his wives, who was pregnant, was poisoned, and thanks to Muni Aurva, she was able to deliver the child. Aurva expelled the poison that had been given, and he named the child Sagara. Sa means with, and Gara means poison. The sage also fully instructed Sagara in the Vedas and taught him the use of arms. Sagara grew up and recovered the Ikshvaku kingdom and glory by exterminating the Haihayas and Talajangas. Sagara was given a boon by sage Aurva that one wife of his should bear one son, the upholder of his race, and the other should give birth to 60,000 sons. And Sagara left it to his wives to make their choice. His wife Keshini chose to have the single son and gave birth to Asamanjas. Sagara's other wife Sumati chose to give birth to 60,000 sons. Asamanjas was of a very bad conduct, and therefore Sagara abandoned him for his immorality. At that period, Sagara commenced Ashwamedha Yajna, and when the Ashwa, the horse, was stolen, Sagara commanded his sons to search for it. In pursuit of the stolen horse, the 60,000 sons found it near Rishi Kapila's hermitage. The ignorant and foolish sons of Sagara assumed that Kapila was the culprit, and they ran towards the meditating sage to harm him. The Muni slowly raised his eyes and for an instant looked upon them, and all the 60,000 sons of Sagara were instantaneously reduced to ashes. When Anshuman, the son of Asamanjas, came searching for his uncles, Kapila, pleased with his noble conduct, declared, "Your grandson shall bring down upon earth the divine Ganga, and when her waters wash the ashes of your uncles, they shall be raised to Sarga." The son of Anshuman was Dilipa. His son was Bhagiratha, who brought Ganga down to earth. After several generations was born Katwanga. The son of Katwanga was Dirgabahu. His son was Raghu and his son was Aja. Aja's son was Dasharatha. Now, Parashara summarizes the advent of Lord Sri Rama. Dasharatasyapi Sri Bhagavan Abjanabaha Jagatstityartam Atmamshen Rama Lakshmana Bharata Shatrugna Rupina Chaturdha Putratvam Ayasit. For the sake of Dharma Samstapana, protection of the world, Lord Narayana incarnated as Rama along with Lakshmana, Bharata and Shatrugna. Parashara then goes on to list few highlights of Ramavatara. Protection of Vishwamitra's sacrifice, destruction of Tataka, Ahalya Shapa Vimochana, Sita Kalyana, Sri Rama Vanavasa, the slaying of Viradha, Karadushana and other Rakshasas, Kabandha and Vali, Setu Bandhana, the elimination of Ravana, Rama's return to Ayodhya along with Sita. In few lines, Parashara completes Ramayana in the course of his exposition on the Ikshvaku dynasty. Ityevam adya tulabala parakrama vikramanayirati dushta niravarhanairaseshasyasya jagato nishpadita stithayo Ramalakshmana Bharata Shatrugnaha punadviva marudaha epiteshu bhagavadam seshvanuraginaha koshalanagara janapadastepi tanmanasastaha salokata mavapuhu. Having thus, by unequaled valor and might, rescued the whole world from evil forces, Lord Rama reascended to his abode Sri Vaikuntha along with Lakshmana, Bharata and Shatrugna. He was followed by the people of Koshala, who were his ardent devotees to the supreme abode of Vishnu. Kusha and Lava were the sons of Rama. Angada and Chandraketu were the sons of Lakshmana. The sons of Bharata were Taksha and Pushkara. Subahu and Surasena were the sons of Shatrugna. Parashara concludes Adhyaya 4 by listing various distinguished kings who followed Kusha in the lineage of Ikshvaku. He then in Adhyaya 5 continues with another branch of Ikshvaku's lineage. Ikshvaku also had a son who was named Nimi. For his impertinence, Vasishta cursed Nimi that thenceforth he should cease to exist in a corporeal form. Hence, Nimi was forced to abandon his body and exist only as a spirit. The corpse of Nimi was preserved from decay by being embalmed with fragrant oils and resins. As Nimi left no successor, the sages churned his body and produced from it a prince who was called Janaka, one who was born without a progenitor. In consequence of his father being without a body, Videha, he was also called Vaideha, the son of the bodiless. And he further received the name of Mithi from having been produced by churning, Manthana. His city, therefore, came to be called Mithila. All the kings of this dynasty were called Janaka. The son of Janaka was Udavasu Janaka. His son was Nandivardhana Janaka. After many generations was born Siradhvaja Janaka. It is this Janaka who was blessed to become the father of none other than Sri Mahalakshmi in her incarnation as Sita. When Siradhvaja was ploughing the ground to prepare it for a yajna, there sprang up in the furrow a divine child who became his daughter Sita. the brother of Kshiradvaja, was Kushadvaja. Parashara concludes Adhyaya 5 of Vamśa 4 with a detailed listing of all the kings of Mithila who followed Bhanumat, son of Kushadvaja. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Maitreya Suryasya Bhagavan Vamshaha Katito Bhavata Mama Somasya Vamshe Tvakilan Shrotu Vichami Parthivan. Adhyaya 6 of Vamsha 4 begins with Maitreya's request. Maitreya says, "You have given me, respected preceptor, a detailed account of the kings of Surya Vamsha. I am now desirous to hear a description of the kings of Chandra Vamsha." In response, Parashara begins to present a detailed account on the Chandra Vamsha. Soma, that is Chandra, was the son of Atri, Brahma's Manasaputra. Through Tara, Soma begot Buddha. Buddha married Ila and begot Pururavas. To Pururavas and Urvashi were born 6 sons: Ayus, Dhimat, Amavasu, Vishwavasu, Shathayus and Shrutayus. Jannu belongs to the lineage of Amavashu. It was this Jannu who drank up Ganga as she intruded into his ashrama and eventually released her, appeased by the Devas. As Ganga was contained in Jannu's stomach and was reobtained from him, she is called Janhavi, daughter of Janhu. Several generations after Janhu was born the illustrious Kusha, whose son was Kushambha. Kushambha's son was Gadhi. Gadhi had a daughter named Satyavati, who was given in marriage to Richika, a descendant of the great sage Bhrigu. In order to obtain a pious and knowledgeable son, Richika used his tapobala and prepared a charu, a concoction for his wife Satyavati to consume so that she can conceive a Brahmana Shrestha. And on Satyavati's request, he consecrated a similar mixture for her mother, the wife of the great king Gadhi, by partaking which she should give birth to a valiant Kshatriya. When the time arrived for the charu to be eaten, the queen managed to convince her daughter Satyavati to switch to 2 different portions tailor-made for each of them. And the 2 ladies consumed the mixtures that was actually meant for the other. When Richika discovered this mishap, he was shocked and reprimanded Satyavati. "What have you done? In consequence of switching the tailor-made charus, Satyavati, your son, shall be born with the propensities of a Kshatriya and will use weapons to fight and slay. And your mother's son shall be born with the gunas of a Brahmana." Satyavati, hearing this, fell at her husband's feet and pleaded, "My lord, I have done this through ignorance. Let me not have a son such as you have foretold. If there must be one born with the gunas of a Kshatriya, let it be my grandson, not my son." Relenting at her distress, Richika replied, "So be it." Anantarancha sa jamadagnim ajijanat tanmatacha Vishwamitram janayamasa. Jamadagnir ikshvakuvamshodbhavasya Renostanayam Renukam upayeme. Tasyancha Asesha Kshatravamshahantaram Parashuramam Asanyam Bhagavataha Sakalaloka Guror Narayanasya Amsham Jamadagnir Ajijanat. Accordingly, in due course, Satyavati gave birth to Jamadagni, and her mother, Queen of Gadhi, gave birth to Vishwamitra. Jamadagni married Renuka, the daughter of Renu of the family of Ikshvaku, and to them was born Parashurama, an Vamśa of the Lord of the universe, Narayana. While in Adhyaya 7, Parashara covered the lineage of Pururavas through Amavashu, in Adhyaya 8, the lineage of Ayus, the eldest son of Pururavas, is covered. Ayus had 5 sons, Nahusha, Kshatravriddha, Rambha, Raji and Anenas. In the line of Kshatravriddha was born Kasha. Kashasya Kashirajaha tato dirgatamaha putro bhavat. Dhanvantiristu dirgatamasho bhut. Sahi samsiddha karya karanaha sakala sambhuti swasesha jnanavit. Bhagavata narayanena cha atita sambhuta vasmai varodattaha. Kasiraja gotre avatirya tvamashtadha samyak ayurvedam karishyasi yajnabhak bhavishyasi iti. The son of Kasha was Kashiraja. His son was Dhirgatamas, and to him was born Dhanvantari, who was beyond human infirmities and who was the master of universal knowledge. In his earlier life, when he manifested during Samudra Mathana, Narayana had conferred upon him a boon that he should subsequently be born in the family of Kashiraja and should compose the eightfold system of medical sciences. The 8 branches of medical sciences contributed by Dhanvantari are Shalya, extraction of extraneous bodies; Shalaka, treatment of external organic injuries. These two, Shalya and Shalaka, constitute surgery. Chikitsa, general medical treatment, administration of medicines for various ailments. Bhutavidya, treatment of maladies referred to demoniac possessions. Kaumarabhritya, midwifery, that is practice of assisting women in childbirth, midwifery and childcare. Agada, science of antidotes to poisons and various infections. Rasayana, science of prolonging life through healing. Bhajikarana, use of aphrodisiacs, use of various stimulants. Sushruta, whose works in ancient medicine are still available, was a celebrated pupil of Dhanvantari. In Adhyaya 8, the various descendants of Dhanvantari are covered in detail. In Adhyaya 9, the descendants of Raji, another son of Ayush, are covered. Adhyaya 10 covers the descendants of Nahusha, another son of Ayush. Yati, Yayati, Sanyati, Ayati, Viyati, Kriti were the 6 valiant sons of Nahusha. Yati declined the throne and therefore Yayati succeeded Nahusha as the sovereign king. Yayati had 2 wives, Devayani, the daughter of Ushanas, and Sharmishta, the daughter of Vrishaparvan. Devayani bore 2 sons, Yadu and Turvasu. Sharmishta had 3 sons, Bruhyu, Anu and Puru. Through the curse of Ushanas, Yayati all of a sudden lost his youth, became old and infirm. But having appeased his father-in-law, he obtained the ability to transfer his old age to anyone who would consent to take it. Yayati's weakness for his desires forced him to approach his own sons for exchanging his old age with youthhood. All his sons, Yadu, Turvasu, Druhyu and Anu, except Puru, declined to comply with his request. The youngest son, Puru, bowed to his father and readily consented to give him his youth and receive in exchange Yayati's old age. Thus, endowed with renovated youth, Yayati went about chasing pleasures of life and gratifying all his desires. Anudinancha upabhogatascha kamanativa ramyan mene tataschaiva magayat Yayatirvacha najatu kamaha kamanam upabhogena samyati havisha krishnavartameva bhuyayeva bhivardhate. The more the desires were gratified, Yayati found that the more stronger and intense they became. Finally, hit by reality, Yayati came to a profound conclusion. Desires cannot be fulfilled by enjoyment. Fire fed with ghee only becomes more intense. It was indeed a very late realization. But as the saying goes, it is better to be late than never. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
Yadorvamsham narashrutva sarvapapai pramuchyate yatravatirnam vishnuvakyam param brahma nirakriti. In Adhyaya 2 of Amsha 4, Parashara begins with a detailed account on Yadu Vamsha, the family of Yadu, the eldest son of Yayati. Whoever listens to the account on Yadu race, Parashara says, shall be released from all sin, for the Parabrahman Sriman Narayana incarnated in that lineage. It is in the lineage of Yadu the mighty Kartaviryarjuna was born. This prince propitiated the sage Dattatreya, the descendant of Atri and an Amsha of Bhagavan Vishnu, and obtained from him many boons: 1,000 mighty arms, subjugation of the world, victory over all his enemies. It was this Kartaviryarjuna who humiliated the mighty Ravana and imprisoned him. Kartaviryarjuna was eventually killed by Parashurama. Several generations later was born Vrishni, and from him the family obtained the name Vrishni, while from the name of the ancestor Yadu, all belonging to this lineage were called Yadavas. Adhyaya 12 covers the lineage of Kroshtri, the son of Yadu. It is in this line of Kroshtri's descendants that Satvata was born, and his descendants are called Satvatas. In Adhyaya 13, Parashara gives an account on the descendants of Satvata, and in this context, he recounts the legend of the Syamantaka gem. While the next Amsha, that is Amsha 5, is totally dedicated to Sri Krishna Leela, where Parashara is going to cover Krishna Avatara in detail right from Sri Krishna Janana. Here in this Adhyaya, we find Lord Krishna's role covered in the episode of the Syamantaka gem. The sons of Satvata were Vrishni, Andhaka, and 5 others. Surasena was a descendant in the Vrishni branch of the family, and Ahuka was a descendant in the Andhaka branch. Ugrasena was the son of Ahuka. Prasena and Satrajit were descendants of Vrishni, and it is to this Satrajit Surya Bhagavan gifted the famous Syamantaka gem, a gem of exquisite beauty and miraculous powers to attract prosperity and dispel all fears. Satrajit, fearing that Krishna would ask him for the jewel, transferred it to his brother Prasena. Prasena, while hunting one day, was killed by a lion, which also took away the jewel. This lion was eventually killed by the great and mighty Jambavan, who carried the Syamantaka gem to his cave and gave it to his son Sukumara. Prasena and the jewel's sudden disappearance resulted in rumors of Krishna's role, and in order to quell the rumors, Krishna pursued the course of Prasena into the forest and reached the cave of Jambavan, where he saw the little Sukumara playing with the gem. A deadly duel ensued between Jambavan and Krishna, and this fierce fighting lasted 21 days. Wearied by the conflict with a more powerful adversary, bruised and battered, Jambavan
finally surrendered. Kim punarasmat vidhairavashyam bhagavatosmat swamino narayanasya sakala jagat parayanasya amshena bhagavata bhavitavyamityuktaha. Jambavan submitted to Krishna. Undoubtedly, you are an incarnation of my sovereign Lord, my master, Narayana, the protector of the universe, the goal of the universe. Krishna then shared with him his avatara rahasya, and by gently touching him with his hand, alleviated the bodily pain which Jambavan suffered due to the grueling fight. Sacha pranipatyena punarapi prasadya chambavatim nama kanyam grihagamana adhyarbhutam grahayamasa. Jambavan prostrated to Krishna and offered him his daughter Jambavati in marriage, and also returned the Syamantaka jewel. Krishna then returned to Dwaraka and gave the gem back to Satyajit, thus exonerating himself from the false accusation of stealing it. Realizing his fault by doubting Krishna, Satyajit then offered his daughter Satyabhama in marriage to Krishna. Thus, Parashara briefly covers Satyabhama Parinayam and Jambavati Parinayam in the course of recounting the mysterious saga of the Syamantaka gem. In Adhyaya 14, Parashara covers the dynasties of Anamitra and Andhaka. It is in the line of Anamitra, who belongs to the Vrishni clan, was born Surasena, whose son was Vasudeva and whose daughter was Pritha. Pritha was adopted by Surasena's friend Kunti Bhoja and was named Kunti. It is in the line of Andhaka, Ahuka was born. The sons of Ahuka were Devaka and Ugrasena. Devaka had 4 sons and 7 daughters, including Devaki. All the daughters were married to Vasudeva. The sons of Ugrasena were Kamsa and 8 others. In Adhyaya 15, Maitreya expresses his curiosity to know more about Sishupala Vada. Sishupala is Jaya, the Dwarapalaka of Bhagavan Vishnu's abode in his 3rd and final rebirth. Earlier, he was born as Hiranyakashipu and Ravana. Parashara Uvacha Daityeshwarasya tu vadhaya kila lokotpatti stiti vinashakarina purvatunum grinata nasimharupam avishkritam tatra hiranyakashipor vishnur ayamityevam namanayasya bhut. Parashara explains, when the Supreme Lord of the universe incarnated to destroy Hiranyakashipu, he took the form of Narasimha, half lion, half man, and therefore Hiranyakashipu, that is Jaya, in his first birth was not aware that his destroyer was none other than Bhagavan Vishnu, his original master. Even as Ravana, Jaya in his second birth, at the time of death, he considered his adversary Rama as only a mortal and not Bhagavan. After death, he was then born in the illustrious family of the kings of Chedi as Shishupala. In this birth, he was animosity personified. Animosity against Sri Krishna, and his mind was filled with Krishna, hatred for Krishna all the time. Finally, when the time was ripe for his return to his role of Dwarapalaka, Krishna inflicted his death. Killed by the disgust of Bhagavan Vishnu, meditating on the Lord, he finally reached the abode of Bhagavan. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Parashara Uvacha Anantarancha saptam garbham ardharatre bhagavat prahita yogindra rohinya jataramapakrisya neetavati karshanaachasavapi samkarshanakhyamavapa. Parashara in Vamśa 4 continues. When Devaki was pregnant the seventh time, Yoganidra sent by Bhagavan Vishnu extricated the embryo from its maternal womb at midnight and transferred it to that of Rohini. And from having been thus taken away, the child, who was Balarama, received the name of Samkarshana. Tataha sakala jagan marataru moola bhuto bhutatita bhavishyadadi sakala surasura munimanuja manasamapya gochorobja bhava pramukairanala pramukaischa pranamyavani bharavatarānāya prasidatho bhagavan anadimadyo devaki garbhe samavatara vasudevaha. Next, Bhagavan Vishnu, the root of the vast universal tree, who is beyond the comprehension of devas, asuras, rishis and humans, the one who is worshipped and adored by Brahma and all the devas, the one who is without beginning, middle or end. In order to relieve Mother Earth of her burden, descended into the womb of Devaki to take birth as her son Vasudeva. Upon his arrival, the earth was relieved from all kinds of evil. The sun, moon and planets shone with extraordinary splendor and universal happiness prevailed. In the rest of Vamśa 4, Parashara covers in a great detail various dynasties. Dynasty of Turvasu in Adhyaya 16. Dynasty of Druhyu in Adhyaya 17. Lineage of Anu, the son of Yayati in Adhyaya 18. In Adhyayas 19 to 24, Parashara gives an account of the dynasties of Puru and Kuru, the various kings of future periods, future princes of the family of Ikshvaku, descendants of the kings of Magadha, and the dynasty of the kings of the Kali age. Vamśa 5 begins with Maitreya's earnest desire to know more about Bhagavan Vishnu's avatara as Sri Krishna. Thus, Vamśa 5 is very endearing as it covers the enchanting Sri Krishna Leela. Vasudeva married the daughter of Devaka, the illustrious Devaki. After their wedding, Kamsa drove their chariot, and as they were going along, a voice in the sky, sounding aloud and deep as thunder, addressed Kamsa. Kamsa, you are a fool. The eighth child of the damsel whom you are driving in the chariot shall take away your life. On hearing this, an agitated Kamsa drew his sword and was about to put Devaki to death. But Vasudeva intervened and pleaded, "Spare Devaki's life and I shall deliver to you every child of ours," he promised. Appeased by Vasudeva's promise, Kamsa desisted from killing Devaki. At the time, Mother Earth, overburdened by adharma, approached Brahma and all the other devas. Adharma is on ascendancy due to several duratmas like Kamsa, Arishta, Renuka, Keshi, Pralamba, Naraka, Sunda and Bana. I come to you for support. Please pray to Narayana to relieve me from this burden. Thus submitted Prithvi. Accordingly, Brahma, along with the Devas, went to Kshirabdhi and offered prayers to Lord Narayana. Brahma uvacha. Nakaranat karanadva karana karanannacha shariragrahanam vapi dharmatranayate param. Nakaranat karanadva karana karanannacha shariragrahanam vapi dharmatranayate param. O Supreme, you assume different forms and take birth not as a consequence of karma, punya and papa, but for the sole object of dharma samsthapana in this world. Namo namastestu sahasramurte sahasrabaho bahuvaktrapada. Namo namaste jagatah pravritti vinasha samsthana karaprameya. Sukshmati sukshmati brihat pramana gariyasamapi atigauravatman. Pradhana buddhindriyavat pradhana moolat paratman bhagavan prasida prasida. Brahma continued, Glory to you, the omniscient, omnipotent, illimitable author of creation, preservation and destruction, most subtle of the subtle and most vast of the great. To you whom all Achit and Chit entities belong, please be gracious. Behold, this earth, oppressed by mighty asuras, comes to you. Who is her defender, to be relieved from her burden? Behold me, Indra, the Ashwins, Varuna, Yama, the Rudras, the Vasus, Surya, Vayu, Agni and all others, prepared to execute whatever you shall will. O Bhagavan, give your orders. Then Brahma thus made his submission. The Supreme Lord Narayana assured that his limitless tejas shall be impersonated in the 8th conception of Devaki, and thus he shall incarnate very soon. He also commanded all the Devas in their own Amshas to descend upon earth and wage war against the haughty Asuras. In the meantime, Narada Muni informed Kamsa that Bhagavan Vishnu himself would be the 8th child of Devaki. Infuriated, Kamsa placed both Vasudeva and Devaki in prison. As promised, Vasudeva delivered to Kamsa each infant as soon as it was born. It is said that these 6 were the children of Kalanemi, Hiranyakashipu's brother in their earlier birth, and were cursed to be killed by their own father. Thus, Kamsa, who was Kalanemi in his previous birth, ends up killing these 6 infants. At the command of Bhagavan Vishnu, these 6 were introduced into the womb of Devaki by Yoganidra, only to be handed over upon birth to Kamsa to be mercilessly killed. To Yoganidra, Bhagavan Vishnu said, the 7th conception of Devaki shall be formed by an Amsha of Adisesha, and this you shall transfer before the time of birth to Rohini, another wife of Vasudeva who resides in Gokula. The report shall run that Devaki miscarries through the anxiety of imprisonment. I will myself become incarnate in the 8th conception of Devaki, and you shall immediately become the embryo offspring of Yashoda. Impelled by my power, Vasudeva shall bear me to the bed of Yashoda and you to that of Devaki. Kamsa shall take you and hold you up to dash you against a stone, but you shall escape from his grasp into the sky, where Indra shall meet you and pay homage to you. Therefore, go, Yoganidra, go and execute my command. Thus commanded Bhagavan Vishnu. Let us all celebrate Deepavali and await Krishna Jananam. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu.
देवता उवाच प्रकृतिस्त्वं परा सूक्ष्मा ब्रह्मगर्भा भव पुरा ततो वाणि जगद्धातुर्वेदगर्भासि शोभने सूर्यस्वरूपगर्भासि सृष्टिभूता सनातनी बीजभूता तु सर्वस्य यज्ञभूता भवस्त्रयी फलगर्भां त्वमेवेज्या वह्निगर्भा तथारणिः. Adhyaya 2 of Vamśa 5 begins with a glorious prayer of the Devas in praise of Devaki. With none other than the Paramatma in her womb, Devaki was glowing with radiance. Taking several examples of entities which gain supreme significance and glory by virtue of holding something precious within, the Devas glorify Devaki. She is like the Sukshma Prakriti that holds in its womb the Mahat Tattva. Like the glorious Pranava, which has all the Vedas in its womb. Like the very act of Srishti that holds within it the entirety of the creation. She is supreme like the Vedas, which contain the yajnas, and she is like pujas, which hold within them the puja phala. She is like a piece of pure wood within which is hidden the precious fire. Jyotsna vasaragarbhatvam Jnanagarbhasi sannatihi Nayagarbha paranitir lajjatvam prasrayadvaha Kamagarbha tatechatvam tushtihi santoshagarbhini Medacha bodagarbhasi daivyagarbodvaha dritihi. The Devas continue the praise of the blessed Devaki, the to-be mother of Narayana himself. Hey Devaki, you are like the light from which a day is begotten. Like humility, the mother of true wisdom. Like a principle, the parent of order. You are modesty, the mother of affection. You are noble desire from which true love is born. Your contentment from which renunciation is derived. Your intelligence, the mother of knowledge, and your patience, the parent of courage. Yasyakila pramanani sa Vishnu garbha gatastava. Moreover, the Devas add, you Devaki hold the universe within you as Narayana, who contains the entire universe in him, is now residing in your very womb. Prasida Devi, Sarvasya Jagataha Shamshubhe Kuru Prityatvam Dharayeshanam Dhritam Enakilam Jagat. Be gracious Devaki, you are doing the greatest good to the world by bearing within you the one who supports the whole of this universe. Thus, the Devas glorify the blessed Devaki. Vamśa 3 then covers Sri Krishna Jananam. Eulogized by the Devas, Devaki bore in her womb the Pundarikaksha, the protector of the world. The sun-like Achyuta rose in the dawn of Devaki to cause the lotus petal of this universe to bloom. The virtuous experienced new delight. The strong winds were hushed and the rivers were tranquil when Janardana was about to be born. The seas with their own
melodious murmurings made the music. The Gandharvas danced and sang. The Devas showered down flowers upon the earth, and the holy fires of Yajna glowed with a mild and gentle flame. Mandam jagarjujjaladaha pushpavrishti muchodvija ardharatre akiladhare jayamane janadane. At midnight, when the supporter of the universe was about to appear on the planet, the clouds emitted low pleasing sounds and poured down rains of flowers. Pullendivarapatrabham chaturbahum udikshatam srivatsa vakshasam jatam tushtava anakadundubihi. Vasudeva beheld the glorious child of the complexion of the lotus leaves, having 4 divine arms and the unique Srivatsa mark on his chest. While in Ramavatara, the Lord carried out Pitruvakya Paripalana after he grew up. In Krishna Avatara, he does that right after his birth. Vasudeva Vacha Jnatosi Devadevesham Shankachakra Gadhadhara Divyarupamidam Deva Prasadenopasamhara. You who are birthless or born for our sake, O Devadevesha, bearer of Shanka, Chakra, Gada, show mercy and withhold this celestial form of yours. Let Kamsa not know of your incarnation. Devakya Uvacha Yo Anantarupo Akila Vishwarupo Garbheshu Lokan Vapusha Vibharti Prasidatamesha sa Devadevaha Swamayaya Vishkrita Balarupaha Upasamhara Sarvatman Rupametat Achyutar Bhujam Chanatum Avataram Te Kamsoyam Ditijadamaha. Devaki exclaimed, You, the Supreme Lord, Lord of all Devas, who has the entire universe as his body, you, by your unique Sankalpa Shakti, have assumed the condition of an infant. Have compassion upon us and forego this divine Chaturbhuja form. Let Kamsa not know of your divine descent. Shri Bhagavanuvacha Tatoham yatvaya purvam putrartinyam tadadyate saphalam devi sajjatam jatoham yat tavodarat. Bhagavan answered, Mother, in former times I was prayed to by you and adored in the hope of progeny. Your prayers have been granted, for I am born as your son. Right at the beginning of Swayambhuva Manvantara, Sutapas and Prishni prayed to the Lord that he takes birth as their son 3 times. Narayana incarnated as Prishnigarbha, their son. Next, when they were born as Kashyapa and Aditi, Narayana took birth as their son Vamana. Now, in their 3rd birth as Vasudeva and Devaki, the Lord keeps up his promise and incarnates as their son Krishna. Based on the Lord's instructions, Vasudeva, taking the little infant, went out that same night. With all the gods and soldiers charmed by Yoga Nidra, there was no obstruction for the passage of Vasudeva. To protect the infant from the heavy rain that fell from the clouds that night, Adisesha followed and spread his hoods above the baby carried by Vasudeva. When Vasudeva, with the child in his arms, crossed the Yamuna river, deep as it was and dangerous with numerous whirlpools, the waters were miraculously stilled and rose not above his knee. Crossing Yamuna, Vasudeva reached Nandagopa's house in Gokula. Placing his son by the side of Yashoda, who was fast asleep, Vasudeva then returned to his prison in Mathura, carrying off the female infant of Yashoda. Everything about Sri Krishna Avatara is wonder of wonders. Every Leela of the Lord overwhelms us. Celebrating the glorious Krishna Avatara, the illustrious Kuresha in his Sundarabahustavam writes, He Sundara, Ekatara Janmani Krishna Bhave, Dve Matarau cha Pitarau cha Kule api Dve. Hey Krishna, you descend as son of Devaki and Vasudeva, and overnight you allow yourself to be switched to Gokula only to become the darling of Yashoda and Nandagopa. No one other than you in one lifetime can have two mothers, two fathers, two gotras, two kulas. In Ramavatara, one Dasharatha did severe austerities to beget 4 sons. Here in Krishnavatara, 4, that is Vasudeva, Devaki, Nandagopa and Yashoda, do severe austerities to beget 1 son. Let us continue to relish Sri Krishna Jananam until next week. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Atimanusha-sheela-vritta-veshaihi ativrittamara-vikrama-pratapaihi atilangita-sarvaloka-samyam varaye Vaishnava-vaibhava-avataram. The illustrious Kuresha, foremost disciple of Swami Ramanuja, salutes the glorious Vibhava-avataras of Narayana in his Atimanusha-stavam. Bhagavan's avatars are matchless in all the worlds. His conduct and nature, his leelas during his avataras are atimanusha, suprahuman, supremely extraordinary and extraordinarily supreme. Through his leelas, the Lord demonstrates his unparalleled lordship. In the introduction of the Gita Bhashya, Swami Ramanuja writes, Bhubara avatara napadeshena asmadadinamapi samashrayani yatvaya avatirya uryam sakala manujanayana vishayagatam gataha paravara nikila janmano nayana hari divyacheshtitani kurvan Putana Shakata Yamalarjuna Arishta Pralambha, Denuka, Kaliya, Keshi, Kuvalayapida Chanura Mushtikatosala Kamsadin Nihatya, Anavadika Daya Sauhardha Anuraga, Garbhavalokan, Alapamritehi, Vishwam Apyayayan. Under the pretext of relieving the earth of its burdens, but really in order to make himself, the Paramatma, the Parabrahman, accessible to all of us and available for us to take refuge in him, the Supreme Lord took the avatara of Sri Krishna, and he thus became the all-attractive, easily approachable object for all, and did divine leelas that captivated the minds of all, high and low. He vanquished demons and evil persons such as Putana, Shakata, Pralamba, Dhenuka, Keshi, Kamsa, et al. Effortlessly, and ensured abundant happiness all over the world with the ambrosia of his glances and speech, conveying his boundless compassion and love. While Vishnu Purana covers many avatars, Vamśa 5 is devoted to the enchanting, ever-enduring, enthralling Krishnavatara. While it is not as extensive as in Srimad Bhagavatam, Parashara highlights several Atimanusha Cheshtitas of Sri Krishna. In Adhyaya 3, Krishna incarnated and also miraculously orchestrated his move to Gokula on the same night of his birth. Frustrated with his failure to kill Devaki's eighth child, and warned by Yogamaya that his nemesis is very much alive, Kamsa in Adhyaya 4, much troubled and furious, summoned all his principal asuras, Pralamba, Keshi, Denuka, Putana, Arishta and others. Let active search be made for all the infants upon earth and kill without any remorse every single boy in whom there are signs of unusual vigor, commanded Kamsa. He then decided to liberate Vasudeva and Devaki from their prison. In Adhyaya 5, the liberated Vasudeva went up to meet Nanda, who had travelled to Mathura to pay the yearly tributes to Kamsa. Vasudeva congratulated Nanda on having a son and added, Mamapi balakastatra rohini prasavohiyaha sarakshaniyo bhavata yatayam tanayo nijaha. Please do take care of my son, born by Rohini, and please do bring him up as your own son. Nanda and the other cowherds then, their taxes having been paid to the king, returned to Gokula. Vasatam Gokule tesham Putana balaghatini Suptam Krishnamupadaya Ratrau Tasmai Dadaustanam. Sometime after that, the female demon Putana, the child killer, came to Gokula on an eventful night, and finding little Krishna, took him up and began to breastfeed him. Whatever child was suckled by Putana instantly died of poisoning. But Krishna, allowing himself to be suckled by Putana, drained her of her very life, and the hideous Putana, with her prana sucked out effortlessly by Krishna, roaring aloud, fell dead on the ground. The inhabitants of Vraja awoke in alarm at the cries of the demoness, ran to the spot, and beheld Putana lying dead on the ground and a smiling Krishna in her arms. An anxious Yashoda and Nanda began to pray to avert all kinds of evil approaching their darling child. What we now see is a glorious prayer by Nanda to none other than the universal protector Narayana, seeking total protection for his beloved Krishna. Nandagopa is seeking Raksha for the Sarvaloka Rakshaka out of his concern for the protection of the protector. It is again Krishna's Leela, and our blessing as this powerful prayer is our very own Raksha. Nandagopa Uvacha Rakshatu tvam aseshenam bhutanam prabhavo harihi yasya nabhis samudbhuta pankajata bhavam jagat yenam damshragra vidhruta dharayatyavani jagat varaharupadhrug devaha satvam rakshatu keshavaha. May Hari, the Supreme Lord of all beings, protect you. He from whose lotus-like navel the universe was created, and on the tip of whose tusks in his Varahavatara, Mother Earth was rescued and raised from the depths of causal waters. May that Keshava, who assumed the form of a boar, protect you. Nakankura vinirbhinna vairivakshastalo vibuhu Nisimharupi sarvatra satvam rakshatu keshavaha. Vamano rakshatu sadha bhavantam yakshanadbhut trivikramaha kramakranta trailokya spuradhayudaha. May that Keshava, who as Nrisimha tore apart the chest of the evil Asura with his sharp nails, tear apart all effects of evil eyes. May that Purushottama, who, appearing first as a dwarf in his Vamanavatara and suddenly traversed in all his might with 3 paces, the 3 lokas. May that Trivikrama constantly defend you. Shiraste patu Govindaha, Kanthanam rakshatu Keshavaha, Guhyam cha Jataram Vishnu Jhangapadau Janardanaha, Mukambahu Prabahu cha Manaha Sarvendriyani cha, Rakshatva Vyahataishwaryastava Narayano Yayaha. May Govinda guard your head, Keshava your throat, Vishnu your stomach, Janardana your legs and feet. May Narayana, the eternal and ever attractive, shield your face, arms, your mind and sense organs. Nanda concludes, may all malignant, malevolent spirits of all kinds and evil in all forms flee, run away from you, scared of the divine bow, discus, mace and sword of Bhagavan Vishnu. Thus, Yashoda and Nanda put little Krishna to sleep and sincerely pray to ward off evil eye from harming their darling son, without realizing that they are in fact praying to the protector to ensure his own protection. This glorious Raksha for the Rakshaka is actually meant for the Raksha, each and every one of us. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Parashara Uvacha Kadachit Shakatadhastachayano Madhusudanaha Chikshepa Charanavudharvam Sthanyarti Prarurodacha Tasyapada Praharena Shakatam Parivattitam Vidvastak Kubhandam Vai Viparitam Papatacha. Adhyaya 6 of Vamśa 5 begins with the legend of Shakata Bhanjanam. When Sri Krishna was 3 months old, before he even attempted to crawl, Mother Yashoda organized a ceremony for the good fortune of her beloved child. When Krishna was falling asleep, she put him underneath a household cart called Shakata, and she engaged herself in carrying out the planned ceremony. This handcart was actually another form of Shakatasura, a demon who had come there to kill the child. Now, on the pretext of demanding to be fed, Krishna took the opportunity to kill the demon. He cried, and by kicking up his feet, he overturned the vehicle and all the pots and pans were broken. Adashayanasya shishoho anolpaka prabala mrudangrihatam yavartata, says Shukha in Bhagavata. Lord Krishna was lying down underneath the handcart, and while his divine little legs were as soft as leaves, when he struck the cart with his legs, it turned over violently and collapsed. In his Vamanavatara, the Lord had to extend his foot to the greatest height to measure the universe. In his Krishna Avatara, the Lord did not need to exert that much. With a gentle, effortless strike of his tender feet, Shakatasura was killed. The cowherds were all amazed, witnessing this act, and they began to wonder how the handcart had collapsed. They began to wander here and there to find the cause, but remained in a state of wonder. Gargascha gokule tatra vasudeva pranoditaha prachannayeva gopanam samskarana karottayoho jeshtham cha ramamityaha krishnam chaiva tathaparam gargo matimatam sreshto namakurvan mahamatihi. The Namakarana ceremony for the 2 boys were performed by Garga, who was sent to Gokula by Vasudeva for that purpose. The function was done in private, without pomp and without the knowledge of the Gopas. And Garga, the eminent among the wise, named the elder child Rama and the younger Krishna. Time passed by, and as Krishna grew, his naughty cheshtitas also grew. Krishna's pranks were endearing, enchanting, and enigmatically inflaming too. Once fed up with incessant complaints, Mother Yashoda decided to rein in her prankster child and decided to bind him with a rope. Commenting on this, Shukha in Bhagavata says, "Na chantar na bahiryasya na purvam na pichaparam purvaparam bahischantar jagato yo jagacchayaha tammat vatmajam avyaktam martyalingam adokshajam kopiko lukhale damna babhanda prakritam yatha." He who is the all-pervading Paramatma, without any beginning and end, the cause of all causes, that unmanifested, limitless Supreme who is beyond the perception of the senses, had now appeared in the form of a human child, and Mother Yashoda, considering him as her own ordinary child, bound him to a wooden mortar with a rope. Or should we say, the boundless Lord let Yashoda bind him with a rope. Therefore, Shukha in Bhagavatam says, "Evam sandarshita hyanga harina bhrityavashyatha svavashenapi krishnena yasyedam seshwaram vashe." This entire universe is under the control of the Supreme Lord, and yet he demonstrates his glorious Kalyana Guna of Bhrityavashyata, coming under the control of his devotees. No wonder Bhishmacharya celebrates this glorious Leela of Sri Krishna, letting himself tied to a mortar by Mother Yashoda in the Vishnu Sahasranama. Viksharo rohito margo hetur damodaras sahaha. Viksharaha. Bhagavan's love for his bhakta never diminishes, and therefore he is Viksharaha. Rohitaha. The one, though dark, has the pale red color of the inside of a lotus due to the presence of Sri Mahalakshmi, like a dark cloud with a lightning reddish streaks. Therefore, he is Rohitaha. Margaha. He is always sought after by his devotees. Therefore, he is Margaha. Hetuhu. He is the cause. Damodaraha. Udaradamani asya iti damodaraha. One who has all the worlds in his belly. Damani lokanamani taniyasya udara antare. Tera damodara devaha Sridaraha Sri Samashritaha. That Damodara, the Shriyapati, the limitless Purushottama, is also Damodara because Damna udare baddha iti Damodaraha. One who was tied around his waist with a cord. He is Bhakta Vatsala and subjects himself to be constrained by a rope with all patience. Therefore he is Sahaha. Viksharo rohito margo hetur damodaras sahaha. The one who was tied up by the rope can be known only by tying up our indriyas and diverting them towards him. Parashara continues. Vyagrayamata tasyamsa karshamana udukhalam yamalarjuna madhyena jagama kamalekshadaha karshata vrikshayor madhye tiryagagata mudhukalam bhagna uttunga shakagrau tenatau yamalarjunau. Having tied little Krishna to the mortar, Yashoda went about her domestic chores. As soon as she departed, Krishna, the Kamalapatraksha, pulled the mortar after him to the space between the two Arjuna trees that grew nearby. Krishna here is being called Kamalapatraksha, the one with beautiful lotus-like eyes, as he is about to shower his grace on the cursed sons of Kubera, Nalakovara and Manigriva, who were cursed by Narada for their misconduct to become the Yamalarjuna trees. Having dragged the mortar between the trees, Krishna pulled it through and pulled down the trunks, thus liberating Nalakovara and Manigriva from their curse. Parashara Uvacha Tayor Madhyagatam Bandham Damna Gadam Tathodare Tatascha Tamodaratamsa Yayau Dama Bandhanat. Krishna is called Damodara from the tying up of the rope Dama round his belly, Udara. When one contemplates on Krishna getting bound to a mortar, one does not get bound to the cycle of samsara. Such is the glory of Damodara Leela. Let us continue to meditate on the boundless Damodara for his bountiful compassion. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Parashara Uvacha Ekadatu Vinaramam Krishno Vrindavanam Yayo Sajagamata Kalindim Lola Kallola Shalinim Tira Samlagna Phenau Gairka Santimiva Sarvataha Tasyam Chati Mahabhimam Vishagni Shutavarinam Hridam Kaliyanagasya Tadashetiva Bhishanam Vishagnina Visarata Dhagda Tira Mahatarum. One day, Krishna, unaccompanied by Balarama, went to Vrindavan. On his way, he came to the Yamuna, which was flowing violently with mighty waves and sparkling with foam, as if smiling, as the waves dashed against the shore. Within Yamuna's bed was the dreaded Kaliya, who poisoned the river, making it to boil with the lethal fires of venom. The toxic fumes from Kaliya burnt all the trees on the shores of Yamuna and also scorched the birds. The wicked Kaliya was earlier vanquished by Garuda and had to flee from Ramanaka Dvipa and settle down in Yamuna together with its wives. Overcome by conceit, Kaliya began to assume ownership of Yamuna, defiled the holy river with its poison, and turned into a terrifying tormentor. Yedenam natidurastam kadambam urushakinam adiruhya utpatishyami hridesminna nilashinaha. Here, thought Krishna, is a kadamba tree which is sufficiently near. I shall climb up that tree and then leap into the river. And thus, Krishna dived into Yamuna from the Kadamba tree. One may wonder how this Kadamba tree alone survived when all the trees on the shores of Yamuna were burnt by the venomous fumes of Kaliya. It seems, the legend says, that the mighty Garuda rested on this very Kadamba tree as he was going back to his mother with the pot of Amrita, and a tiny droplet of Amrita fell down on the tree, thus making it immune to the toxic fumes of Kaliya. More importantly, this Kadamba tree was destined to be blessed by the divine touch of Krishna's holy feet. Therefore, it survived Kaliya's lethal poison, waiting for its tryst with destiny, the Paramatma, waiting for him to bestow the fortune of all fortunes, set his divine feet on its branches and purify it. Bhavina Sri Krishna Charanasparsha Bhagyena Sa Ekastire Na Shushkaha, comments the commentator Vishnu Chitta. No wonder many masters had nostalgically exclaimed, Aham Kadambo Bhuyasam Kuntova Yamuna Tate. If only we too can take birth as the fortunate Kadamba tree on the banks of the holy river Yamuna. What a fortune to have the association with Lord's holy lotus feet. The illustrious Kuresha goes several steps forward and says, in order to be blessed with the divine touch of Bhagavan's lotus feet, I wouldn't even mind to be Kaliya's head. कालीयस्य फणतां शिरस्तु मे सत्कदम्ब शिखरत्वमेव वा वष्टिजुष्ट वनशैलसुन्दरा त्वत्पादाब्जयुगमर्पितं ययोः. Coming back to the action in Yamuna, Krishna, having resolved to tame Kaliya, jumped boldly into the river to set up his encounter with the wicked multi-hooded serpent. The cowherds, beholding him in Yamuna, encompassed by the snake twining around him, were alarmed and ran off to Vraja, crying out for help. The news was like a thunderbolt to Yashoda. She, along with Nanda, Balarama, and the entire village, frightened out of their senses, dashed to the banks of Yamuna. Witnessing the duel between Krishna and Kaliya, Nanda became senseless and Yashoda lost all consciousness. All the gopis and gopas, overcome with fright, sorrow, and anxiety, wept profusely. Balarama alone knew Krishna's Leela and addressed him. Darshito manusho bhavo darshitam balachapalam tadayam damyatam Krishna turatma dashanayudaha. Hey Krishna, you have incarnated in the form of a human and you have engaged in playing the pranks of a child. Now, enough of suspense. Without further ado, subdue this fierce serpent armed with highly hazardous venom. Anamya chapi hastabhyam ubhabhyam madhyamam phanam aruhya abhugna shirasaha prananartoru vikramaha. Then Krishna, after extricating himself effortlessly from the coils of Kaliya, taking hold of the middle hood of the multi-hooded serpent with both his hands, bent it down and set his foot upon Kaliya's head that had never ever bended, and danced upon it in triumph. Taduttamangam parikalpyarangam taranga nishpanna mridanganadam prashasyamanas tridashairakashit avyahatam arapatim anantaha. Thus celebrates Vedanta Deshika in Yadavadya Abhyudhayam. The glorious dance of Krishna on Kaliya. The Kaliya Narthana was performed on the head of Kaliya as the stage, and the sound of the waves of Yamuna served as the play of Mridanga. The Lord looked as though he is everywhere like the moon reflected in the waves. He is Ananta, as there is no Anta for the dance of the Lord. Taduttamangam parikalpirangam taranga nishpanna mridanganadam prashasyamanas tridashairakashit avyahatam arapatim anantaha. Whenever the snake attempted to raise its head, it was again trodden down, and many bruises were inflicted on the hoods by the pressure of the toes of Krishna. Trampled upon by the feet of Krishna as they changed position in the dance, Kaliya started to vomit blood. The alarmed wives of Kaliya, recognizing Krishna's true nature, started to pray. Nagapatnya uvacha Jnatosi devadevesha sarveshastvam anuttamam param jyoti rachintyam yat tadamshaha parameshwaraha. You are recognized, O Lord of the Devas. You are the foremost of all, the supreme, beyond comprehension of mortals. You are the Paramatma. In Ramayana, when Ravana was killed by Rama, Mandodari laments and declares, Vyaktamesha Mahayogi Paramatma Sanatanaha Anadimadhya Nidano Mahataha Paramo Mahan Tamasaha Paramodhata Shankachakra Gadhadaraha Srivatsavaksha Nityashrihi Ajayaha Shashvatodruvaha Manusham Rupamastaya Vishnuhu Satyaparakramaha Sarvaihi Parivruto Devair Vanaratvam Upagataihi Sarvalokeshwara Shriman Lokanam Hitakamyaya Sarakshasam Parivaram Hatavamstvam Mahadyutihi. This Rama, who is none other than the Paramatma Sriman Narayana, assuming a human form, surrounded by all the devas in the form of monkeys, killed you, hey Ravana, says Mandodari. Mandodari, who was born in the Rakshasa Jati, was able to recognize Rama as Paramatma. Similarly, here we see the wives of Kaliya born in Naga Jati recognizing the Paratva of Sri Krishna and glorifying him. Let us keep contemplating on the awe-inspiring spectacle of Kaliya Nardhana. Until next week. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Nagapatnyo Vacha Tatakkuru Jagatswamin Prasadam Avasidataha Pranam Styajati Nagoyam Bhatrubhiksha Pradíyatam Bhuvanesha Jagannata Mahapurusha Purvaja Pranam Styajati Nagoyam Bhatrubhiksha Pradíyatam Vedanta Vedya Devesha Dushtadaitya Nivarhana Pranam Styajati Nagoyam Bhatrubhiksha Pradíyatam. O Sovereign Master of the Universe, be gracious. You, the Supreme Lord, the foremost of all, the destroyer of the wicked, be merciful. This unfortunate Naga, Kaliya, is about to lose its life. Give us a gift, our husband. We pray for your compassion. Thus prayed all the wives of Kaliya. When they had thus spoken, the vanquished Kaliya, with all its poison purged and its ego punctured, addressed Krishna in a feeble voice. Now Kaliya begged for mercy and forgiveness for all its atrocities. Kaliya Uvacha Tvam parastvam parasyadyaha param tvattva paratmakaha parasmat paramoyastyam tataha stoshyami kimanvaham yasmat brahmacha rudrascha chandrendra marutashvinau vasavascha sahadityaihi tasya toshyami kimanvaham. You are the Supreme, the progenitor of the Supreme. You are the Paramatma, and from you the Supreme proceeds. You are beyond all finite objects. How can I ever speak your glories? How can I declare his greatness from whom come Brahma, Rudra, Chandra, Indra, the Maruts, the Ashwins, the Vasus and all the Adityas? Soham te devadevesha narchanadau stutau nacha samatyavan kripamatra manovrittihi prasidame. I realize my incapability, O Lord of the Devas. I am quite unable to worship or to praise you. Please show me your compassion. Be merciful. Hatavidyo hatavisho tamitoham tvayachyuta Jivitam diyatamekam ajñāpaya karomikim. Behold, I am now without any vigor, without poison, deprived of both by you. Spare me my life. I ask no more. Command me. What shall I do? Hatavisho, hatavidyo. Not only Kaliya's poison and strength were curbed, with the divine touch of Krishna's holy feet, its poisonous ego was crushed. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Natrasteyam tvaya sarvam kadachit yamuna jale sabrutya parivarastvam samudrasalilam vraja matpadani te sarpa drishtava murdhani sagare garudaha pannagaripustvayi na praharishyati. Sri Krishna replied, you must no longer stay here in Yamuna. Depart immediately with your family to the sea. Garuda, the foe of your race, will not harm you when he sees the impressions of my feet upon your hoods. Thus ends Adhyaya 7 of Vamśa 5. The Ishavasya Upanishad declares, ईशावास्यम् इदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीता मागृधः कश्यस्विद्धनम्. Do not covet anybody's wealth. Why? Quite simply because everything in this world belongs to the Lord. We are all at best only trustees of the resources bestowed to us by Him. But when one is intoxicated with pride and conceit, one is blinded to this fundamental truth. The multi-hooded Kaliya which poisoned Yamuna stands for our untrammeled ego. Its numerous hoods symbolize our numerous selfish desires that can poison the whole system around. By subduing Kaliya, Krishna demonstrates his Kalyana Guna of Swamitva. Krishna is our master and we are all his servants. Some may find it difficult to accept servitude. The reality is that whether we realize it or not, we are all servants. Servants of our own senses. Servants of the world that gratifies our senses. Servants of pleasures that are ephemeral. When we realize Krishna as the only master, the source of all bliss, we naturally submit ourselves to him. So let us move on to Adhyaya 8. Once Balarama and Krishna, along with their cowherd friends, wandered into a palm grove situated on the banks of Yamuna, north of Mount Govardhana. This forest of palm trees was ruled by Dhenukasura, who stayed there with a host of attendant demons, all in the form of donkeys. As all the cowherds were eager to relish the fruits, Balarama shook the trees and the fruits fell on the ground. Hearing the noise of the falling fruits, the fierce demon Dhenuka charged at Balarama. Balarama caught hold of Dhenuka's legs and whirled him around violently, killing him and tossed him to the top of a palm tree. And as the other demons, Dhenuka's army, attacked, Krishna and Balarama treated them in the same manner until all the trees were laden with dead donkeys and the entire grove was strewed with ripe fruits. Shukha in Bhagavatam concludes the Dhenukasura Vadam by saying, Krishna Kamalapatrakshaha Punyashravanah Kirtanaha Sthuyamanaha Anugair Gopaihi Sagrajo Vrajamavrajat. Then Sri Krishna, Kamalapatrakshaha, the one with gloriously beautiful lotus-like eyes, Punyashravana Kirtanaha, whose pastimes are most pious to listen and chant, returned home to Vraja with his elder brother Balarama after killing Dhenuka and the entire army of donkeys. Along the way, the cowherd boys, his faithful followers, chanted his glories. When the glories of Krishna are shared, both the speaker and the listeners equally relish and rejoice. Katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Macchitta madgata prana bodayantah parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. Both the speaker and the listeners equally relish and rejoice when the glories of Krishna are shared. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Krishna Krishna Hiyamesha Parvatodagra Murtina Kenapi Pashyadaityena Gopala Chadmarupina Yadanna Sampratam Karyam Maya Madhusudhana Tat Katyatam Prayatyesha Duratma Atitvaranvitaha. Hey Krishna, I am carried off by a demon, disguised as a cowherd and huge as a mountain. What shall I do? Please tell me, hey Madhusudana. This wicked one is running away very fast, exclaimed Balarama in Adhyaya 9 of Vamśa 5. What exactly happened? Once, when Krishna and Balarama were playing with their friends in Vrindavana, a demon by name Pralamba, seeking to kill them, came disguised as a cowherd boy and joined them. The omniscient Lord Krishna saw through the disguise, but decided to play the demon's game. All the boys commenced playing the game of leaping like deer, 2 and 2 together. As part of the game, the vanquished were to carry the victors on their shoulders. Pralamba, having lost to Balarama, therefore had to carry him on his shoulders. Using this opportunity, the demon, carrying Balarama on his shoulders, began to run away, and while doing so, also assumed his fearful, humongous form. That's when Balarama called out, exclaiming, Krishna, what shall I do? Parashara uvacha. Tamaharamam govindam smitabhinna naushta samputaha mahatma rauhineyasya balavirya pramanavit kimayam manusho bhavo yaktameva valambhyate sarvatman sarvaguhyanam guhya guhyatmanat tvaya. Earlier, during the Kaliya episode, Balarama reminded Krishna of his Paratva, of Krishna being the Paramatma. Now, Krishna reminds Balarama that he too is an avatara. Krishna smiled, knowing Balarama's might, and said, why this pretext of mortal nature? You are the very incarnation of Paramatma, the soul of all souls. Kim navetsi yataham cha tvamchaikam karanam bhuvaha bharavataranaarthaya martyaloka mupagatau. Krishna added, hey Balarama, don't you know that you and I are alike, the cause of all causes, who have come down to this mortal world to lighten its burden. Bhavanaham cha vishwatman ekameva hi karanam jagatosya jagatyarte bhedhenavam yavastithau tatsmaryam tam ameyatman tvayatma jahidanavam manushyameva valambya bandhunam kriyatam hitam. You and I, the soul of the universe, are but one and the same cause of the creation of the universe. And for its protection, we have assumed 2 distinct forms. Remembering who you are, O Mighty One, destroy the demon. Suspend your mortal character for a while and do what is right, said Krishna to Balarama. Thus, reminded by Krishna, the powerful Balarama laughed and squeezed Pralamba with his knees, striking at the same time on the head with his fists. The demon Pralamba fell upon the ground and died. The Gopas, witnessing the slaying of Pralamba, were astonished and rejoiced Balarama's victory. Thus ends Adhyaya 9. Parashara uvacha. Tayor viharatostatra Ramakeshavayor vraje pravut vyatita vikasat saroja chabhavaccharat. While Krishna and Balarama were engaging in their divine Leela, thus in Vraja, the rainy season ended and was succeeded by the season of autumn, when the lotus flowers are in full bloom. Adhyaya 10 begins with Parashara's glorious description of the Sharad Ritu. In the guise of giving us a vivid and exhilarating description of the Sharad Ritu, Parashara gives us quintessential wisdom of bhakti. Let us experience the beautiful Sharad Ritu and the even more beautiful Bhakti Yoga. Mayura mauninastastuhu parityaktamadavane asaratam parijñāya samsārasyeva yoginaha. The peacocks, no longer driven by desire and passion, were silent amidst the woods, like the holy sages who have come to realize the futility and fragility of the worldly life. Kumudai sharadambhamsi yogyata lakshanam yuyuhu avabhodair manasamsiva sambandham amalatmanam tarakavimale vyomni raraja khandamandalaha chandrascharamadhehatma yogi sadhukule yatha. The translucently crystal clear waters of the season were beautifully embellished by white water lilies, as are the minds of the pure, which are decorated by the truth. The moon shone brightly in the starry sky with undiminished orb, like the yogi who has reached the last stage of bodily existence in the company of the pious. Shanakai shanakai stiram tatyajuscha jalashayaha mamatvam kshetraputradirudham uchchairyata budaha nibruto bhavadetyartam samudrastimitodakaha kramavapta mahayogi nischalatma yathayati sarvatrati prasannani salilani tadabhavan jnate sarvagate vishnau manamsiva sumedhasam. The rivers and lakes slowly withdrew from their banks, just as the wise, step by step, withdrew from selfish attachments caused by bodily relationships. The sea was still calm and still, without any waves. Like the perfect sage who, practicing equanimity of mind, has acquired complete tranquility. Everywhere the waters were as clear and pure as the minds of great Vishnu Bhaktas. Babhuva nirmalam vyoma sharada dvastatoyadam yogagnigda kleshogham yoginamiva manasam. The sky of Sharad Ritu, autumn, was totally clear, devoid of any clouds, just like the heart of a yogi whose worldly desires have been consumed by the fire of bhakti. Abhasobran bhuvaha pankan kalushyam chambhasa sharath indriyanindriyartebhyaha pratyahara ivaharat. The advent of Sharad Ritu not only cleared the skies, but also removed the muddiness of the earth and discoloration of the waters, just like the practice of Pratyahara detaches the senses from the worldly objects in order to meditate on Bhagavan. Such was the beauty of Sharad Ritu. And with its advent, Krishna found all the Gopas and Gopis of Vraja busily engaged in preparing for a ritual to worship Indra. Krishna, going to the elders, asked, as if out of curiosity, what festival of Indra it was in which they took so much pleasure. What was this puja to Indra all about? What did Krishna do after knowing the purpose of this puja? Let us see what happens next. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpanamastu. Giriyajñastvayam tasmad goyajñascha pravartyatam kimasmakam mahendrena gavaha shailascha devataha mantrayajña paravipraha shirayajñascha karshakaha girigoyajña shilascha vayamadri vanashrayaha tasmad govardhana shailo bhavadbihi vividarhanaihi acchatam pujyatam medhyan pashun hatva vidhanataha. When Nanda explained that the rain given by Indra enables all living entities to maintain their lives, and therefore this worship of Indra to appease him, Sri Krishna in Adhyaya 10 responded, "We are bound to worship the mountains and perform yajna for our cattle. What have we to do with Indra? Cows and our very own Govardhana are our source of nourishment and support. They are our Pratyaksha Devatas. Brahmanas perform Deva Yajna with appropriate Veda mantras. The farmers who cultivate the earth adore their land. We who tend our cows in the forests and hills should offer worship to the cows and our Govardhanagiri. Krishna's suggestion was well received by Nanda and the other Gopas. Accordingly, the inhabitants of Vraja worshipped Govardhana, presenting to it curds and milk. And they fed hundreds and thousands of Brahmanas and many other guests. After making the offers, they circumambulated all their cows and bulls that were elaborately decorated with garlands. Girimurdhani Krishnopi Shailohamiti Murtiman Babujjennam Bahutada Gopavarya Hitam Dvija Svenaiva Krishno Rupena Gopaihi Sahagireshira Adiruhyar Chyamasa Dvitiya Matmanastanum. At the very moment, Krishna miraculously assumed the huge form of the hill and partook of all the food and other offerings presented by the Gopas. While in his own form as Krishna, he joined the cowherds and worshipped Govardhana, which was his very own other form. Such was the Lord's divine Leela. In the meantime, Indra was disappointed and angered at the disruption of the worship meant for him. Enraged by the Gopas taking shelter of Krishna and falsely presuming himself to the supreme controller, the proud Indra commanded Samvartaka clouds, whose function is to facilitate destruction, to harass the Vrajavasis with downpours of rain and storm and afflict the cows of Vraja. Soon the clouds roared aloud, pouring down uninterrupted torrents. The whole of Vraja was enveloped in impenetrable darkness by the thick clouds, and there was flood of water everywhere. Beholding all of Gokula agitated with alarm, all the Gopas and Gopikas and the cows all in a state of distress, Krishna understood that this trouble was the work of Indra, and he decided to smash to pieces Indra's humongous ego. Iti kritva matim Krishno Govardhana Mahidharam Utpatyeka Karenaiva Dharayamasa Leelaya Gopamschaha Jagannataha Samutpatita Bhudaraha Vishadhumatra Tvaritaha Kritam Varsha Nivaranam. Having thus determined, Krishna immediately sportingly plucked up Govardhana and held it aloft with one hand. He then invited the entire community to take shelter beneath the hill and assured them total protection. Krishnopitam dadharaiva shailam atyanta nischalam brajaikavasibhir harsha vismitakshay nirikshitaha gopagopi janair hrishtaihi pritivis taritekshanaih samstuyamana charitaha Krishnaha shailam adharayat. As Krishna held the Govardhana steadily over their heads and effortlessly supported the hill, the dwellers of Vraja were filled with joy and wonder. And as their eyes opened wide with astonishment and pleasure, the Gopas and Gopis sang his praise. The rains lasted for 7 days and nights, and finally Indra gave up. The threat of Indra having been fruitless and the skies clear, all of Gokula returned to its own abode, celebrating the glories of their protector, Krishna. And then Krishna restored the great hill Govardhana to its original site. Parashara Uvacha Dhrite Govardhane Shaile Paritrate Cha Gokule Rochayamasa Krishnasya Darshanam Pakashasanaha. After Gokula had been saved by Krishna, by lifting the Govardhana, Indra became desirous of beholding Krishna. Sodiruhya Mahanagam Airavatam Amitrajit Govardhana Girau Krishnam Dadarsha Tridasheshwaraha. Indra mounted his Airavata and came to see Krishna. Charayantam Mahavirya Gavo Gopa Vapurdharam Krishnacha Jagato Gopam Gopavritam Gopakumara Kaihi Garudamcha Dadarshochair Antadhanagatam Dvija Kritachayam Harer Murdhini Pakshabhyam Pakshipungavam. Indra saw Krishna tending cattle surrounded by the sons of cowherds. The protector of the whole universe was assuming the humble, lowly role of a cowherd boy. But lo and behold, Indra could recognize that Krishna was none other than Narayana. He beheld a wonderful sight. Above Krishna's head, he saw Garuda, the king of birds, invisible to mortals, spreading out his wings, providing shade to his master, Bhagavan Hari. Indra uvacha Krishna Shunushvedam yadartha mahamagataha tvatsvamipam mahabhaga bharavataranaarthaya prativya prativitalam avatirna akiladharaha tvameva parameshwara mahabhanga viruddhena maya gokula nashakaha samadishta mahamegastaischaidam kadanam kritam tratastascha tvaya gavaha samutpatya mahagirim tenaham toshito veera karmana kyadbhutena te. Indra said, Hey Krishna, you who are the supporter of all, have descended upon earth to relieve her of her burden. You are the Supreme Lord. Excuse my misdemeanor of trying to destroy Gokula, done out of resentment and pride. I am relieved that you, by lifting the Govardhanagiri, have protected the cows of Gokula. I am in awe of your wondrous Leela. A young fish once wandered and approached a wise old fish and inquired, What is the source of our support and sustenance? The old fish replied, Water. And what is water? Exclaimed the young fish. It then went about swimming in the ocean, searching for water. Strange as it may seem, we too are like this young fish, unable to comprehend the pervasiveness of the Supreme Lord and his Adharatva. Krishna repeatedly and explicitly reveals his Kalyana Guna of Adharatva for our sake. He is the supporter of all supports. By lifting the Govardhana, he demonstrates that he and he alone is our Adhara. Most of us have the habit of making a molehill of a problem into a massive mountain. When we realize Krishna's Adharatva, even mountain-like problems become molehills. Let us continue to contemplate on Krishna's divine Leela of lifting the Govardhanagiri. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Vayamasman Mahabaho Bhavata Mahato Bhayat Gavascha Bhavata Trata Giridharana Karmana Balakrideyam Matula Gopalatvam Jugupsitam Divyam Cha Karma Bhavataha Kimeta Tata Katyatam. Adhyaya 13 begins with the address of the cowherds who are in sheer awe of Krishna's Atimanusha Cheshtitas. They said, Hey Krishna, we have been saved from a great peril by your lifting the Govardhanagiri. Seemed like a child's play for you, but it is astonishing, miraculous, not something that can be done by a cowherd boy. All your actions are divine, superhuman. Tell us, what is the meaning of all this? Who are you in reality? Krishna was silent and seemed a little offended.
for his dear Gopas are now considering him not one amongst them. It was because of his Kalyana Guna of Saushalya that he, the Supreme, mingled freely with the Gopas and Gopis, and now his acts of protecting his beloved have raised doubts in the minds of the Gopas. During Ramavatara, when all the Devas approached Rama in Yuddhakanda after the war and praised him, recognizing his Paratva and reminding him that he was none other than Narayana, the epitome of Saushalya, Sri Rama, said, Atmanam Manusham Manye Ramam Dasharatatmajam. I consider myself as a human, as Rama, son of Dasharatha. Similarly, now Krishna addresses the Gopas. Naham devo, na gandharvo, na yaksho, na chadanavaha. Aham vo bandhavo jataha. Aham vo bandhavo jataha. Naitachintyam athonyatha. I am not a deva or gandharva or yaksha. Just consider me your relative, one amongst all of you. How blessed the Gopas were, that the Paramatma preferred to be considered and known just as their very own relative. This is Krishna's supreme guna of Saushalya that we can relish and cherish. Parashara then goes on to relish the glorious Rasakrida. Ramyam Geetadvanim Shutva Santyajja Vasatam Stada Ajagbustvarita Gopyo Yatraste Madhusudanaha. As soon as Krishna started to play his flute, as soon as they heard the melody, the gopis, quitting their homes, dashed all the way to meet their beloved Lord. To the gopis, Krishna was their very prana. Such was their unflinching, unwavering, supreme devotion. There was one gopika who beheld some of the seniors of the family and dared not venture out of home to meet her beloved Krishna. Tachitta vimalāhlāda kshīna punyachaya tatha tataprapti mahādukka vilīnāsesha pātaka. Unable to venture out and see her Lord, this gopika remained at home, meditating on Krishna, with her heart and mind filled with Krishna. With her undivided, unswerving, unshakable bhakti, she experienced utmost bliss, because of which all her accumulated punyas got exhausted. At the same time, because of her inability to meet Krishna, she also experienced excruciating pain, with which all her accumulated papa karmas were exhausted. Chintayanti jagatsutim parabrahmaswarupinam niruchva sataya muktim gatanya gopakanyaka. Thus, by exhausting her punya and papa karmas that were the hurdles for Brahma Prapti, that is attainment of the Supreme Lord, the Gopika, meditating on her beloved Krishna, stopped breathing and attained moksha. She let go of her prana to attain the prana of all pranas. Therefore, to say that Krishna was the very prana of the Gopikas is by no means an exaggeration. Gopi parivritiratrim sharaschandra manoramam manayamasa govindaha rasaramba rasotsukaha. Thus, surrounded by gopis, Krishna thought the lovely moonlit night of autumn propitious to the rasa dance. The rasa dance is performed by the gopis led by Krishna, holding each other's hands. As said in Sri Krishna Karnamritam, Angana Mangana Mantaro Madhavo Madhavah Madhavam Chantare Changana Sanjagau Venuna Devaki Nandanaha. Angana Mangana Mantaro Madhavo Madhavah Madhavam Chantare Changana Sanjagau Venuna Devaki Nandanaha. Between each of the two Gopikas was Madhava. and between each of the two Madhavas was a Gopika. And the son of Devaki played on the flute. For, in fact, Krishna, by multiplying himself miraculously, was not only dancing with each Gopika, but he was also by himself in the center, playing the flute and orchestrating the divine rasa dance. Sometimes, when Krishna was not around, the gopis went around imitating him to mask their sorrow. "I am Krishna," exclaimed one gopika. "Behold the elegance of my movements." "I am Krishna," cried another. "Listen to my song." "Wicked Kaliya, go away, for I am Krishna," announced the third. A fourth gopika called out, "My fellow cowherds, fear nothing. The danger of the storm is over, for I have lifted the Govardhana for your shelter." Thus, the gopikas tried to suppress their sorrow of Krishna's absence by mimicking Krishna. Just when the pain of separation began to overwhelm the gopikas, Krishna joined them, bringing them great comfort, and the rasa dance continued. "Gatetu gamanam chakrurvalane sammukham yuyuhu pralilomanulomabhyam bejur gopangana harim satatasah gopihi rarama madhusudanaha yatabda koti pramitaha shanastena vinabhavat." When Krishna was leading, they followed him. When he turned around, they encountered him. And whether he went forwards or backwards, the gopikas ever attended on his steps. Experiencing the eternally enchanting Krishna, the gopis considered every instant without him a myriad of years. Let the glorious Rasa Krida of Krishna continue. Sarvam Sri Krishnarpणमस्तु.
Parashara Uvacha Pradoshaagre kadachit rasasakte janardane trasayan samado goshtham arishtaha samupagataha. Adhyaya 14 covers Parashara's brief account on the slaying of Arishta. One evening when Krishna and the gopis were relishing the rasa, the demon Arishta, disguised as a savage bull, entered the scene. Terrifying all the gopis, the demon, who perpetually haunts the forest in the form of a bull, destroying sages and ascetics, advanced menacingly. The frightened gopis took refuge in Krishna, who effortlessly seized him and held him firmly by the horns. Having thus humbled the demon's pride, Krishna then wrung his throat and slayed him. In Adhyaya 15, Narada goes to Kamsa and relates to him all the happenings, beginning with the transfer of Devaki's child from Mathura to Gokula. Hearing this from Narada, Kamsa was highly incensed. He plotted to kill Krishna and Balarama and laid out a plan. He resolved to get the boys out of Vraja to Mathura and decided to send Akrura to Gokula. Kamsa summoned Akrura and shared with him his plot to kill Krishna and requested him to tactfully invite Krishna and Balarama to his Dhanur Yagya, festival of arms, and bring them along to Mathura. Akrura was a great Bhagavata, knew all about Krishna and was awaiting an opportunity to see Krishna. Kamsa's evil plan was indeed an opportunity for the great Bhakta to meet Bhagavan. Of course, Akrura was not perturbed a bit, not worried about Kamsa's threat. He knew who would eventually kill who. Ityāgyaptas tadakruro mahabhagavato dvija प्रीतिमान भवत् कृष्णं श्वोद्रक्ष्यामीति सत्परः ततेत्युक्त्वा च राजानं रथमारुह्य शोभनं निश्चक्रान्तः ततः पूर्या मथुराया मधुप्रियः. Being thus instructed, the illustrious Bhagavata Akrura
readily undertook to visit Krishna, whom he loved dearly. And ascending the grand and glorious chariot, he proceeded from the city of Mathura to Gokula immediately. We need to note here that it is said that Akrura proceeded in a grand and glorious chariot. Akrura's intent is to bring along the Lord back to Mathura, and therefore he had to choose a splendid chariot to bring the splendorous Bhagavan. Also, Parashara emphasizes that Akrura travelled immediately. Of course, after waiting for a long time, longing to see Krishna, Akrura no longer could have stayed in Mathura. He had to seize the divine opportunity to have the darshana of Krishna before Kamsa changed his mind. So he hastened towards Gokula, counting his blessings. In the meantime, Kamsa tried once more to eliminate Krishna before his travel to Mathura. Adhyaya 16 covers the slaying of Keshi. The demon Keshi, in the form of a wild horse, struck terror in Gokula. The formidable demon was torn asunder by Krishna like a tree struck by lightning. Witnessing this act of Krishna, Narada exclaimed, "Sadhu sadhu Jagannatha leelayeva yadachyuta nihatoyam tvaya keshi kleshadas tridivaukasam." Well done, He Jagannatha. You have destroyed Keshi, the oppressor of all devatas, as a mere sport. Karmanyatravatarete kritani madhusudana yaniteir vismitam chetas toshametena megatam. Wonderful are your leelas during your divine descent upon the earth. I am awestruck with your cheshtitas. Having addressed Krishna thus, Narada concluded saying that his next meeting with Krishna shall be on the day when Kamsa gets killed. Parashara Uvacha Akruropi vinishkramya sandhyanena shugamina Krishna sandarshanayekaha prayayau nandagokulam chintayamasa chakruro nasti dhanyatharo maya yoham amshavatirnasya mukham drakshyami chakrinaha. Chintayamasa chakruro nasti dhanyatharo maya yoham amshavatirnasya mukham drakshyami chakrinaha. In Adhyaya 17, Parashara describes Akrura's Gokula Yatra. Akrura, having set off in his chariot, proceeded to visit Krishna. Both Akrura's Ratha and his Manoratha travelled swiftly. Akrura congratulated himself and felt blessed on his good fortune in having an opportunity of beholding the avatara of the Supreme Being, Narayana. Adyame sapalam janma suprabhatachame nisha yadunnidrabcha patraksham Vishno drakshyamyaham mukham Adyame saphale netre Adyame saphala giraha Yanme parasparalapo drishtva Vishnum bhavishyati Adyame sapalam janma suprabhatachame nisha yadunnidrabcha patraksham Vishno drakshyamyaham mukham Adyame saphale netre Adyame saphala giraha Yanme parasparalapo drishtva Vishnum bhavishyati. Akrura said to himself, "My life has borne fruit. The night is soon going to be followed by the dawn of the day. The darkness of my life will soon vanish with the illumination of the glorious vision of Vishnu, whose eyes are like the expanded leaf of the lotus. Papam harati yat pumsas prutam sankalpanamayam Papam harati yat pumsas prutam sankalpanamayam Tat pundarikanayanam Vishnor drakshyamyaham mukham Nirjagmushcha yato veda vedanganya kilani cha drakshyami tat param dhama dhamnam bhagavato mukham." Until now, I wasted my life looking at papatmas like Kamsa. Soon I am going to behold that wondrous form of Krishna that destroys all papas. Why? Even mere contemplation of Bhagavan Vishnu is enough to annihilate all sins. I am going to behold that wondrous mouth, the origin of all Vedas and Vedangas. I shall soon see the Supreme Lord of the world, by whom the world is sustained. Thus, Akrura's mind was travelling towards Krishna faster than his chariot could. Let Akrura's Ratha and his Manoratha travel swiftly to reach the Manohara. Sarvam Sri Krishna Arpanamastu.